They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now, 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Diving stab, Crawford throws to first. He got him. What a play.
On KNBR and KNBR-FS, San Francisco.
Swing, and there's a drive into right center field into the gap. Way back there, still going. It's gone! Just over the wall. A two-run homer for Bryce Harper. And the Phillies have a 2-1 lead.
He's coming out of the game, and he's a big leaguer now. Kyle Harrison, a night he will never forget. Walks off the field. His family's standing and giving him a big ovation. His teammates are there to greet him. Jock lines it toward the gap in left center. Rojas sprinting, diving, can't catch it. Estrada's in. Right behind him, Wilmer. He'll score. It's a two-run double, and the Giants go ahead 3-2.
Here's Doval to Trey Turner. 3-2 Giants. Bases loaded, one out. 2-2 pitch. Swing, line drive off of Doval's glove, and it ricochets away from Estrada. The tying run scores. The winning run scores. The Phillies beat the Giants with 2 in the ninth, 4-3.
And that should do it.
Trey Turner walks it off, and the Philadelphia Phillies spoil the Major League debut of Kyle Harrison. What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher from the Murph and Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning, where I will actually be taking you all the way to 10 a.m. this morning, filling in for Brian Murphy. He's on vacation, so it's me and Paulie Mac. Rip off the knob now. It's 5 hours of the Waterboy breaking down Kyle Harrison's big league debut yesterday, but it starts right here in the 5 a.m. hour on the leadoff spot with my guy Overnight Dave behind the glass. And Dave, it was looking so good yesterday for the Giants to finally get back on track. But no. Instead, Camilo Doval can't close out the game in the ninth inning. You heard the highlights right there. Trey Turner hits a line drive off the glove of Camilo Doval. It ricochets past Thairo Estrada, bleeds into the outfield. Phillies scored 2 runs. Not even really a play at home plate for Luis Matos. And just like that, the Giants continue their losing ways. They've now lost 12 of their last 16 games and now have officially been knocked out of the wild card race by the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, I don't want to over-exaggerate and say, oh, it's over, the season's over, pack it up and go home. But it felt like it was just a week or two ago. We were talking about the Giants being 2.5 games out of the NL West behind the LA Dodgers.
It's been a hell of a ride.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a ride downhill, Dave. Feels like we're at drop zone at Great America. because the Giants are just going straight down. They're now not only 12 games back of the LA Dodgers in the NL West, a division that seems like it's sailing away into the distance, but now they're 3.5, almost 4 games back from the Philadelphia Phillies from that number 1 wild card spot. Now they're behind the Chicago Cubs, who did lose last night to the Detroit Tigers, but because the Arizona Diamondbacks won, they've now officially moved into that number 3 spot. So you're looking at a Giants team at a 65-61 record with the gravitational pull seeming like it's going back towards that 500 overall record. They're tied with the Cincinnati Reds, who are also 65-61, and a team that you're going to be facing in the next couple of weeks. And I think that's why everybody focused in on this series, not only in Philadelphia, but the sandwich matchups between the Atlanta Braves. And we looked at this portion of the Giants' schedule as arguably the most important stretch of the season. And so far, it has not been very successful for the San Francisco Giants. And that's why yesterday, in the kind of pit of misery that has been the last couple weeks for Giants fans, there was some hope. There was some excitement. There was Kyle Harrison, the Giants' number 1 pitching prospect, the number 1 overall left-handed pitching prospect in baseball, the number 2 overall prospect. And last night, I think a lot of Giants fans got to see why everybody else has been raving and hyping this guy up going into his major league debut. Now you got to see a little bit of what the Waterboy was talking about when he was throwing 95, 96 beer batter strikeouts down in San Jose. And what me and Greg Papa saw 2 weeks ago out in Las Vegas in his second-to-last start before getting the call up to the big leagues. It was the showcase of that electric fastball, hitting 97, 98 miles per hour. I mean, you want to look at that first inning. Yeah, of course, there was the Bryce Harper home run after Kyle Schwarber was able to get on base with a single down the line. I honestly thought Kyle Harrison maybe got squeezed a little bit on an outside fastball against Kyle Schwarber, but that's neither here or there. Because even though he did allow that 2-run home run as a nice little welcome gift from Bryce Harper, another former top overall prospect, there he was just blowing fastball by dudes. Whether it was Trey Turner for his first career MLB strikeout, whether it was Nick Castellanos, whether it was Alex Bohm, it didn't matter. 3 fastballs, 3 of them right by you, hitting 95, 96, 98 miles per hour on the gun. And that's why people are getting excited. Like, okay, this reminds us a little bit of a guy like Tim Lincecum. And it was kind of like eerily similar, the stats that they threw up of Tim Lincecum's first start, of course, which came against the Philadelphia Phillies on May 6, 2007. Now, the difference was this game was in San Francisco. I'm sure if Kyle Harrison was pitching in San Francisco last night, maybe that Bryce Harper ball doesn't get out of the stadium. But, hey, guess what? They were playing in Philadelphia, so that's how the cookie crumbles. But look at, like, Tim Lincecum's first inning as a major leaguer. Allows a hit to Jimmy Rollins, lets a 2-run home run to Shane Victorino. Then comes back, strikes out Chase Utley, strikes out Ryan Howard. Pat the Bat worked in a walk, and then he strikes out Aaron Rowand. It's pretty similar to what Kyle Harrison did in the first inning, allowing a double to Schwarber, striking out Turner, striking out Castellanos. Bryce Harper goes deep, and Alex Bohm then strikes out. So both of these guys allowed a 2-run home run. Both guys struck out the side. So I'm saying if he continues to follow this career trajectory, we're talking about Kyle Harrison being a 2-time Cy Young winner. And again, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves too much and put those type of expectations on the kid. But I think last night, he showcased some of that ability. Whether it was with the electric fastball that we've been talking about since spring training. Whether it was mixing in a couple pretty good sliders. Of course, there was a couple pretty bad ones as well. The one that he hung over the place to Bryce Harper. And it was actually the interesting thing about his start yesterday was the fact that lefties went 5 for 5 against him. Meanwhile, righties had 5 strikeouts against him, which makes no sense in baseball in 2023 when everybody's so worried about the platoon system and, I can't hit a lefty versus a righty. That's why last night we saw Gabe Kapler pinch hit with Austin Slater for Jock Peterson, which again, according to the rules of baseball in 2023, makes sense because you want a righty versus a lefty. But we've also seen Jock Peterson heat up the last couple of days and Austin Slater being the biggest slump of the season. But that's neither here or there. I want to focus on Kyle Harrison and his performance before we start breaking down the rest of the Giants team, losing their 12th game in the last 16 and watching them slowly slide out of the playoff picture. because yesterday it looked like the Giants were going to get the win. Of course, go out there in the ninth inning with Camilo Duvall, I'm sure we all feel comfortable, but I would have felt a whole lot comfortable if the Giants would have been able to take advantage of the Philadelphia Phillies in the first inning before Kyle Harrison even walked out to the mound. This was a Giants team that did not take advantage of the opportunities immediately, just like they did in Game 1 against the Phillies and Aaron Nola. There was Kyle Schwarber kicking the ball around. There was an error by Trey Turner up the middle. We had balls bouncing off bases. And once again, back-to-back days, the Giants only get one run in the first inning. So it's nice to give your pitcher a lead, but I thought they could have capitalized on those big at-bats in that first inning. Obviously, they did not. That carried the 1-0 lead into the first inning, and then we saw the Phillies take the 2-1 lead. And as I said earlier, I think there were some highs, there were some lows with Kyle Harrison's first inning. Not great to see 19 pitches in the first. He then followed it up with 30 pitches in the second inning. And I started to think to myself, like, damn, here we go. Is he even going to make it through 3 innings? Because I think everybody who's been following the Kyle Harrison story has been paying attention closely to his pitch count and how they've been handling him not only at the big league level, at the AAA level, at the AA level. You can go back to his game log this entire season before the hamstring injury. He hasn't thrown more than 5 innings. Really hasn't thrown more than 60, 65 pitches, and that's why last night he was on that 65 pitch count. So that's why I am not surprised that he only went 3 1/3, but I know there were some fans on social media and Twitter and X and Threads complaining about, oh, this was the big anticipated debut of Kyle Harrison. Only went 3 1/3. Well, if you watch the game instead of just staring at the box score, I'm telling you, you're coming away pretty impressed this morning by the stuff that he showed yesterday. The fastball plays at the major league level. Now, there are some questions about his off-speed pitches. That was my major concern for Kyle Harrison coming into spring training this year, was if he was going to develop a third pitch, work on that changeup. I know he talked a lot about working on it with Logan Webb. And spoiler alert, it might be something that we talk to Kyle Harrison about later today, as he might be making an appearance on the Marcus and Max show later on. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Like I said, Rip Off the Knob might be coming up in the 9 a.m. hour. But I also want to ask if he does notice a slight drop in his arm slot when he does throw the slider, and maybe that was something a guy like Bryce Harper can pick up on, and all big league hitters can pick up on it. I mean, me and Greg Papa picked up on it a couple weeks ago in Las Vegas. I don't think it's hugely blown out of proportion. I'm not saying he was tipping pitches or anything like that, but again, it was interesting that the lefties had more success yesterday, especially against that slider, than righties did trying to pick up that fastball from Kyle Harrison. But even in that second inning, after allowing the 2-run home run to Bryce Harper, there he was again, bouncing back against JT Realmuto, striking out Rojas. Who was the guy he beat yesterday? Sosa? And then he stared him down a little bit. Dude's out here acting like he's Sammy Sosa. You're not that guy, pal. You think Kyle Harrison tried to bean you in his first major league start? That ain't the problem. The problem was the walk problem that we heard about so much with Kyle Harrison. And that goes back to the first inning, the walk against Kyle Schwarber. Credit to Schwarber for walking and working the count to a full count. I actually thought Kyle had some good misses. I know a lot of people pay attention to his strike zone and how consistent he is in that strike zone. A lot of his misses yesterday were right outside the black. They were pitches that were still competitive fastballs, but with the Philadelphia Phillies having the scouting report of Kyle Harrison and his walk rates in Sacramento, they decided to be a little patient, and it paid off for guys like Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, and for most of the lefties in the lineup. But everybody else looked like they were struggling against that Kyle Harrison fastball, and it looked like it was even playing a little bit faster than the 95, 96, 97 miles per hour that were popping up on your screen. And then there was a weird case where he had like a cut on the back of his finger, on his ring finger. Not sure if he spiked himself. That's something else we can ask Kyle later on this morning. But I thought he did a great job of bouncing back, working through the third inning. Only had to do 9 pitches in that third inning, which kept his pitch count down to 58 pitches. Got a little bit of revenge by picking off Bryce Harper. Nice little move to the first base side. And then the fourth inning comes, gets JT Realmuto to pop out. Here comes Stott, another lefty, slaps in a single, and Kyle Harrison has to watch Gabe Kapler take the walk out to the mound to take the ball away, or should I say to hand the ball to Ryan Walker. I know how Gabe likes to phrase his contextual ballpark moves that he does make, But that was the end of the day for Kyle Harrison. Overall, throws 65 pitches, 43 strikes, and like I said, missed out on the black multiple times. So I wasn't concerned from what I saw with his control. I definitely wasn't concerned what I saw with his fastball. I do think he did a better job mixing up his off pitches his second time through the lineup, but that's something that he's going to work on, and it's something that I'm sure he's going to be working on with Brian Bannister and Andrew Bailey and all the Giants pitching coaches. Again, this is a 22-year-old kid making his major league debut. We mentioned the numbers earlier from Tim Lincecum and his first start against the Philadelphia Phillies. Yesterday, we broke down the starts of a 20-year-old Matt Cain versus the Rockies in 2005. We broke down Madison Bumgarner and his September 11, 2009 debut against the San Diego Padres. Well, Giants fans, it looks like you can add another Major League debut to the repertoire. Kyle Harrison officially won in the books. And maybe we'll see him Sunday Night Baseball squaring up against the Atlanta Braves, a pitching matchup that I would love to see on the national stage. So we'll make sure to continue to cover Kyle Harrison and everything that happened with Camilo Doval blowing the game last night in the 9th inning. Actually, we have some great sound from Kyle Harrison and Gabe Kapler talking about last night's game that we can get into the other side. But later on in today's show, I also want to touch on the 49ers. And what's going on with the QB2 situation. Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday down at Levi's at 49ers training camp, and he talked about when he could potentially name his QB2 and what that means for the future of guys, of course, like Sam Darnold, Trey Lance, and Brandon Allen as well. So we'll get you that Kyle Shanahan sound later on in the show and also give you an update on Nick Bosa and when the hell he's going to get paid. Me and Paulie Mack are going to be talking to John Lynch about it tomorrow on Thursday also. A lot of great interviews coming up and a lot of great sound from Kyle Harrison and Gabe Kapler talking about the big league debut of number 45. We'll hit that on the other side. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Bay Area native. He's had a brilliant minor league career. He was hurt a few weeks ago. Might have been here even quicker, but he'll make his major league debut. Kyle Harrison on the mound. The 2-2. Strike 3 called. Perfect pitch. And the first big league strikeout for Kyle Harrison. He got Trey Turner, one of the game's great players. That is strike 3 called. Frozen with the fastball. 2 down. And that's strike 3 called. 98 on the inside. And he strikes out Real Muto. So he's got 4 outs, all by way of the strikeout. Got him with the high fastball.
There's no time to think on that one, though.
No. So all 5 outs for Kyle have been by way of the strikeout.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning. It is indeed Marcus the Waterboy Boucher taking you all the way to 10 a.m. today with Paulie Mack filling in for Brian Murphy, where we're going to have a chance to talk to a man that was on the call for Kyle Harrison's MLB debut. That's Hunter Pence, who was in the booth with Dave Fleming. Me and Paulie Mack are scheduled to talk to him at 9:35 today. And as I mentioned earlier, Kyle Harrison is expected to stop by the morning show in the 9 a.m. hour sometime today as well. So rip off the knob now. It's 5 hours straight of the Waterboy. And I'm saying, Dave, it's going to be about 4.5 hours covering Kyle Harrison. We will sprinkle in a little 49er news as well. But today is the day that I think most Giants fans have been looking for. And yesterday might have been the first chance for a lot of these fans to finally see Kyle Harrison with their own eyes. That is, unless they're subscribed to like an MILB account and they watch Sacramento River Cats games, which, hey, if you do, welcome to the club. I do the same thing. So that's why I was not too surprised with the arsenal that Kyle Harrison has displayed. I talked a lot over the last couple of weeks of seeing him just 2 weeks ago out in Las Vegas taking on the Aviators. I've told the story 1,000 times about a 20-year-old Kyle Harrison getting a drunk 29-year-old Waterboy free beer batters. So not free beer batters, but half-price beers for striking fools out down in San Jose. So I've been following this path closely. And yesterday that path landed in Philadelphia. And we saw the ups and the downs, the highs and the lows of Kyle Harrison. And I'm coming away pretty impressed. Whether it's with that fastball that he struck out this first 5 outs of the game against, blowing 95, 96, 97, 98 miles per hour by dudes. But then I take a look at the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line during the break, and I see guys like the 831 checking in this morning say, yeah, Waterboy, it's nice that Kyle Harrison is hitting 98, but the Dodgers got Bobby Miller, and he's hitting 99, 100. All right, don't be raining on my parade this morning. They've also got Dustin May, who can hit 100 when he's healthy. They've also got Walker Buehler, who can hit 100 miles per hour when he's healthy. But that's the thing. The Dodgers have these homegrown kids. And that's what we've been waiting for with the Giants. Logan Webb has been a great story. But we've been looking for this second ace in this rotation. Alex Cobb is an all-star this year. He's thrown today. He's been phenomenal. But we've been waiting on the arrival of Kyle Harrison. That's why we were comparing two debuts like Madison Bumgarner, like Matt Cain, like Tim Lincecum's. But there's also another listener out in the 831 who said in no way, shape, or form did that feel like Tim Lincecum's debut. Lincecum's debut felt like hope. Kyle Harrison's felt like the last desperate gasp of a failed team. And that's not the worst take in the world, because this is a team that is, again, 4-12 in their last 16 games. And that's one of the big reasons why they called up Kyle Harrison, because they needed some type of spark in this lineup, in this clubhouse, in the locker room, something, anything. And we all know how bad they've been offensively. It's not like Kyle Harrison's going to grab a bat and start swinging it, even though his dad did come on yesterday with Murph and Mack and talked about how good he was swinging a bat in high school. We all know pitchers don't hit anymore unless your name is Shohei Ohtani, or maybe a Reggie Crawford or a Bryce Eldridge as well. But overall, I think the Giants have been looking for a third option in their rotation the entire year. Hell, they've been looking for a fourth, and they've been looking for a fifth too. Especially watching these last 8 bullpen games where they've gone 2-6 in those games, contributing to this streak of losing 14 or 12 out of the last 16 since that Babe Ruth series against the Oakland A's. And that's why it was great to see Kyle Harrison as the starter yesterday and not in a quote-unquote bullpen role. Well, if you want to be honest, he was kind of still in an opener role because he was only allowed to throw 65 pitches. We know the Giants have been extremely strict with his pitch count. That's the difference between him and someone like Tim Lincecum's debut. Timmy went 4 1/3, but he also threw 100 pitches. We all know Timmy's effectiveness. They like to call it wild effectiveness in and out of the zone and his electric fastball. And that's why I was actually encouraged to see Kyle Harrison go back out there for the start of the 4th inning. And I would have liked to see him work through it. But as we mentioned earlier, he hasn't thrown more than 5 innings this entire year in major leagues. So it seems like that's going to be kind of the pitch count around that 60, 65, maybe 70 mark that the Giants are going to roll with going forward. But out of those 65 pitches, for him to compete in the strike zone last night, 43 strikes, and a lot of those misses, quote-unquote misses that he did have, were right off the black. That first at-bat versus Kyle Schwarber easily could have called him up strikeout looking. Of course, that led to a single, or was it a double, I believe, down the first baseline for Kyle Schwarber. And we all know what happened with Bryce Harper and him hanging that slider over the plate. We'll get into the discussion later on about whether or not Kyle is tipping that slider with a little bit of a dropped arm angle. But overall, I think you have to come away from that performance as pretty inspiring as a kid that can at least compete at the major league level. And here's the kid himself, number 45, Kyle Harrison, talking about that first start, how in his opinion it was not ideal, but it was good to get it out of the way.
It's a bit of a roller coaster ride that first time through the lineup.
For sure, yeah. He got me. Not obviously your ideal debut, but we'll definitely build on it.
No, not ideal, especially the way it ended last night with Camilo Duvall blowing another save in back-to-back games. The difference is last time he blew the save in that Logan Webb 8 2/3 outing. The Giants ended up winning last night. Don't need me to be Captain Obvious this morning. They ended up losing on that Trey Turner walk-off. But it was cool to see Kyle Harrison strike out Trey Turner for his first major league strikeout, right? And again, it's something that I want to talk to Henry Pence about. I want to talk to Kyle Harrison about today of why the lefties had so much success yesterday versus Kyle Harrison versus the righties who were striking out left and right and looked like they were struggling to pick up that fastball. But it was obvious going into this game that Kyle Harrison was going to, A, rely on his fastball, and then, B, relied on that slider. It wasn't until the second time through the lineup where he started mixing that changeup. I knew StatCast threw a cutter on the screen. They also threw a slurve. I'm tired of StatCast trying to be like the AI computer that can just figure out what everybody's throwing. Kyle talked after the game. He's like, yeah, I throw a slider. I don't know what all these extra names are for. It's just a bunch of nonsense. But whatever he was throwing, it got hit by Bryce Harper. But it was a lot of what Patrick Bailey was calling against lefties. Here's Kyle Harrison talking about his relationship last night with Patrick Bailey. I thought it was a pretty cool moment of having their family sit together out in the crowd last night in Philadelphia. Hopefully this is a battery that's pitching for the Giants and catching for the Giants for many years to come. Here's Kyle Harrison talking about the game plan going into yesterday's MLB debut and him trusting Patrick Bailey behind home plate.
You were mostly using fastball and the slider. Was that about trying to keep it simple in your first start, or what kind of thought went into the pitch mix and went into using?
Yeah, I think that was kind of the plan. Just filling up the zone early, trying to do the best I can to get ahead, and just trusting Patty back there and trusting what he's putting down.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Patrick Bailey, with what he's been able to show not only offensively but defensively this year. I'm going to trust the kid too. This is the same Patrick Bailey that Logan Webb gave up the pitch comp so that he could call pitches. That Alex Cobb, the 35, 36-year-old all-star, said, yeah, that kid behind home plate, throw down those fingers, or I guess I should say start pressing those buttons, and you call the game. Now, there was a little bit of a, I don't want to say controversy, but after the game, we do have some sound from Gabe Kapler that we'll get to in just a minute about maybe Camilo Duvall not trusting Patrick Bailey and maybe relying on his fastball a little bit too much. We'll get to that sound in just a little bit. But also, Kyle Harrison was relying on that fastball yesterday, blowing it by big league hitters. Here he was breaking down his fastball and how effective it was yesterday against the Philadelphia Phillies.
What What do you think about your fastball effectiveness, getting some of those awkward swings and swing and misses against, pretty big league guys?
Yeah, it was cool to see, but, it just shows that you got to be on it more and more. And if you're landing pitches earlier in the count to make the fastball play that much better, then that's the name of the game.
And that's the thing. If he continues to work on his arsenal, if he does develop that changeup even more than it already is,
that's the name of the game.
Then that fastball is really going to be jumping out of his hand. Again, it looked like it was extremely hard for righties to pick up yesterday. Does have a nice compact throwing motion. I've broken down his mechanics. I love the fact that he really doesn't move his back left foot at all. Will kind of be deliberate with his motion. Will sometimes switch it up to change up the timing a little bit. Overall, again, this is stuff that I've seen in San Jose, stuff that I've seen in Sacramento. So this is kind of what I expected yesterday. A lot of strikeouts, a little wild in the zone, but overall, I thought it was a good major league performance from Kyle Harrison. And here's the opinion from his skipper, Gabe Kapler, talking about that fastball and how Kyle fared in his first big league game.
Yeah, it wasn't just major league hitters, really good right-handed major league hitters that he was throwing the ball by. I've seen JT a lot, and he can certainly catch up to a fastball. He threw the ball by JT a couple of times, threw the ball by Trey a couple of times, threw the ball by Castellanos a couple of times. Those are some elite right-handed hitters, particularly against left-handed pitching, and you just don't see it very often. So it's pretty unusual, and it's a good signal of things to come.
Again, shout out to the 831 who checked out on the text line today, talking about Bobby Miller, Dustin May, Walker Buehler. This is what we want, right? We want one of those. We want a kid with an electric fastball. Like watching Kyle Harrison yesterday kind of remind me a little bit of Carlos Rodon last year. And he's actually like the only other lefty to hit 97 miles per hour outside of Carlos Rodon in the past decade for the San Francisco Giants. And it seems like, just like Carlos Rodon did last year, he's going to rely heavily on that fastball and on that slider. Shout out to the Rooster. I saw he was back in action yesterday for the Yankees, where, they lost their 9th straight game. Looks like the Rooster has been snuffed out in New York. But, hey, hopefully better success for the San Francisco Giants. At least they're not playing like the worst team in baseball, but they're playing like one of them. They've been struggling over the past couple weeks, and that's why just having Kyle Harrison in the clubhouse in Philadelphia felt like a spark. It felt like something to get excited about. But when you lose the game in a walk-off after Camilo Doval goes out there and gives up a free 90, hits the first batter of the game, which we always say on the leadoff spot, kids, don't give up free 90s. It never ends well. And last night, it did not end well for Camilo Doval. Here's Gabe Kapler on the ending of last night's game and how it kind of spoiled the debut of Kyle Harrison.
But obviously it would have been much more satisfying for us to come back in after a quality debut and win the baseball game. I think we fought pretty hard to get to that 9th inning. A lot of good things happened to get to that 9th inning. Good pitching performances, some good defensive plays, some big moments, and you fight to get to the 9th. You feel like you have the best closer in the game out there to win the game, and it's disappointing. It's definitely a gut punch.
And that's the thing. Going to that 9th inning, I know it's been a while since we've seen Camilo Doval on the field in a safe situation. I mean, again, 2 weeks ago when the Giants were 2.5 games back from the Dodgers in the NOS, we were talking about maybe Camilo Doval breaking the save record for a single season for the San Francisco Giants. But it seems like he's been sitting on that number 33 number for a while now. And that's going back to, like I said, that blown save, quote-unquote blown save, after coming in after Logan Webb in that 8 2/3 innings performance. Now it's a blown save that was a result of him getting a ground ball and Brandon Crawford trying to make a play at first and the runner scoring from second base. So I'm not saying like, oh, it's the end of the world, Camilo's struggling, like a lot of people were saying on Twitter and social media yesterday. But I do think it's a little bit of a cause for concern with how ineffective that he was yesterday. With the fastball sitting 98, 99, he's not getting it up to 100, 101, 102, 103 like we've seen before. Who knows if that's wear and tear? We know the Giants' bullpen has thrown more innings than anybody else this season. Or who knows if he just doesn't have confidence in his pitches right now. Again, this is all speculation. But from hearing this cut from Gabe Kapler postgame, he talked about how Camilo Doval not only needs to trust himself more, but he needs to trust the pitches that Patrick Bailey is calling in that 9th inning.
One thing we're seeing is that Camilo is using one pitch frequently, right? He was going back and forth between a synchronous cutter. So one of the conversations that we had with him, myself and Bales, and this is an ongoing discussion, is just to really, trust Pat Bailey behind the plate. He's going to put down fingers to mix the pitches, right? And in this particular case, we're not mixing enough. That's part of the concern right now in the ninth inning of games. Camilo all year long, and even dating back a really long time, has been especially effective because he's mixed his pitches and thrown his slider. So I just think that was one thing that was challenging in that inning, among other things, as you mentioned.
And it's something we'll keep an eye on with Camilo moving forward. With his pitch selection, with his velocity, and how he's throwing the ball right now. The Giants have played in a ton of one-run ball games this season, and they've won a lot of them. But every once in a while, you're going to lose these games. And I still think Camilo Doval is one of the best closers in baseball. Again, I'm not going to kill the guy for blowing a save yesterday, but it does hurt a little more when he had the chance to close it out in Kyle Harrison's debut. Of course, Kyle is not on the hook for the loss, and he wasn't going to get credit for the win either, only going 3 1/3 inning. But it would have been a nice little turnaround. It would have been some nice momentum. And then they could have been in the rubber match today, going for the series win with their all-star Alex Cobb on the mound, facing off against also former all-star Michael Lorenzen. I say former because he was an all-star with the Tigers, got traded through that no-hitter a couple weeks ago. So it'd be a good matchup today. But again, we're in the midst of a stretch of the hardest stretch of the Giants season. And now not only do they close out the series against the Phillies today, they come back home on Friday and take on the Atlanta Braves. So you start to wonder if a loss like this will linger at all. Well, here was Gabe Kapler talking about putting this game behind him and continuing in this quote-unquote playoff race.
Complete non-issue. We do a really good job of turning the page. We'll obviously examine the things that happen in tonight's game, but we're not going to lose any sleep over it. Tomorrow's a day game. We'll come back and get ready to play the Phillies. That's it. We do that every night, win or lose, and baseball's not a game that you can kind of sit in the last game for very long. So as soon as you guys walk out of here, we'll obviously have some conversations and turn the page, get ready for tomorrow.
Gabe Kapler not losing any sleep. I'm not going to lie.
Complete non-issue.
I lost a little bit of sleep last night, Dave.
Complete non-issue.
Especially when I'm thinking about the Giants going 1 for 10 again with runners in scoring position.
Complete non-issue.
After watching them not capitalize on the Phillies kicking the ball around in the outfield like they're playing kickball. Complete non-issue, Dave. No big deal. Giants are 2-14 in the last 16 games. Complete non-issue. The Giants just got knocked out of the third wild card spot last night when the D-backs beat the Rangers. Completely non-issue, Dave.
Complete non-issue.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. We'll see how the issue turns out today with Alex Cobb back on the mound, taking on Michael Lorenzen. As they mentioned, day game, getaway game for the Giants. 1:05 first pitch, 12:05. Pregame starts right here on The Sports Leader. And coming up later this week on The Sports Leader, or it might be over on KGO 810 The Spread, is the 49ers' third preseason game of the year against the LA Chargers. And Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday about their game plan for QB2 and game QB3 this week, and whether or not he will name a QB2 backup starter before the season starts. We'll break it all down for you next. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, The Sports Leader.
Wisnowski is going to kneel down at the 22-yard line. This is a 32-yarder to win the ball game. Denver up 20-18. 3 seconds left. Tabor Peppers on the snap. Set. Kick. High enough. Long enough. And the Niners win. Jake Moody from 32 yards out. 21-20. 49er victory.
The leadoff spot with the Waterboy Marcus Boucher continues.
Check with Waterboy, all right?
Check with Marcus.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Checking in with the Waterboy on a Wednesday morning, one day after Kyle Harrison makes his MLB debut. Fun stuff this morning. Shout out to everybody on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, giving their thoughts on the first Major League appearance from Kyle Harrison.
Complete non-issue.
Yeah, it's a non-issue that he only threw 65 pitches, 3 1/3, had 5 strikeouts, 2 earned runs, a couple walks, or at least 1 walk and 1 hit batter. We'll get back into the Kyle Harrison discussion later on with Paulie Mack, as I will be filling in for Brian Murphy this morning. But I did want to take a few minutes to talk about your San Francisco 49ers, who, of course, completed the comeback win in their Week 2 preseason game against the Denver Broncos on Saturday, and now have their final preseason game of the year this Friday. That's right, Friday, 7 p.m., the Friday Night Lights down at Levi Stadium. And they'll be hosting Justin Herbert, Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, and the LA Chargers.
Go yourself, San Diego.
One of the big questions will be if the little bear will be there to talk to the big bear. Of course, I'm talking about Nick Bosa, seeing his brother Joey Bosa.
Complete non-issue.
Because we have not seen Nick Bosa at all at 49ers training camp. But right there, Dave, I think that's a perfect drop. I agree with Gabe Kapler. I think it's a non-issue about what's going on with Nick Bosa. I know there are some people saying, oh, well, he's got to be ready for the season. He's not participating in preseason. That's a fair argument. We've even heard John Lynch say that most players need 3 weeks to get ready for the NFL season. Well, here we are less than 3 weeks away, but Nick Bosa has still not showed up in camp. And from the latest that we've seen on social media, he's out with his agent in New York, and hopefully they've been on some Zoom calls or at least some conference calls with the 49ers front office and John Lynch, as I think we're all expecting a deal to come down sometime this week. But again, we have not got any news, and me and Paulie Mack have the pleasure of speaking to John Lynch tomorrow morning on the Murph and Mack Show, so make sure you're tuned in for that to get some answers on Nick Bosa. But right now, we might be getting some answers on the backup quarterback position from Kyle Shanahan, who spoke to the media yesterday, and immediately, as soon as I popped on the YouTube stream, there was our guy Larry Kruger asking Kyle Shanahan about the backup situation. Anybody who's been following the 49ers this offseason has known that Brock Purdy is QB1. Dave, stop it. And that if he was healthy, he was going to be the starting quarterback against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, there were questions about going back and forth with Tommy John surgery, internal brace surgery, on whether or not Brock Purdy would be healthy. But now all that nonsense is out of the way. We saw him last week against the Denver Broncos. We might see him this Friday against the LA Chargers. Here was our guy, Larry Kruger, asking Kyle Shanahan about the backup position, because yesterday I saw a lot of headlines of Kyle Shanahan says he's going to rotate QB2 during the season. Well, it took a little bit of, I'm not going to say a leading question by Larry, but I'll let you hear it yourself. Here's a full back and forth on Kyle Shanahan talking about who will be QB2 between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold.
Kyle, do you plan on announcing a number 2 quarterback, or are you going to wait till right before the game? And is that something that could rotate week to week throughout the season? How do you see that?
Yes, all that. I mean, I would think probably announced it before we played Pittsburgh, but not this game.
Do you think it could rotate throughout the week?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Now, to me, that sounds a little different when you put it in context than the headlines of, oh, there's going to be a rotating quarterback too. It seems like he was asked the question, and before Larry could even spit out the follow-up, he's like, yeah, definitely. And then, of course, the headlines run with it, and we'll see what the plan is moving forward. Last week, Sam Darnold was QB2 in the game. Week 1 against the Raiders, we saw Trey Lance get the start. And I could come on air and list off the preseason practice throwing stats of every quarterback. It's day 18 yesterday down at Levi's.
Complete non-issue.
And, of course, we're tracking every single throw that these guys are making. But I've told you once, I'll tell you again, I really don't care about these practice stats. The only thing that I really do pay attention to is the number of reps that each quarterback is getting with the first team. And yesterday, in these 11-on-11 reps, Brock Purdy got 36 reps, all with the first team. Trey Lance took 15 reps, and Sam Darnold took 20. So that right there kind of reads the tea leaves that Sam Darnold is getting some more playing time, and he could be the leader for this QB2 competition, which, of course, could be settled in the Week 3 preseason matchup against the LA Chargers. But Kyle Shanahan also said in that press conference that there's really no game plan yet for his quarterbacks. They haven't decided who's going to play and in what order. They're going to wait for practice to play out this week, and then they're going to come down to the decision. But it sounds like all three of these quarterbacks are going to be on the roster this year. It sounds like Brandon Allen is kind of getting pushed out, as we saw him have 0 reps yesterday at practice and 0 last week against the Denver Broncos. I know there was some talk about maybe there will be a QB3 competition. I don't see it that way. Maybe they'll try to sneak him onto the practice squad if he doesn't get scooped out by somebody else in the NFL. But here was Kyle Shanahan yesterday talking about that exact topic and whether or not the 49ers will keep 3 quarterbacks on this roster.
We kept 3, I think. No, we had CJ and Nick, all 3 of them. After I think Nick started playing, I think we kept all 3 of them. I mean, you keep 3 when you have 3. And everyone in the NFL, it's hard with the 53-man roster. So you'd like to keep 2 so you can get another position somewhere. The new rule I don't think is going to change anyone. That's just a bonus. It's not like you get an extra 54th. It still takes away from that. You just get extra one up on game day. But for what happened to us, the one time out of 10,000 games or whatever it is, I don't think people are going to change their rosters because of that. But if you do have a third one that you don't want to lose, because it's hard to have quarterbacks. It's hard to keep them on practice squad too. Then that's what you got to do.
And as we all know here in the Bay Area, it's hard to keep quarterbacks healthy. And that's why you heard Kyle Shanahan reference the NFC Championship game last year and whether or not it would have been beneficial to have an emergency quarterback. Who knows if Jimmy Garoppolo could have suited up that day in that emergency quarterback role. That's neither here or there. But it's something that we're going to see this year with the NFL bringing back that third quarterback emergency situation. Now my question is, who's going to be the guy holding the clipboard? Because in those situations, the third-string quarterback can only come into the game if both the first and second stringers are hurt. And once that third quarterback does come into the game, the first and second stringers cannot make a return, even if they miraculously go into the tank and get shot up by some you-know-what, and are able to come back into the game. No, that will not happen. And it begs the question, do you want Sam Darnold as your backup, a guy who seems like he has a higher floor, or do you want Trey Lance, who seems like he has a higher ceiling? And an interesting perspective to me is if you want to use Trey Lance in a running package, in the Bison package, with the Deadpool backfield with Deebo Samuel back there running read options, do you then keep Trey Lance as your QB2 and only go to Sam Darnold in case of emergency? Or do you bite the bullet and keep all 3 quarterbacks active on your roster and ignore their emergency quarterback role? Something that we can talk to tomorrow morning again with John Lynch as the 49ers will continue their roster construction. They have 5 days until August 28th to cut down their roster to 53 guys. So there's going to be a lot of competition going on, not only this Friday, but the next week down in Santa Clara at Levi's. Whether it's the QB 3-4 competition or whether it's something like the wide receiver competition, where we've seen an opening this offseason for someone like Ronnie Bell after watching the injuries to Ray McLeod, after seeing Danny Gray hurt his shoulder last week. The 49ers really don't have anybody lined up to be their kick returner, punt returner. So it seems like Ronnie Bell would fit that mix. I know they just bring in Anthony Miller, brought him into practice the other day. They've got guys like Tay Martin. They've got Chris Conley. They've got Willie Snead. So they got to figure out who's going to be that number 5 wide receiver on this roster. And even defensively, what they're going to do in the backfield. Who's filling in for Jimmy Ward? Is Sam Womack going to get more playing time? Deommodore Lenoir, Ambry Thomas? There's a bunch of questions to get into with this 49ers roster. And hell, there's a lot of storylines. I even saw yesterday, Dave, that there was a couple fisticuffs being thrown. There was a fight yesterday between Jordan Mason getting into it after being punched. Not punched at, but Fred Warner was punching the ball. Next thing you know, that led to a little bit of a brawl between Jordan Mason and Diomede Lenore.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Also heard there was a back-and-forth incident between Leroy Watson and Ladarius Hamilton at 49ers practice yesterday. Yeah. Maybe they were inspired by that brawl that they saw on Saturday between 49er fans with that dude in the Jerry Rice jersey throwing haymakers. And I got to say, Dave, I'll take credit as someone who grew up going to Raider games at the Coliseum. I got an eye for fights. I pointed out that fight from all the way across the stadium. I told my buddy, I was like, hey, there's too many dudes standing up over there. Something's about to go down. Next thing you know, KNBR is posting the fight clip, and I'm getting like a credit from 49er fans. Like, damn, you got one hell of an eye. And again, I told him I grew up going to games at the Coliseum. I could spot out a fight from a mile away. But overall, it was a good experience being there at Levi's on Saturday, hearing the applause and support that Trey Lance was getting. And I'm sure he'll get that same support this Friday as the 49ers cap off their preseason against the LA Chargers. Again, 7 p.m. first kick under the Friday night lights. The water boy will be out there checking out maybe Brock Purdy, maybe Sam Darnold, definitely Sam Darnold, and definitely Trey Lance. I mean, we're getting to the point where I wouldn't mind if we just played Trey Lance for the entire game. Get him as many reps as possible. It seems like Kyle is kind of steering in a certain direction with this QB2 competition. Who knows? Maybe we'll hear from George Kittle about which of the three quarterbacks he likes the best. I was just glad to see George Kittle back on the practice field yesterday. And it sounds like he should be ready for week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mike Tomlin, Kenny Pickett, the kid out of Antioch, Najee Harris, TJ Watt going one-on-one with Colton McKivitz and Trent Williams as well. We'll continue to break down those week 1 matchups for you as we get closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. But we're also getting closer and closer to the start of the Marcus and Mac show. I'm filling in for Murph today, so we'll get the party started on the other side with our guy Triple E somehow making it back from New York. We'll let you know all the inside Murph and Mac stories on the other side and continue to break down the MLB debut of Kyle Harrison. It's the Waterboy Marquise Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh, man, never let it be thought or said that there's not a lot going on behind the scenes before the stroke of 6 a.m. You should have seen what's going on today. I got OD over there just being OD, just being the man. I got Triple E because, well, I mean, where do I begin? First of all, good morning, Marcus.
Yeah,
how you
what's
doing,
up,
buddy?
Paulie Mac? I'm glad you made it to work this morning,
No,
Paulie.
no, I was fine. I actually got in quite early today, and as I was pulling into the garage, my phone starts buzzing. I'm like literally pulling it. Look at this kid's wearing a Yankee hat, by the way. I just realized that.
Oh, man.
So Triple E, he's our favorite producer, and he flew to New York for a few days. So just as I'm pulling in and I'm like parking the car and I'm grabbing all my gear, there's Triple E. Yeah, guys, my car's towed. I don't know when I'm coming in.
My car's gone, Paulie Mac.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing, Paulie Mac. We've been praising this kid for being on like a 2-week streak.
Maybe a little
of
too much praise.
He's like, oh, I'm here before Murph. I'm here before Murph. And
Well,
now
look what happens.
Now all of a sudden Murph is gone and his car is towed and he's 0 for 1 beating Paulie Mac in.
And he just made it in before the stroke of 6. So the kid is here. He is on the board, and he's wearing a Yankee lid.
I don't like it, Paulie.
All right, I want to break this down with you because that's kind of your territory. That's your property. Like, you got to mark your turf as a baseball fan, and you've done that with your New York Yankees. Here he comes, the nouveau riche Yankee fan. Marcus, I'll take all your thoughts.
Well, here's the thing. This kid hasn't earned his pinstripes, and he shows up to the Bronx last weekend, and next thing you know, the Red Sox sweep the Yankees. I'm blaming Triple E for this 9-game losing streak for the Yankees.
And by the way, Giant fans, hang tight.
We got Kyle Harrison.
We got all kind of Kyle Harrison coverage coming your way. In fact, my buddy Chuck just sent me a great picture. I'll talk about that in a sec. But back to the matter at hand. Now, you're saying he hasn't earned his pinstripe. Here's the fascinating problem. This kid's been to Yankee Stadium and you haven't.
Yeah, but I've seen
that?
I've seen as many wins.
Crazy?
I've seen as many wins at Yankee Stadium than Triple E has. Because he didn't see any this weekend, Paul. That's the problem.
Why, did he go more than once?
No, he only went once, but he's 0 for 1.
He took the L.
Yeah, so he's got a worse losing percentage than I do.
Go ahead and blame Triple E for the Yankees' decline. It's got to have something to do with him.
I'm just going to start calling him Triple L, Paul.
Yeah, Triple L.
Triple L.
3 losses for the price of 1.
Yeah, welcome back, Triple E.
But anyway, I'm glad you made it back, Triple E. Good to see you. We'll catch up during the break.
Barely made it back.
I don't even know how he got in. I'm not really sure I want to hear the story, but I know he woke up this morning and his car was gone. So he texted in. He goes, guys, I got to take an Uber in. He made it, thank God. So, Mark, it's great to see you, buddy.
Yeah.
Murph out for the rest of the week. I think he's on a bird like right now, or he's like, boarding the plane right about now. So we're going to handle this for the rest of the week. And what a night last night, man. A really good ball game until the 9th inning. Yeah. Kyle Harrison, I want to get all your thoughts as you're a student of the game. You're a student of pitching, the art of pitching. I got to tell you my impressions first off, and I'll take all your thoughts. Mm-hmm. I thought the kid held his own pretty nicely. I mean, I really did. Yeah, Bryce Harper got him. That's just kind of a welcome to the bigs moment.
Yeah, Bryce Harper gets a lot of dudes.
Right, yeah, exactly. He's going to do that to Cy Young guys. I mean, there's no surprise there. So Bryce got him early, but I like the way he settled down. The swing and miss stuff is really encouraging. So to me, I thought it was a very promising debut, Marcus. Give me all your impressions on what you saw.
Well, I love the breakdown. Even his first at-bat, battling against Kyle Schwarber. Now, that's not the way you want to start your big league career, letting up a double down the line. But I thought he got squeezed.
It was a good little battle. He got squeezed a bunch,
Yeah, there's a couple balls right on the outside black, and that's why it's been a big focus for a lot of people with Kyle Harrison about his control issues and whether or not he can compete in the zone. Last night, he threw, I think it was 43 of his 65 pitches, 4 strikes, so there he was. And in that first inning, he was letting it fly. All 3 of those strikeouts in the first inning came off the heater, hitting 95, 96, 98 miles per hour.
Guys were waving at that S.
That was that electricity that we've all been talking about, Paulie.
Yeah. So he seemed to be like kind of humming around 97 with the fastball, 96, 97, going up a lot, guys swinging and missing up. So again, I don't know, man. This is very encouraging to me. Now, it was unfortunate the game got away in the 9th. Given how it just slipped away. Like, I don't want to overreact to it, but it was a downer. Like, they really need a win just in any way, shape, or form. And to see Camilo Doval, who has not been getting a lot of work, as you pointed out.
No.
I mean, I'm not going to say that's the reason, because the ball goes off the glove. It could happen to anybody. But it's just a tough way to end a ball game. And Gabe Kapler called it, it was a gut punch. Yeah, it was a real gut punch.
Well, it was a gut punch because, A, you didn't get the win on Kyle Harrison's Major League debut. And now Paulie Mac, with this team losing 12 of their last 16 games, they're now on the verge of being outside of the playoff picture looking in. Technically, the Arizona Diamondbacks, by beating Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers last night, have taken over that third wild card spot, and now we're talking about a team that's, looking from the outside in through the wishing glass, hopefully that things are going to turn around for the Giants.
Couple of notes from last night. So, first of all, they were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. I mean, there's one of the biggest problems this team has. They get guys on base, and they can't bring them in. I mean, it seems like this happens every night in the first inning. Well, there's always traffic on the bags, and then generally 9 times out of 10, it feels like they just go down quietly with guys just stranded.
And Paulie Mack, we've seen that now in back-to-back games against the Philadelphia Phillies. Whether it's Aaron Nola in game 1 and Johan Camargo grounding into that double play.
Here he comes, Johan Camargo.
There's our guy, Johan Camargo, who probably won't be on the roster too much longer with the news that the Giants signed Paul DeJong yesterday. We'll get into that breakdown in a little bit as well. But then you look at the first inning yesterday, and there were the Philadelphia Phillies just kicking the ball around. Kyle Schwarber in the outfield. There was that ball that hit off the bag up the middle. And the Giants, again, can't capitalize, only score 1 run. It was nice to give Kyle Harrison that lead, but as we saw with that Bryce Harper at bat, that lead disappeared quickly. And again, it comes down to the Giants not taking advantage of those opportunities. They got to throw some crooked numbers on the board sometime, Paulie.
Yeah, they do, and it's tough. I mean, that's been killing them, just leaving guys stranded on the bags. And then just Giants baseball on the road, dismal, dude. Yeah. Here's some numbers for you. They're 2-14 in their last 16 road games. 2-14.
Jeez.
And right now, I mean, listen, they are in a tough spot because they are trending the wrong way. And we're about to take that turn into September in just a few days. So they're going to have to figure something out here. They're going to have to figure a way to manufacture some run to beat. Today is kind of quietly a big game. Mm-hmm. They really do need this win against Philly because on the season series, I think the Giants have 3 and the Phillies have 2. Correct. I think this would tie it up if Philly gets the win today. So the Giants really need this win. It could factor in the wild card race. And I'm starting to wonder, should we even be talking wild card? I mean, I know they're in the mix, but still it's really trending in the wrong way, Marcus.
Well, I think we have to acknowledge it because here we were less than 2 weeks ago, it felt like, Paulie Mack, before I went out to Las Vegas to watch that Raiders and 49ers
they were right
game.
There, man.
I remember my last show, I was like, the Giants are 2.5 games back of the NL West. Now here we are, fast forward 2 weeks later, they're 12 games back from the Dodgers, and as we just mentioned, 3.5 games back from the Philadelphia Phillies, and now behind both the Chicago Cubs and the Arizona Diamondbacks in the wild card standing.
Yeah, it's a little concerning. I mean, it's the Giants are just going to have to figure a way out to start getting their offense cranked up a little bit. I mean, Jock Peterson, again, that guy out there right now, he just has fun playing baseball. I enjoy watching Jock. Did you see, not only did he come through with the bat again last night, he's got the hot bat, but how about that backpedaling catch to the wall? And then you see him tip his cap to the dugout. Jock is a fun guy to watch because it just looks like he has fun playing the game.
He looks like a grown man playing a kid's game.
And he laughs. He enjoys being out there, man.
He's sticking his tongue out, whether he's sliding, making diving plays in left field or sliding into home plate the other night. Jock is a character. The problem is there's not a whole lot of character in this lineup right now, Paulie Mack.
No.
Not a lot of guys are hitting the baseball.
No, man. And I just want to say a few more things about it. We'll talk a lot of Kyle Harrison today. In fact, we'll probably explore his night in the big hit. We'll get into that later today. So if you want to call in and give us your thoughts later, we'll definitely do that. But my good buddy P1 Chuck, who we talk about all the time, this is our great friend. Now, he's another De La Salle dad. He's got a kid who went to De La Salle, graduated. I believe he's already graduated college, my man Chuck's son. But anyway, there was a big De La Salle contingent in the yard last night. Did you see the family getting a lot of camera time? They got a lot of TV time.
I did. It was awesome. And the thing that stood out about it that I thought was really cool is they had the Harrison family with the Kyle Harrison T-shirts on, sitting right behind the Patrick Bailey family. And I'm sure those families are going to get acquainted pretty well, thinking about them being the battery mate for the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years. I don't know. I don't want to put too far ahead of myself here, but I think that's what you want to see with this Giants nucleus is guys like Patrick Bailey, guys like Kyle Harrison.
Man.
It was a cool moment to see both their families sitting together in the crowd last night.
So my guy Chuck sent me a picture that was taken after the game. I just sent it to you. I showed it to you a few minutes ago, Marcus. It's Kyle Harrison on the field in Philly long after everybody is gone last night. This is well after the game. But he's flanked by a whole bunch of his boys from De La Salle.
That's awesome.
So it's just kind of cool to see all these kids. Because this kid was in high school 3 years ago, man. He was in high school 3 years ago. Now he's pitching to Bryce Harper. It's crazy. And we're all excited. It's just a really great homegrown local talent story. So this is a great shot. I just want to say thank you, P1 Chuck, on the air, because that's a great photo of a bunch of young guys, man, just loving the moment and enjoying the fact that their boy is now pitching for the Bigs. Yeah, get that up there, Mark. It's
there
very
you go,
nice.
Paul and Mac. We got video cameras now. I'll show off the picture.
You know what I'm saying? The benefits of streaming, once again, just out there. Mark is sharing the shot with everybody, and it really is a great shot. So thank you, P1 Chuck. That was awesome. They'll do it again today. We got a daytime affair. Marcus, first pitch, what time?
1:05 today.
All
It's
right.
Alex Cobb taking on All-Star Michael Lorenzen. So it's another good pitching matchup tonight, Paul and Mac. Or should I say today?
I mean, they got to kind of empty the tank today because they got a day off tomorrow, traveling back to the Bay. I'll be out there Friday night, actually. The Bravos are coming in, and we have that Levi concert again. We'll be pumping that up all week. I'll be out there from 5 to 7 p.m. Free music. Mustache Harbor. Did you see Hunter Pence pumping that up there in the game last night?
I did.
He was
I heard
talking
the
Mustache
shout-out.
Harbor.
Yeah, and we'll give some love to Hunter Pence, who I believe is scheduled to come on the Murph and Marcus show, or should I say the Marcus and Mac show?
Marcus
later
and
on the
Mac show. So why don't we do this? We'll clear the decks real quick. We'll come on back, see if Triple E's settling in over there with his new Yankee lid on. Although Marcus is saying just flat out,
take it off.
He hasn't earned his pinstripes.
Unacceptable.
How do you earn your pinstripes? Like, what's the process?
Garrett Cole is still trying to figure out, Paul and Mac.
Is it like pledging a fraternity? Do you have to like get hit with paddles and stuff? Like,
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Totally. How do you get initiated and earn? How do you earn your stripes, Marcus? Tell me the process.
You got to get one of those gift baskets from Derek Jeter. That's what you got to do.
Although I would rather hit Triple E with a paddle. That would be a little more enjoyable, at least for us.
Thank you, sir, man.
We give him a few of these.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was Triple E getting smacked around with the Yankees this weekend, but hey, shout out to our guy Carlos Rodon. The Rooster made his return from the IL yesterday.
Did he flip anybody off? Or
Didn't
did
flip
he
anybody off, but the Yankees lost again. They've now lost 9 straight.
Didn't he get into it with the Yankee fans like in his early?
He was like blowing kisses.
Oh, blowing
and stuff.
kisses. Yeah, I knew he did something. Last thing you want to do is engage that crowd in a bad year because they'll just take it out on you for sport.
Mm-hmm. So 100%. But yeah, Carlos Rodon, a guy that we loved watching hit 97 miles per hour for the Giants last night.
I did enjoy
That's
that.
why it kind of reminded me of Kyle Harrison throwing those 97, 98 mile per hour fastballs from the left side also.
All right, Marcus, clear the decks. We'll talk to Triple E on the other side, get the guest list, and get you set up for a busy Wednesday morning right here. It is Marcus Boucher and Paulie Mac, Murph and Mac Show. Sans Murph. Hold the Murph and give me an extra order on Marcus today on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Harrison made his big league debut last night in Philadelphia, but Camilo Duvall couldn't close it out as the Giants lost 4-3 against the Phillies. But to get the full breakdown on number 45's big league debut, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Bay Area native. He's had a brilliant minor league career. He was hurt a few weeks ago. Might have been here even quicker, but he'll make his major league debut. Kyle Harrison on the mound. The 2-2. Strike three called. Perfect pitch. And the first big league strikeout for Kyle Harrison. He got Trey Turner, one of the game's great players. That is strike three called. Frozen with the fastball. 2 down. And that's strike three called. 98 on the inside. And he strikes out Real Muto. So he's got 4 outs, all by way of the strikeout. Got him with the high fastball.
There's no time to think on that one, though.
No. So all 5 outs for Kyle have been by way of the strikeout.
All right, everybody, there you go. Nice night. Kyle Harrison out there making his big league debut. That's something we had all been looking forward to for quite some time. We've been talking about it all year long. Murph yesterday sat here and talked about his conversation with Kyle Harrison during the spring training in Scottsdale. Kid was up in the booth. I don't think anybody really expected him, Marcus, to break with the club and start the season up in the bigs, but I thought we'd all see him at some point, and last night was the night. Marcus is in for Brian Murphy today, by the way, as we say good morning to you. And we got a great guest list today. We're going to have a very busy show, actually, with tons of guests coming in today. We'll give that to you in a sec. But again, just picking up the pieces from last night, I mean, the grand scheme of things, it's another loss for the Giants. It didn't really feel good. That's the other thing, Marcus. The Giants were unable to put enough runs on the board to give their pitchers in the later innings a little bit of a cushion. There's no margin for error with this Giant team. That's how it feels right now. Every run is so hard fought, and it's it just feels so difficult to get runs across the plate. And then when they do, last night, they take a 1-run lead into the ninth. Turns out it wasn't enough. Duvall just it was just an unfortunate sequence out there with the ball going off the glove, and then the tying run and the winning run score all in that same sequence. And the Giants walk off after what Gabe called it a gut punch kind of loss, Marcus.
And it was gut punching because of it was Kyle Harrison's debut, and I think we all wanted to walk away with the win last night, but the bigger ramifications of it, the fact that it would have gave you the opportunity to win the series, not only this week in Philadelphia, but the season series overall after you swept the Phillies when they came to San Francisco earlier this year. Now the Phillies not only have a chance to tie the series today overall in the season 3-3, but you start looking at those wild card standings. And this was a huge game when you're looking at the Phillies having that number 1 wild card spot. Now they have a 3.5 game lead over you, and now you've been kind of hopped over by teams like the Arizona Diamondbacks, teams like the Cincinnati Reds, who you have to take on next week, teams like the Chicago Cubs. They're all in the conversation now, and now the Giants are on the outside looking in, and it's all in the midst of the toughest stretch of the season for the Giants.
Yeah, it's not even.
And unfortunately, they're playing the worst ball of the season, it feels like, Paul.
Yeah, they really are, and they're putting a lot on Alex Cobb today. He's going to have to go out there and really carve.
He's got to be the stopper.
He's got to be the stopper today, and he has been in the past. He's had this position. He's been in this position, rather, and previously. In fact, he would pull a really nice stopper job when you and I were doing shows the last time Murph was out. I'm trying to remember the scenario. It might have been after the A's. They lost those 2 to the A's. Then they lost, I want to say, 2 or 3 to the Angels.
Correct.
And I think it was that, I'm trying to remember. But in any case, I remember Alex Cobb stepped in a similar situation a couple of weeks back and kind of put a stop to the losing and put together a nice pitching performance. So hopefully they can do that today, because that day off will feel a lot better if they can get out of Philly with at least 1 win.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you continue to lose, if you continue on this stretch going all the way back to that Bay Bridge series, Paulie Mack, we mentioned it earlier. They're 4-12 in their last 16 games. You bring up their road
2-14 in their last 16 roads.
Absolutely abysmal.
2-14.
They just can't buy a win right now. So even when you have the good vibes of a Kyle Harrison making his debut, even when you're looking at the best closer in baseball, Camilo Duvall, coming in for the 9th inning, as soon as he beamed that first batter, Paulie Mack, there I was sitting on my couch screaming, no free 90s.
Tough spot to get hit, too, that inside elbow thing. That hurt me just watching that. I was like, oh, damn.
Yeah, especially coming off the hands of Camilo Duvall. But how many times do we see it in Major League Baseball, in college baseball, in high school baseball, in Little League Baseball? You walk that leadoff hitter, you give a guy a free path to first place, it comes back to bite you in the ass, and that's exactly what happened with that Trey Turner line drive up the middle, the ricochet off the glove, gets right by Thairo Estrada, and really, because Camilo Duvall touched it, Luis Matos didn't really have a chance to make a play at home plate.
No, it's one of those.
Phillies walk it off, and here they are celebrating the demise of the Giants and the demise of Gabe Kapler, Paulie Mack.
Well, Gabe, listen, Gabe after the game, I actually kind of feel for Gabe right now because my whole thing with Gabe, and obviously we do a lot of Gabe Kapler riffs on the show. We do the voice, how you doing? Okay. We do all that stuff, and we'll probably continue to do that. But lately I'm feeling more like my frustration is kind of aimed more at Farhan lately. And again, we all got into that kind of heated. I don't know if you realize this, we started ramping our takes up, bro. By the end of the show yesterday, we were screaming.
Yesterday, I was like 9:35 might be the hit of the day.
Do you
really? Is that what you imagine?
I do, Gabe. I do. I don't know if Gabe heard that segment. It better off if he didn't, actually. And good thing Triple E didn't hear it. He would have been like, damn, these guys are angry. But we started ramping up the venom, dude, in the 9 o'clock hour. And I remember, I think it was after the final segment we did before the face-off with G Pops and Jumpin' Johnny Lund. Texters were like, damn, you guys are losing your minds in there. But again, I feel like right now, yes, I'm unhappy, and yes, it's frustrating, and yes, the Giants do not appear to be like a playoff caliber team to me right now. They just don't look like one to me. But I'm feeling more of it towards Farhan right now. I just feel like, Farhan was in a spot. I don't know what went on behind the scenes. I wasn't in the room when the trade deadline was approaching and they were trying to make deals or not. I don't know. But I do know when the smoke cleared, the only thing that was there was A.J. Pollock. And what did he do? Play a game and a half and he's gone? I mean, so I'm frustrated. And I feel like they had an opportunity to try to make this club better, be it with an arm, be it with a bat, maybe, something. And nothing really happened. And now Gabe is just out here trying to kind of scotch tape wins together. It's not easy. Gabe is, I just want to be fair to Gabe. He's not in a great enviable position right now.
I would agree with that take, Paulie Mack, but it's also it feels like it's been emphasized even more the last couple weeks.
Go ahead. What do you mean?
Well, when you look at a lineup like the Atlanta Braves, when you look at the lineup last night for the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yes, dude.
I mean, how many times do we talk about the Dodgers having so many All-Stars in a lineup? Look at that Phillies lineup last night.
Yep. It really drives it home. It does. Schwarber leading off. I'm like, dude, one swing, this guy leaves the yard.
And here's the thing, Paulie Mack. Kyle Schwarber was a free agent. Trey Turner was a free agent. Nick Castellanos was a free agent. Bryce Harper was a free agent.
Yeah.
And the Giants didn't go out and sign any of these guys. Now, I know they were involved in the conversation.
I know.
They were flirting with Bryce Harper, trying to convince him to come to San
tried. They went out to Vegas. Remember, they did that whole, they did like a day-long pitch. I want to say from my memory, I think Bochy might have been there too. Mm-hmm. I know Larry was there, and I think Farhan was there when they were trying to romance and schmooze Bryce Harper. It didn't happen, obviously, and there's the frustration again, like they do. They've gone after some of these big dogs, these big fish. Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, they're unable to reel them in.
And to your point, Paulie Mack, whether it is Farhan trying to romance them and schmooze them, the bottom line is they're not signing these guys.
No.
It's the same thing I tell my mom every time I visit for the holidays. Like, Mom, I'm trying to romance and schmooze these ladies at the bar. I'm trying to get a wife. I'm trying to have a kid.
Are you getting the pressure now? You're probably going to start getting
single,
that.
Paulie Mack.
So
it's a bottom line business. I can go out and get 1 million phone numbers, but if I'm not taking them home, then I did not succeed. I'm not capitalizing on the opportunity.
Shout out to Joe Pesci and Goodfellas, by the way.
What?
That's right, Joe Pesci and Goodfellas, where he's sitting there, he's having dinner with Ray Liotta, Robert De Niro, and his mom, who's played by Martin Scorsese's mom. She plays Pesci's mom in Goodfellas. That's Scorsese's mom, the old lady with the gray hair. Anyway, she's feeding all the guys, and she goes, look at your friends. These guys, they're married, they settled down. When are you going to get a nice girl and settle down? And then Joe Pesci, maybe my favorite line of all time, he goes, Mom, I get a great girl every night. He goes, I don't want to settle down. I mean a great girl every night.
That's the water boy right now.
But in any case, you're going to start getting that pressure pretty soon. Like you're 30. Yeah.
Just like
both of you.
Just like Farhan's getting that pressure of not getting these big name free agents.
When are you going to settle down? Find a nice girl, settle down.
Yeah, Farhan, when are we going to settle down with a superstar, huh? When are we going to get someone to settle down in that 3-hole in your lineup?
I'm just curious about that.
Yeah. When am I going to get little Bouchers running around, dude? By the way, that would be awesome. I would love to see little Bouchers.
It's not my responsibility.
But you're good. You live your life.
Yeah, water boys for the kids.
Give me some horns, Triple E. Let's do the guest list, because we got a lot going on today. Mm-hmm. We might even have to move some of these guests around, because it's kind of a traffic jam.
Yeah.
Marcus, slowly walk us through what looks like an incredibly busy guest list today.
Well, Paulie Mac, as you know, on Wednesday mornings, your Power Hour always starts off with Mike Krukow. So 7:35, we'll break down the MLB debut of Kyle Harrison with Mike Krukow. But as you said, Paulie Mac, there might be some moving parts this morning.
Yeah.
Because it is expected for Kyle Harrison to come on the Murph and Mac show this morning, one day after his Major League debut. Now, we're still going through some scheduling issues with the Giants, so we expect Kyle in the 9 a.m. hour today. So stay tuned for all the updates with Kyle Harrison.
By the way, I got a what do you give me for on Kyle Harrison? Can I give you my lookalike take?
Yeah, give it to me.
Because it was in my head last night because he's got a great face. Kyle Harrison has a great face, and he has the same face as his old man, Chris, who we had on the show yesterday. They kept showing his old man up in the seats. I'm like, damn, he's got his old man's mug. So the movie Remember the Titans. You ever see Remember the Titans?
Oh, of course.
All right, the great linebacker, Bratier, I think his name is, Batier, whatever, the white kid who's the linebacker.
The outside
who winds up
linebacker?
getting paralyzed. It's very sad at the end. But that kid's face has a very strong resemblance to Kyle Harrison's face. Just check it out.
Okay.
Keep that in mind when you get a chance.
I like that call.
And another thing about that guy, the actor who played Bratier in Remember the Titans, this blew my doors off because I didn't know. He went on to play one of the bikers in Sons of Anarchy.
Dude, he was
with the
Opie.
hair and the beard. He was Opie. Dude, it took me like a year to put that together. Somebody told me, I'm like, are you kidding me? That's the guy from Remember the Titans?
100%. Me and my best friend.
Blew my doors
we
off.
watched every episode of Sons of Anarchy. And we didn't know until like season 5 that was the same dude. I was like, wait, you're telling me Opie, who got his head bashed in the prison cell?
That's all.
Was the outside
dude, it was the
linebacker for Remember
worst.
the Titans? Left side, strong side. Come on.
How about that? They're making Jax watch the beating through the glass.
Oh, dude.
It's just...
I cried during that moment, Paulie, man.
I
It was heartbreaking.
I almost it was heartbreaking. Guy's watching his boy get taken out, and with baseball bats, no less. In any case, sorry about the distraction. Marcus,
now I'm going to be thinking about that scene every time Kyle Harrison gets taken out of the game.
Shout out Bratier.
Walks out there with the bat in his hand.
Weak side, strong side. Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Mike Krukow today. And, of course, like I said, we will talk to Kyle Harrison some point today in the 9 a.m. hour, which means we're going to try to move around our bags alert this morning. Andrew Bagley, we'll try to check in with him from the East Coast out in Philadelphia for today's rubber match. Then we'll get through the cooler of content, and then we'll do something fun today, Paulie Mac. At 8:35, we're going to check in on Sound Summit with Michael Nash, of course, friend of the program.
Yeah, it's that time of year where Murph and I are going to be emceeing. This is an annual tradition now. Murph and I have done this, I think, 10 times, maybe even a couple more. It's a great tradition where we go up to Mount Tam in the theater up there. It's just beautiful. As far as like one of the most picturesque kind of settings for great music here in the Bay Area. And Michael Nash is the organizer, the promoter. He gets all the bands to come in. And if you go up to the show, Marcus was there last year. Listen, we're going to have a good time. Murph and I will be on and off the stage all day. We bring the bands on. We bring the bands off. We make announcements. We do a little riffing. But the big thing is just come on up and have a great time. So we'll give you all the details, the bands that are playing. And Michael Nash, just a good dude, friend of the program, Marcus.
Oh, yeah, phenomenal vibes last year up on Mount Tam.
Yeah.
It's worth it just to be up on the mountain. Great stuff. We'll
Shout
talk
out
to Michael
Faye
Nash
Webster
about
once
it.
again.
Shout out to my girl.
I know.
That's my girl, Faye
You guys
Webster.
connected up there, man.
I'll have to ask Michael Nash if Faye Webster's on the card again for this year's Sound Summit. We'll check in with 8:35. Then we'll do some 49er news 8:55 this morning with the great Matt Barrows from The Athletic.
Matty.
Breaking down Kyle Shanahan's press conference yesterday, talking about that QB2 competition and talking about where in the world is Nick Bosa, Paulie Mac.
Where in the world is Nick Bosa? Legitimate question.
I think he's in New York.
Right
now, but that's not Santa Clara, so that's got to change.
Fair enough.
We'll check in with Kyle Barrows, see if we got any updates on Nick Bosa at 8:55, and then to cap it off today in the 9 a.m. hour after Kyle Harrison. Hopefully, we'll be the man on the call for Kyle Harrison's debut last night. That's Hunter Pence, who was in the booth last night with Dave Fleming.
Yeah, Hunter Pence had a lot to say last night, and I look forward to talking to him, actually. How do you like Hunter Pence in the booth, by the way?
I'm a fan of Hunter Pence. Whether it's the Apple TV broadcast, which I'm not a huge fan of, and stay tuned, we might have some Mad Dog Russo riffs about that in the cooler of content today. He's not a fan of the streaming services, Paulie Mac.
Who isn't?
Chris the Mad Dog Russo.
That's not surprising.
Let me tell you, Paulie Mac.
I don't like Hulu.
I can't find these damn games.
I don't like Amazon Prime.
I can't do it. They're trying to take my money, Paulie Mac.
I got to be honest with you, though. I don't like going over there to watch games either.
Me neither.
I don't.
It's a bad experience.
But I got to flip during breaks, dude. I got to flip during commercials.
Yeah, but I will say, those Friday night games, it is a plus when I do get Hunter Pence on my screen.
Yeah, I like Pence, too. All right, well, good. It's a nice-looking guest list. Why don't we do this? Clear the decks, drink some water, get cool, get comfortable. On the other side, we have a lot of post-game sound. Why don't we get into some of that next on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
I'm just curious about that.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Cincinnati Reds Wednesday, August 30th. First pitch 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's Doval to Trey Turner. 3-2 Giants. Bases loaded, one out. 2-2 pitch. Swing, line drive off of Doval's glove. And it ricochets away from Estrada. The tying run scores. The winning run scores. The Phillies beat the Giants with 2 in the ninth, 4-3.
All right, Triple E, very good. Little Guns N' Roses, little Kyle Harrison. I think he's saying like it was a baptism. Is that the interpretation? Welcome to the jungle, Kyle Harrison.
Oh, I thought he was getting us ready for the Football Friday forecast, which only a couple weeks away.
Bro,
Holy man, do you know where you are?
You know what's funny is I actually wound up getting a cup. Speaking of football, I got a couple of minutes of the new Hard Knocks last night. After the Giant game, I actually watched some of the posts last night, too. I just kind of stuck around. I watched Kapler do his thing with his muscle tee on and everything in the clubhouse. Gabe was not happy last night, and I don't blame him. He called the loss a gut punch. But after that, I flipped over to HBO. Got a couple of minutes of Aaron Rodgers footage. They were doing some preseason. Have you been checking it out? Have you been watching the new episodes?
I watched the first episode. I have not checked out the second or the third one that premiered last night.
Dude, Bobby Saleh with his F-bombs. I mean, like, I would say, like, if you can pull some sound from that, Tripoli, maybe Greg can find some. Try to find some of the Bobby Saleh sound, because this guy drops F-bombs like 3 or 4 per sentence. It's out of control.
Now, Paulie Mac, here's something I've been wanting to ask you and Murph as well. Do you guys ever check out the brick by brick 49ers Hard Knocks that they do on YouTube? Because I saw that episode that came out last week.
I've seen like pieces of it. I've never seen like an entire episode. Have you watched like full length?
So I watched the full episode 1. I thought it was great.
Are they 30 minutes or 60?
It's about 30 to 40 minutes because they really don't have any time limits because it's on YouTube. It's not a TV show, so they don't have restrictions.
Give me some brick by brick highlights.
There was some really good footage from training camp. They had Teleno Hufanga mic'd up on the field. They had Brandon.
Last week?
Yeah, this was last week. They had Brandon Ayuk and Charvarius Ward mic'd up, so you got to see the back and forth with them. Maybe we can cut up some of that sound. Put it in
I'd
the
love to hear some. I really would. I'd like to hear some of that.
And we've got some great 49er updates for you from Kyle Shanahan coming up on the other side.
Yeah, and Matty Barrels will join us today. We'll talk Niner ball with him and a lot of Giant guests, too. If you're just joining us, we did the guest list last segment, but Kyle Harrison will join us today. Hunter Pence coming on as well. Extra bags will join us. Talk Giant baseball from Philly. But in the meantime, Marcus, why don't we dive into some of the post-game sound? I haven't heard this stuff yet, and I'd like to. I'd like to go through it. So just starting up at the top, if you want to walk this kid through it, I mean, pick out the good ones, Marcus.
Yeah, because
Let's hear
obviously the story of the day yesterday was Kyle Harrison making his Major League debut, and I know there's a lot of Giants fans out there who got their first taste of Kyle Harrison, watching him pitch for the first time, potentially, and now maybe they're hearing him for the first time also, Paulie Mac. Here was Kyle Harrison breaking down his first Major League start yesterday. Of course, only going 3 1/3 inning, throws 65 pitches, 43 strikes. Did have 5 strikeouts on the night. Here he is breaking down his first inning against Bryce Harper, and overall his performance yesterday in Philadelphia.
It's a bit of a roller coaster ride that first time through the lineup.
For sure, yeah. He got me. Not obviously your ideal debut, but we'll definitely build on it.
I really liked the way he handled himself, though. Yeah. For a kid on the mound for the very first time in his life, like, I just liked, even after he gave up the bomb to Bryce Harper, he kind of went right back to work. And guys were, there was swing and miss stuff happening out there, Marcus. What do you have, 5 strikeouts last night?
Yeah, and that's the thing. In that first inning, of course, we saw the Schwarber double down the line. We saw the Bryce Harper home run. But the fact that he was able to bounce back after both of those hits that he allowed in the first inning with 3 straight strikeouts, he strikes out the side, hitting 95, 96, and even 98 miles per hour on the gun. That right there showed that at least his fastball does play at the big league level. Now, that slider is something that he left up over the plate to Bryce Harper. And it was an interesting note that Hunter Pence kept pointing out on the broadcast about how the lefties yesterday were having more success against Kyle Harrison, where we all know in baseball in 2023, you think that the platoon advantage would have favored Kyle Harrison. It's a big talking point of why he made his debut against his Philadelphia Phillies lineup, something that we'll dive in later with Hunter Pence. But overall, I thought it was a good performance. A nice showcase. Did do a nice job mixing up his secondary pitches the second time to the lineup, but could still work and develop on that third pitch, on that changeup, in my opinion, Paul.
He also kind of reminds me physically of Matt Cain. Like, he's got like the thick legs. You can tell he's got a lot of power, from the waist down, pushing off on the rubber and stuff. Like, the build is very kind of Matt Cain-esque.
And it looks like an easy 96, 97 out of the hand. Like, it's not too much effort. You don't hear the big groans, the grunts, the after every single pitch. It's a nice fluid motion, very repeatable, very basic, not a ton of movement.
No.
And that's why
he plants that foot, too, like plants the right foot a little bit. Did you catch that?
Exactly.
Like,
And that's why even when he got to the stretch early in the count, he was still productive in the strike zone, competing and throwing strikes. And it's nice when you have a catcher like Patrick Bailey behind home plate. We mentioned earlier their families were sitting together in the crowd. I think Giants fans all expect to see this combination playing for the Giants for the next few years. Here was Kyle Harrison talking about that game plan, attacking with his fastball and relying on Patrick Bailey to call those pitches behind home plate.
You were mostly using fastball and the slider. Was that about trying to keep it simple in your first start, or what kind of thought went into the pitch mix and went into using?
Yeah, I think that was kind of the plan. Just filling up the zone early, trying to do the best I can to get ahead, and just trusting Patty back there and trusting what he's putting down.
trusting Patty back there and trusting what he's putting down.
I think they all trust Pat Bailey. I think all the pitchers that take the mound trust Pat Bailey at this point. I think he's earned it.
Yeah, and we've heard Logan Webb talk about how he's kind of ditched the pitch comm. Even a veteran like Alex Cobb, who's up to, 36 years old now, is relying on this young rookie behind home plate. And as we mentioned, we do think this is going to be a battery pairing between these two pitchers for the future. Then again, I said the same thing last year on opening day with Logan Webb and Joey Bart. So we'll see how it plays out for both Kyle Harrison and Patrick Bailey. But getting back to the point of that fastball, blowing it by guys yesterday.
He did nicely, yeah.
Check this out. He had 11 swings and misses on the fastball alone. And 3 of those first strikeouts came on called strikes. So these guys were looked like the Phillies were having a hard time picking up that fastball out of his hand yesterday.
There movement on it? Like, it seemed like it was elevating a little bit, like it had a rise to it.
So he's got a little bit of a two-seam tail to it, a little bit of arm side action.
Yeah.
Not the biggest two-seam
So there's
action.
not a lot of movement on his stuff, right?
Not like a Logan Webb, Alex Cobb fastball.
Yeah.
It's interesting. We'll ask him today if he's more of a four-seamer or a two-seamer type pitcher.
Nice.
It looked like he had a little bit of run on that outside corner.
And by the way, speaking of Marcus, real quick, I forgot to mention this or ask you about this. Like, they were tending to his hand like immediately after the first inning. Did you see the trainers were like working on his hand? I never got a follow-up on that. I think he had a cut because he said he had to glue something.
Yeah, and I saw they zoomed in on it in the dugout in between innings, and it looked like there was a cut. I don't know if he spiked himself.
Is that from his grip? Like, how would you?
Well, I'm guessing since it's on the back of his hand, it might have been from him maybe kicking his own hand, which seems crazy. But when you're pitching, you have arms and legs and ligaments flying all over the place. Unless someone, I don't know, kicked a bat at him in the dugout like Carlos Rodon did last year. I don't think there's any foul play.
Yeah.
But that's something, again, we can ask Kyle Harrison about and ask him about that two-seam/four-seam grip and what he was going with last night. Here's Kyle Harrison talking about blowing fastballs by big league hitters.
Okay.
What do you think about your fastball effectiveness, getting some of those awkward swings, swing and misses against, pretty big league guys?
Yeah, it was cool to see, but, it just shows that you got to be on it more and more. And if you're landing pitches earlier in the count to make the fastball play that much better, then that's the name of the game.
Well, there you go. By the way, I want to throw this in the mix as well as we discuss Kyle Harrison and the Giant loss last night. Remind everybody to tune in to KNBR at 11:50 today because Sacramento River Cats manager Dave Brundage is going to join Papa and Lund today. Get your River Cats on at 11:50 with Papa and Jumpin' Johnny Lund.
Well, Paulie Mack, I'll tell you that Kyle Harrison sound was also sponsored by Marin Health.
There you go.
With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think, Paulie Mack. And yesterday we got closer and closer to the big league debut of Kyle Harrison. Here was Gabe Kapler yesterday talking about the fastball from Kyle Harrison and the overall big picture perspective of number 45 making his big league debut.
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't just major league hitters, really good right-handed major league hitters that he was throwing the ball by. I've seen JT a lot, and he can certainly catch up to a fastball. He threw the ball by JT a couple of times, threw the ball by Trey a couple of times, threw the ball by Castellanos a couple of times. Those are some elite right-handed hitters, particularly against left-handed pitching, and you just don't see it very often. So it's pretty unusual, and it's a good signal of things to come.
Yeah, it really is. Very promising. The fact that he had guys of that caliber, like Gabe said, swinging and missing, man, very encouraging.
And I know that was a storyline coming into yesterday's game, whether or not the Giants could find a quote-unquote soft landing for Kyle Harrison.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. There's not really a soft landing in this schedule coming up for the Giants, so they threw him into the fire in Philadelphia with those fans going crazy, with that guy behind home plate arguing
That's my
about
boy. I gotta say, I missed him last night.
I was looking for him
I did too. I looked for him too. It was a whole different kind of personnel back there.
I could have used him, but overall, I said, I think it was a good first performance from Kyle Harrison. He's on that pitch count, obviously, only threw 65 pitches. But he was in line, not for the win with the MLB rules with the wins, but they had the lead when he came out of the game, and the Giants were looking like they were in a position to win. As we know, Camilo Duvall starts off that ninth inning with a hit by pitch. That leads to them walking the bases loaded, walking Kyle Schwarber intentionally, loads it up.
Yep.
Trey Turner gets the walk-off RBI. Game's over, and here's Gabe Kapler talking about how much of a gut punch it was to go out there and lose a game that Kyle Harrison made his MLB debut in.
Okay.
But obviously it would have been much more satisfying for us to come back in after a quality debut and win the baseball game. I think we fought pretty hard to get to that ninth inning. a lot of good things happened to get to that ninth inning. Good pitching performances, some good defensive plays, some big moments, and you fight to get to the ninth. You feel like you have the best closer in the game out there to win the game, and it's disappointing. It's definitely a gut punch.
Yeah, it is disappointing when you get Kyle Harrison going out there now. I know he only threw three and 1/3 innings, but you look at the performance of Ryan Walker coming in that 4th inning. Shout out to Ryan Walker. He just had a kid, was on paternity leave last week.
Congrats, Walker.
He's back with the big league club. Luke Jackson came in, had a nice strikeout, scoreless inning. Tyler Rogers and Taylor Rogers both contribute a scoreless inning. But then again, it leads to what we were just talking about with Camilo Doval not being able to close the door now.
Yeah.
Paulie, this is back-to-back games where he's had blown saves. The other one came in that performance where Logan Webb threw 8 2/3 innings. That's a little bit difficult to put the blame on him.
It is. It's tough. I'm reluctant to do that. He's been so good all year, but he hasn't been working a lot. Maybe there's rust.
That's the thing. He hasn't had too many opportunities over this stretch of baseball. But going back to that last blown save, he got the ground ball. Brandon Crawford tried to make a play at first, and Camilo Doval ended up actually getting the win in that game when Patrick Bailey saved the day. But yesterday the Giants got the loss, and that's why I guess I'll ask you, Paulie Mack.
Yeah.
Do you have any concern about the quote-unquote recent struggles for Camilo Doval?
Not really. No, I'm not really concerned about it. I think it's disappointing. It's unfortunate. But you're right. It kind of had a weird feel to it last night when he plunked the first batter and he get a guy in base immediately. And then the fans really caught fire. Like they came to life immediately, which becomes a more pressurized situation for Doval. Although he never seems like he is affected by anything going on around him. Like obviously his demeanor, Tranquilo, Camilo, and all that. Like he's so cool. But there was a weird feeling to that bottom 9 last night. I just didn't like the way it felt.
Yeah,
and it got away. But no, I'm not really concerned.
No.
I mean, are you?
No, not really. Now, there's one thing I have noticed with Camilo Doval. It does seem like his velocity is down just a tick, just a smidge, and he's still hitting 97, 98 miles per hour. But this is a guy that we were watching throw 101 two-seamers and 103, 104 cutters.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that's wear and tear. We know the Giants bullpen has thrown more than anybody else in the major leagues this year, and Camilo Doval still tied for the league in saves this year.
Yeah.
But it does seem like, especially last night, he was relying heavily on that fastball, and he wasn't getting those same numbers. And it's actually something that Gabe Kapler talked about after the game, about how maybe he needs to trust himself more with his off-speed pitches, and maybe how he needs to trust and rely on Patrick Bailey behind home plate.
One thing we're seeing is that Camilo is using one pitch frequently, right? He's going back and forth between a synchronous cutter. So one of the conversations that we had with him, myself and Bales, and this is an ongoing discussion, is just to really, trust Pat Bailey behind the plate. He's going to put down fingers to mix the pitches, right? And in this particular case, we're not mixing enough. That's part of the concern right now in the 9th inning of games. Camilo all year long, and even dating back a really long time, has been especially effective because he's mixed his pitches and thrown his slider. So I just think that was one thing that was challenging in that inning, among other things, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and it's challenging, like I said, when you start off the inning beating the guy, giving a free base runner.
Yeah, it had a bad feel to it, man.
Changes the flow of the entire inning, and then obviously we saw the results, not how the Giants planned it out for Kyle Harrison.
No, but at the end of the day, I'll give him the rock again in a second. Yeah. Go take the ball, give me some outs. I'll do it today if I need to. If I'm Gabe Kapler, I don't hesitate. So, no, I'm not really going to be overly concerned with what happened last night as far as Doval goes. And real quick, before we go to break, I wanted to shout out Bobby Bonds because this marks the 20th anniversary of his passing. And he's one of the really great Giants. I mean, obviously we talk about his son as we should, but you look at some of the numbers. I mean, 332 home runs. Marcus, this is what jumps out at me. Bobby Bonds stole 461 bags.
Wow.
461. So I just wanted to give a little tap of the heart to Bobby Bonds. I know the kind of generation before me, they all got to watch Bobby Bonds play at the peak of his powers and everything. And they say he had it all. Bobby Bonds had all the tools, man. Actually did some time in the pinstripes, too.
That's right.
He was a Yankee
we all
for a
know
little
the
while,
legacy that he left, not only here in the Bay Area with his son, of course, Barry Bonds, but across Major League Baseball.
Yeah, no, I just want to acknowledge that today because this does mark the 20th anniversary of Bobby Bonds' passing. So rest in peace, Bobby Bonds, a great Giant. Marcus Boucher in for Brian Murphy today. Hey, we got a lot of stuff to get to. We've got Kyle Harrison actually going to be on the show today. We'll talk to Mike Krukow as well. We've also got Michael Nash from Sound Summit. He'll talk about that. Hunter Pence, Andy Baggerly. Are we doing bags on the other side? Did we get to rearrange
alert.
him?
No, I don't think we got an update on a bags alert.
All right, so we'll come on back. Maybe we'll get into some little Niner discussion as well.
Niner talk, Paulie
Revisit the Niner camp because we got a game on Friday to talk about. Marcus Boucher, Paulie Mack right here on KNBR 680 on 104.5, the sports leader.
You know where you are.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
First and 10 of the Denver 22. Lance looking into the end zone. Caught for the touchdown. Trey Lance and Cameron Latu. So Trey Lance heated up the fastball on multiple completions on the drive. The Niners are in the end zone. The rookie from Alabama's got the TD and the 2-point conversion, the only thing left to tie it up.
All right, well, there you go. A little Frank Sinatra bringing us in. A little New York, New York. Why, you ask? Are we getting New York, New York? Well, Triple E. Actually, well, Nicky Bosa was in New York. Is he still there right now, Marcus?
So
Nicky
yesterday
Bosa?
on his Instagram story, there was a photo
Broadway
or a
Bosa.
story that was posted from Nick Bosa. It sounds like he's out with his agent in New York, maybe working on a new deal with the 49ers.
I wonder why they're doing it in New York, though. Like, it has nothing to do.
It's the city that never sleeps, Paulie.
Well, this is very true, and it is one of the greatest cities in the world, if not the greatest. And I encourage everybody to go visit if you've never been. Marcus, you're next. We'll get you back there. But Triple E just came back to find that his car had been towed, by the way. That's welcome back to California. Your car's gone. He can go to San Leandro after the show. Pick that. Maybe no more depressing kind of Uber or cab ride to take than over to the lot to pick your car. It's happened to me, too. My car got towed in Chinatown one time when I was eating lunch with Creative Tony. Came out of the restaurant. My car was gone. And I'm like, my first thought was, somebody stole my car. Yeah. Somebody freaking stole my car.
Especially when you're like us on a morning show, waking up at 3, 4 in the morning and your car's gone.
It's a terrible feeling. It's awful. Terrible feeling. But then I talked to some guy who was across the street, and he was like, no, dude, they hooked your car up and drove it away. And we were only eating lunch for like half an hour. But anyway, I know the feeling. It's awful. Anyway, there's a lot going on with the whole New York motif here. We'll get into some Kyle Shanahan sound in a second, but we had a really funny moment during the break. We're sitting here, we're getting ready for the segment, we're getting Kyle Shanahan sound together, and Triple E says on the mic through the glass, he goes, guys, back from New York now, what would be the one thing I could bring you guys if you had any choice of a gift from New York? And I was like, well, for me, like, I'll take a piece of pizza.
Yeah,
like
it's pretty obvious.
It's what I would ask for from New York. I don't need anything else. And he goes, hang on a sec. The kid runs into some unknown location, and he comes back, and he has now produced a slice of John's Pizza direct from Bleecker Street. Now, Triple E was in the pizza shop yesterday before he got on the plane, so this is less than 24 hours old. I would call that fresh. A lot of times it can be better the next day, actually. And just for all you guys out there going to reheat pizza, never, ever, ever do it in the microwave. Always do it in the oven. It's worth the wait. Keep that crust crisp. Now, we have a slice in the studio. Marcus, I'm going to have to ask you to be my taste tester. There's pepperoni on that, and I can't eat pepperoni this early in the morning, Mark. It's going to give me heartburn, so I'm going to have you take the initial maiden voyage bite of John's Pizza. Have you ever tried it before?
I have never tried John's. And Paulie Mac, I just want to point out how hilarious it is to me that our guy Triple E smuggled in pizza from across the country.
He did. He smuggled it.
We had this big reveal in the commercial break. Like, Paulie Mac, guess what I got for you? He runs in pizza.
He literally ran it in.
And Paulie Mac looks at it and goes, nah, I can't do pepperoni. It's going to give me heartburn.
But that's okay. I want you to take a bite and then kind of review it on the air. One bite, everybody knows the rules. Shout out to our boy Portnoy out there with his pizza reviews.
One bite, everybody knows the rules. Now, Paulie Mac, you're a much more seasoned radio host than me. Isn't it frowned upon to eat on air? Like,
well, we're going to make an exception.
Smacking.
This is a special occasion.
All right, one bite,
John's
everybody
Pizza.
knows the rules. Paulie Mac, keep talking so we don't get dead air.
Marcus has got the slice. It's a fold. He's taking the bite. Oh.
Nice and slim.
Yeah.
I'm sure I sound great with pizza in my mouth right now.
No, you sound fine. Yeah.
I could use some crunch on the crust, but obviously it's a cold pizza.
Yeah.
I should probably swallow before
All right, save me a bite. Now I'm getting like pangs. This is looking really good over there. But John's, how does the tomato accent the cheese and the crust? Go ahead. Describe
the
it.
sauce is phenomenal. The pepperoni is superb, Paulie Mac.
It is superb.
Now, here's the thing. I don't want to take any more bites because, like you, I kind of want to take it home, throw it in the oven, and kind of bring it back to life to get that full experience.
That's really the best way to enjoy it.
2 slices.
Get all your pizza sounds happening.
Yo, put some extra mozzarella on that.
And then finally, just for Sal, rest in peace, Danny Aiello.
This is my pizzeria.
And by the way, Triple E, just gesture through the glass. I know he's on the stream as well if you want to watch his reaction. But John's Pizza, thumbs, give me your reactions, nonverbal reactions. Double thumbs up.
I mean, that's the thing, Paulie Mac. If it tastes that good cold, I can only imagine when it is fresh coming out that oven.
No, they do. And you know what's funny, man? They started recently shipping throughout the country. So you can actually order a John's Pizza here in California or anywhere else in the Bay. And I think it's like, I got to double check this, but I think it's like $50 a pizza. And then there's like a shipping cost. Here comes someone. Look at this. Oh, boy. Now he just threw another slice down. Now, this is a non-pepperoni slice.
Wow,
Looks like
this kid's got multiple
tomato
slices.
and basil. Okay, thank you, man. I'm eating this.
We might have to pay this kid the $50 delivery fee.
I got to say thank you to Triple E. It was really thoughtful.
I appreciate the effort.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Triple E. Very thoughtful of you to smuggle a pie back for your boys at KNBR. By the way, speaking of KNBR, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You go ahead and enjoy that pepperoni, Marcus. Let's cue up some Shanahan sound as we dine.
Well, we know you can find good pizza at Levi Stadium. Shout out to our guy, Tony G.
Yeah,
I know he does a lot of work
Tony
with Great
G's.
Papa
Yeah,
as well.
Tony's pizza's good.
He's got pizza at Oracle Park, down at Levi's. But yesterday, down at Levi Stadium was Kyle Shanahan, and he spoke to the media ahead of the 49ers Week 3 preseason matchup against the LA Chargers. Paulie, a reminder, it's their final preseason game of the year since they only play 3 now, and it's something that we should be keeping an eye on over the next 5 days because August 28th is cut down day for the 49ers. That's when they need to simplify this roster down to 53 players, which of course is going to bring up questions about the QB3 competition, maybe some wide receiver competition questions, and maybe some defensive back questions as well. But I think on August 23rd, all 49er fans have the same question, and it's where is Nick Bosa? As we just mentioned a couple minutes ago, maybe he was out at Johnson Bleecker eating some pizza.
Why not? Although he's so disciplined,
he
probably
I don't know if Nick Bosa eats pizza.
It's a great question. My guess would be no.
No.
See, but for me, I don't even look at pizza as unhealthy.
No.
I don't. I look at it as
it's got vegetables on it, bro.
It's got tomatoes, tomato, bread, and cheese.
Yeah, exactly.
Ultimately, and if you're throwing a topping on, then you're getting a little protein with your meat.
It sounds like the food pyramid to me, Paul.
Or you got nice, dude. It's got all the groups represented.
Yeah.
So I choose to look at pizza as a kind of a healthy choice, because I'm never going to not eat pizza. So I choose to not look at it as unhealthy.
And it's one of those things like when in Rome, when in New York, you got to grab a slice. Hopefully, Mickey's not taking down too many slices because I know there are some people concerned whether or not he's going to be in shape Week 1 against the Steelers.
Only God knows.
Yeah, only God knows what kind of shape Nick Bosa's in. I'm sure he knows as well. I'm sure Nick's in great shape. But yesterday, Kyle Shanahan was, of course, asked about the status of Nick Bosa and if there's any updates on when he could rejoin the 49ers.
No, it's going pretty much exactly how I expected it to go. So now it's kind of just been exactly what I thought.
You expected it to go this long?
Yeah, I had a feeling it would. Hopefully sooner than later.
I love Matt Barrows checking in there. You expected it to go this long?
I got to tell you, no, I know that was good. It sounds like Shanahan's got a little cold or something. He sounds a little congested. No, a couple of quick things, Marcus, just to tie up some loose ends here. The text line has properly exploded now with a variety of pizza takes. Also want to give 510 a little bit of love. He sent me a picture he took at John's. He's been there before. He says, enjoy the pepperoni pizza. Now, we're getting a lot of reheating tips. I want to throw this at you, Marcus. Yeah. 707 comes in. He goes, for reheating the pizza, the best way is to pan fry it on the stove.
Pan fry? I heard people will add a little smidge of water in there also.
Very interesting. Triple E also catching some heat now from 408, for example. Going, what, Triple E can't bring you a slice of sausage? Paulie, what the hell?
You know how much Paulie Mack loves those sausages.
I do like sausage. I do love a good sausage.
Look at those damn sausages.
I'm not going to lie. I like them sweet, too, I got to say. And then there's another guy who said, hey, what you got to do is you got to put it on the frying pan with a cast iron lid over it. So reheat it on the cast iron is multiple.
Gets a little steam effect.
Yeah, and a lot of people say it gives the crust a little crisp as well, like crisps
Which
up
is what
the,
you need because whenever you microwave pizza, you get kind of that soggy crust.
You can't have that. No, you don't do it.
If last option you have to do it, put a little cup of water in the microwave with it. Then it's going to bring some life back to it also.
Only because we're sharing some great tips here. Let me give you one that we use in my house. So my wife got me what's called a pizza stone a few years ago. You guys know these things? Yeah, it's like a circular, it's like a big circle. You slice you drop the slices on the stone, you put that in the oven, and then that'll give it also the really crisp kind of crust. It's a nice way to do it.
I like a stone Paulie Mack using a pizza stone.
No, I'm not messing around. I got that totally, bro. I roll them up and I get my stone going.
You can probably use it as a roll-up tray.
No question. And so I appreciate all of the pizza heating tips. And then finally, from an earlier riff where I talked about the what do you give me for on Kyle Harrison, to me, the face looks a lot like the face of Bratier, the linebacker from Remember the Titans?
Strong side.
Weak side, strong side. Great movie, by the way. Really good movie.
One of the greats.
Really is a good one. Denzel plays the coach in a racially kind of turbulent climate down there. I think it takes place in Virginia.
Yeah, you got Ryan Gosling as that defensive back that gets burned in that game.
I got the hippie quarterback from California, Sunshine.
Yeah,
Dude, he can go deep though.
Yeah.
Sunshine can throw deep.
Rock.
So anyway, a great movie, and the actor's name is Ryan Hurst, and a lot of people also saying not only was he remember the Titans, then he did Opie, and then this is a show I don't watch, but a lot of people are saying he also has a big role on The Walking Dead.
Yeah, he was a big villain. There was two people.
Okay.
They wore like the face of zombies, like skins over their face. Their leader was called Alpha, and he was called Beta.
Okay, no, see, I never saw The Walking. I never really took that zombie plunge. I never got into the
Pretty
community.
good show. He kind of dragged on for a while. They're still trying to go with it with a bunch of
they got
spin-offs and
offshoots
stuff.
all
But
over
it
the
was
place.
huge at one point. It was
I
like
know.
the biggest show in the country.
I got friends that are way into it. And now finally, and then we'll go back to Shanahan Marcus, multiple people checking in, 4015-925. Everybody's saying, guys, don't forget about the air fryer.
Ooh, air fryer is clutch too. And Paulie Mac, I want to point out one text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
Very good, thank you.
It's my guy from the 916. He goes, Waterboy, not sure if you heard, they got the food pyramid.
Did they?
Paulie Mac, that's breaking news to me. I didn't know they got rid of the food pyramid.
What happened to the food pyramid? Well, I know they got milk. I know they got milk some time ago.
I can't drink milk now? I can't eat eggs? What's
they
the
used to
problem
tell
here?
you to drink milk for your bones. Yeah, but now you can't drink milk anymore.
I grew up my entire life, Paulie Mac, drinking milk. I've never broken a bone. That is a fact, Paulie Mac.
See, that's impressive.
Start calling me the milk boy instead of water boy.
They'll call you the milkman. Very impressive.
Because I always deliver. Kind of like we're expecting Nick Bosa to deliver. Let's give you some extra Kyle Shanahan sound.
Do it, man.
On the, I wouldn't say argument, but about the concerns that some fans and some people around the organization might have about Nick Bosa not being in camp. We're less than 3 weeks away from that first game of the year against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it's something that John Lynch has mentioned about other players, about how they could need 3 weeks to prepare for the season. I don't know if he put Nick Bosa in the same category as some of these other players, but here is Kyle Shanahan about that same topic, talking about whether or not Nick Bosa does need that extra time before the season starts.
You never know until you put him through that. So, I think Bosa's first year here, he got I think it was a high ankle sprain. I think he went like the first week of practice, and then we didn't see him again until the Wednesday versus Tampa Bay, and he played in that game. So it's different for every player. I have as much confidence with Nick as any player I've ever been around. You always want it to be more time. I wish it was 3 weeks. I wish it was 5 weeks, but not sure how many weeks it's going to be, but you always would like more.
Yeah, I don't think the weeks really matter with Nick Bosa. This is a guy that hasn't participated too often in training camp throughout his career. The only week that does matter is week 1 in Pittsburgh, Paulie Mac.
Yeah, whatever they're going over, whatever the back and forth is about at this point, it does seem to be the universal belief is that when the smoke clears, Nick Bosa will come out of this as the highest paid defensive player in the NFL.
Correct.
And maybe second to only a couple of guys in terms of, and those would probably be marquee quarterback type guys like Mahomes.
And to your point, Paulie Mac, we've seen this before with John Lynch, whether it was going through the contract negotiations with George Kittle, last season with Deebo Samuel kind of dragging into the season. Yeah. It does seem like the overwhelming feeling is that they're going to figure it out and they're going to get something done.
And they really have to, and they will. I think we're all confident, and I think we all feel the same way. Now, would we like to have this thing done? Yeah, of course, but it's just not going to play out that way, and it probably won't. This will continue after the final preseason game, which will be this Friday. But if you really think about it in terms of talent, Nick Bosa is probably the best player on their roster, either side of the ball. I don't think anybody has more of an impact on games than Nick Bosa in terms of a singular kind of talent. Maybe Deebo Samuel when he's at the very peak of his health and powers, because he can wreck a game now. He can break tackles and wreak havoc out there. We've seen him do it. We didn't see a lot of it last year, but I expect we're going to get more kind of prime Deebo this year. But again, going back to just talent, Marcus, I think Bosa's the guy. He's their best player.
It's Bosa in the conversation. I think you would throw Christian McCaffrey into that conversation.
Okay.
I'd even mention a George Kittle because of what he's able to do as a blocker in the run game as well.
Yeah.
Good news on George Kittle yesterday. He returned to 49ers practice. Seems like he's on track to play week 1.
Yep.
So that's huge news for the 49ers offense. But you're right. With that defense, it's Nick Bosa. It's Fred Warner over the middle. All-pro Fred. There's just so much talent on this roster. Paulie Mac, that's why we're talking about Super Bowl or bust.
It's so funny
that Fred Warner gave us at 49ers training camp 2 weeks ago.
It really is the mindset down there, and I'm glad that it is. It's like they're looking to go all the way this year, and I think that they should. You look at the roster. We just talked about some of the talent they have. You named those guys on both sides of the ball.
We didn't even mention Trent Williams, Kyle Juszczyk, Brandon Ayuk.
I know, seriously. No, there's a lot there. There is a lot there, and they have as much talent as anybody in the NFC. That's really not even debatable. As far as talent goes, they might be the most talented roster in the NFC.
Now, Paulie Mac, one position that we did not mention right there, the quarterback position.
Well,
And that's something that's kind of been surrounding this team. I don't want to say as a question mark the past couple of seasons, whether it's Jimmy, Trey, or Brock Purdy. The question is, can a quarterback win with the collection of talent that the 49ers currently have?
It's a great question. I mean, it's probably the most important question facing this team. Like, they've shown you that they can get to a Super Bowl and have a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter with Jimmy Garoppolo. Mm-hmm. So maybe you don't need like a Burrow, a Mahomes, a Josh Allen, like in order to go all the way with this team because there's so much talent all around the quarterback position. That's why I think a guy like Brock Purdy, if he can just stay healthy and keep a steady hand out there, which I expect that he will, like I think that's enough to actually take you there. I really do, because he's going to give you hopefully 4 quarters of kind of mistake-free football or not the kind of mistakes that would bite you the way Garoppolo would. Because Garoppolo would do a couple things in each game. He would do a lot of good stuff, but then he would do some things that would make you be like, wow, I don't know why he threw that ball or what he was looking at right there. You're not really getting a lot of that with Brock Purdy. He's much more...
You talking Italian?
Yeah, and Jimmy knows I love Jimmy. I mean, we all know this.
Oh, me too, Paulie Mack. Everybody knows.
My point is, though, is that I do think that with Brock Purdy, yes, I think they could close the deal.
And
I do.
I agree with you. I think Brock Purdy elevated that offense comparison to a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo. And I know a lot of people have been talking about the interceptions in training camp this year and practice that we're talking about.
Yeah.
But the guy threw 4 interceptions last year. I think they're on the right path with Brock Purdy. The only question is, if they go down a path to maybe going with the backup option, who's going to be that QB2, Trey Lance or Sam Darnold?
Okay, good. Perfect way to set up the next segment, because we actually have Shanahan on the quarterback situation, and then we'll lead right into Mike Krukow and get back into Kyle Harrison. So why don't we do that, Marcus? We'll hear from Coach on the other side, talking about his roster, his stable of quarterbacks, and who he sees kind of fitting in where. That's next on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
You expected it to go this long?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody, Paulie Mack saying good morning, and thanks so much for listening to Marcus and Mac today. Murph out till Friday. But I want to talk to you about America's favorite car show coming right back to the Bay Area. In fact, it is the 40th anniversary season. We got cool cars, cool people, good times, and the biggest hot rodding party of the summer. Of course, it is the Good Guys 36th West Coast Nationals happening this weekend. Hey, bring your family and friends out, too. It is a great time at the Alameda County Fairgrounds over in Pleasanton. Happens from the 25th through the 27th. That's this weekend. Over 3,000 of the West Coast's finest 1998 and older hot rods, trucks, cars, muscle cars, all the classics on display. Also, come on out and check out the 40 Years of Excellence display. You're going to see some of the top award-winning cars in Good Guys history. That'll be a lot of fun. And a lot to do with the kids. They have that free kids zone with all kinds of activities and foods. You can shop the swap meet, the Cars for Sale Corral. Check out all the vendors. Hell, we're throwing in live music as well. They got everything going on over there. It is the America's favorite car show. It is the Good Guys 36th West Coast Nationals. Come on out, get details, register your vehicle. You can also purchase tickets at good-guys.com, and then hang out with us this weekend. Hang with the Good Guys, where real car people come to play.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I feel like every time I step on the field, I learn so much. I get so much better from every rep, whether it's practice, games, or whatever. Just seeing as many pictures as I can and continuing to get as many reps as I can with these guys.
All right, there you go. The voice of Trey Lance, who looked pretty good. I think Niner fans felt pretty good about what they saw from him last week, especially after what we saw from Trey Lance week 1 of the preseason, which was pretty concerning. But he really got back up on his feet. Kyle gave him a good look in the fourth quarter. And Marcus and I were talking about this earlier in the week. Marcus in for Murph, by the way, through Friday.
What up?
That it was one of those very rare preseason games, Marcus, where you and me and like any football fan, especially if you're a Niner fan, you were locked in on that fourth quarter. Usually by then you're wandering around the house. Maybe you're doing something else entirely, like the game's on, but you're not really watching because they're guys like you've never heard of and probably won't make the roster. This fourth quarter had a lot to it, man, and that's when Kyle got under center. Excuse me, when Trey Lance got under center. So it was an important fourth quarter. I thought he looked pretty good. I know you've got some cuts here, so I'm kind of eager to hear Shanahan on his quarterback situation if you got some new stuff here, Marcus.
Yeah, because to your point, everybody has been focusing on the quarterback, quote-unquote, competition, quote-unquote, controversy, whatever the hell you want to call it during the offseason.
Yeah.
And it all stems going back to, of course, the Brock Purdy injury in the NFC Championship game. And I think our show has made it pretty crystal clear that if Brock Purdy is healthy, he's going to be your QB1.
Marcus, we've made it crystal clear.
I mean, I'm trying to paint the picture for everybody. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to lead the people to the
crystal clear
of Brock Purdy being QB1.
Yeah.
But there are still discussions going on this summer. I think Brock Purdy has quieted those conversations.
Me too.
Obviously making his debut last week back at Levi Stadium for the first time since that surgery in their Week 2 preseason matchup against the Denver Broncos. But we also saw the switch in QB2 movement with Sam Darnold following up Brock Purdy after Trey Lance started week 1 in Las Vegas, which, of course, leads to the questions about now who's going to be the QB2 on this roster moving forward. And yesterday, Kyle Shanahan, I'll say, made some headline news. The headlines I saw this morning is Kyle Shanahan plans to have a rotating quarterback 2 during the season, has not made up his mind. And that's why I think it's important to put this quote in context.
Okay.
Now, here's our friend Larry Kruger, who you're here asking this question, going back and forth with Kyle Shanahan on whether or not the 49ers are going to name a QB2 before week 1 against Pittsburgh.
Okay. We kept 3, I think. No, we had CJ and Nick, all 3 of them. After I think Nick started playing, I think we kept all 3 of them. I mean, you keep 3 when you have 3. And everyone in the NFL, it's hard with the 53-man roster. So you'd like to keep 2 so you can get another position somewhere. The new rule I don't think is going to change anyone. That's just a bonus. It's not like you get an extra 54th. It still takes away from that. You just get extra 1 up on game day. But for what happened to us, the one time out of 10,000 games or whatever it is, I don't think people are going to change their rosters because of that. But if you do have a third one that you don't want to lose, because it's hard to have quarterbacks. It's hard to keep them on practice squad too. Then that's what you got to do.
Now, that one's on me, Paulie Mack. I actually called for the wrong cut. You did not hear Larry Kruger in that cut. That will be the next one coming up.
You know what it was? I think you were blinded and your judgment was kind of impaired by enjoying John's Pizza during the break. I just took my first bite, by the way. Thank you, Tripoli. Mm-hmm. He was good enough to bring me like I guess it's just a regular with basil on it. Very tasty. Thank you, man. That John's tomato comes right through. Tripoli's a good kid. Went to New York for a few days, had John's Pizza twice, and as Marcus keeps saying, decided to smuggle a few slices back. I saw the bag. He's got it like in a huge Ziploc baggie. He's got a slice of Sicilian in there. He's got pepperoni, and he's got me the basil. So
I just don't want to find out where he was hiding that bag at.
No.
That's the big question.
Yeah. No, I don't. Oh, dude, no. Don't even start.
That's not a road I want to go down.
What are you saying? They didn't do the cavity search before he boarded the plane? Before he boarded the plane?
As you know, Triple E's pretty familiar with those latex gloves. But that's a conversation for another day. Let's continue the conversation
get us back.
on Kyle Shanahan.
Thank you.
That was him talking about the three quarterbacks that should be on the roster for the 49ers. I know there was a little bit of a conversation.
You got me with the latex, dude.
Whether or not there was going to be a QB3
last straw
competition between Trey Lance and Brandon Allen. I will point out yesterday at 49ers practice, Brandon Allen did not take any snaps at all with the first team. Brock Purdy took 36, Sam Darnold took 20, and Trey Lance took 15. So take from that what you will. But yesterday, Kyle Shanahan did not clarify which quarterbacks are going to be playing on Friday night and what order they're going to go in. But here was that back and forth with Krug talking about whether or not he will name his QB2 before week one.
Kyle, do you plan on announcing a number 2 quarterback, or are you going to wait till right before the game? And is that something that could rotate week to week throughout the season? How do you see that?
Yes, all that. I mean, I would think probably announced it before we played Pittsburgh, but not this game.
Do you think you could rotate throughout the week?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Now, to me, Paulie, that's why I wanted to put it in context, because it seems like Kyle had an answer before Krug even finished up on the follow-up. He's like, yeah, definitely, yeah. Well, we'll rotate and we'll name a quarterback. It seems like Kyle really didn't want to give an answer, but Paulie Mack, I'll ask you a question.
Yes.
Who are you leaning towards in this QB2 competition between Sam Darnold and
That's
Trey
a
Lance?
great question. You know, I mean, am I allowed to say that the jury's still out? Because that's kind of how I feel, honestly. Like, I think Sam Darnold is probably the more sound choice, only because of the sheer amount of football he's played in the NFL, whereas Trey is still really a beginner. I mean, he really is. He's just getting his legs under him. And you can kind of see that at times, like as he tries to read defenses, as he tries to react to any given situation when the pocket is collapsing, for example. Like, he did not look all that prepared for that kind of broken play scenario like in week one, although last week I thought it looked a lot more comfortable. So to get back to your question, I'd like to see these guys this week one more time, and maybe Kyle feels that way too, although he might have a decision made already. But if you had a gun to my head, I would probably say Darnold too, and that's only because of the fact that he's played a lot more football than Trey Lance at this point. I think Trey Lance has the potential to get there. I really do. It looked like what I saw was encouraging. But right now, if I had to choose, I'm probably going Darnold at 2. And I'm keeping Lance on the roster, though.
And that's why it's interesting to see what the game plan is going to be for this Friday. As we mentioned, Kyle Shanahan did not give out that playing game plan and a snap count for all three of these quarterbacks, whether or not the ones will be out there with Brock Purdy like we saw last week against the Broncos. But now we're in a situation where I wouldn't be mad if Trey Lance maybe gets 3 quarters. I don't even know if you have to see more from Sam Darnold, because to your point, I think we've seen that Sam Darnold can be a capable backup quarterback. He can deliver the mail. It seems like he has the higher floor as a backup versus someone like Trey Lance, who to me still seems like he has the higher ceiling. I know we've talked to guys like Matt Mayoka, Greg Papa. They've talked about the arm talent of a Sam Darnold. But what I've seen at the 49ers-Raiders joint practices, what I've seen in the 2 preseason games, I haven't been blown away by the arm talent of Sam Darnold. Again, he makes all the throws that you need him to make, which is what you're asking for in this Kyle Shanahan system. But if we've seen that already, why not give Trey Lance that extra playing time?
Yeah, fair enough.
Because he only got in the 4th quarter in game 2.
I'm with you. I'd like to take a longer look at Trey.
I need more Trey Lance. I wouldn't be mad if he does get the majority of the snaps, maybe a whole 3 quarters, Paul.
Well, I don't know if you get 3, but maybe 2, maybe. Because I think you're right. I'd like a longer look myself.
And I guess they will want to see more of Brandon Allen. He didn't get any snaps last week. As I mentioned, didn't get any snaps with the ones at practice yesterday. Yeah. But it seems like these are the 3 quarterbacks that they're going to have on the roster. The only question is, who's going to be active on game day?
Only God knows.
Yeah, see? I guess only Kyle Shanahan, God knows himself. But it is interesting to look at it, whether or not the 49ers could keep 3 active quarterbacks on the roster.
I hope they do.
That way they have Trey Lance available for maybe some running packages, or if they go with the the return of the emergency 3rd quarterback role, you have to decide who's going to be active on game day as the number 2, and who is that break in case of emergency quarterback in that QB3 spot, Paulie.
Yeah, well, again, I think all these answers, or more of these answers, will be satisfied and answered, or the questions, rather, will be answered on Friday when we get a longer look at Trey, because I expect that we will.
Correct.
I really do. What else you got from Shanny here? You got
So
any
it
others?
looks like we got one more time.
Okay.
We got one more cut. We have Kyle Shanahan on Sam Darnold and on Trey Lance.
Good.
Paulie Mack, I'll do a little dealer's choice. Who do you want to hear about, Sam Darnold or Trey Lance, since we only have time for one?
Let me hear some Darnold stuff.
All right, so here is Kyle Shanahan, cut D as in Darnold, on Sam Darnold.
Just each day. I mean, coming here, not knowing the offense, not playing an offense similar to it. Just his command, getting in and out of the huddle where he is now compared to day one. He's been real consistent in everything that he didn't come in the first day just owning it all, because you can't when you don't have the experience. But each day that he's done it, he's gotten better and better, and he just looks more and more comfortable in everything he's doing.
Well, again, I mean, as I say, I'd like to see more of Trey Lance. I'd like to see a little more of Sam Darnold, too. I don't know how it's going to shake out this Friday. It'll be interesting. Now, Marcus, you're heading down there, right, this Friday?
I'll be down at the Vive Friday night, the Friday Night Lights, Paul.
Do you have work responsibilities, or are you just watching the game?
My responsibility is to watch the game and talk about it on Monday morning.
Okay, good. So I'll be at the Giant game Friday. In fact, want to encourage our friends to come out to the Levi's Summer Concert Series. We've got Mustache Harbor coming in before the game, so from 5 to 7 p.m. Yeah, Mustache Harbor. They do Yacht Rock. Hunter Pence was talking them up last night. They do all Yacht Rock. And it's a free show, by the way. If you haven't been to one of these, it's right out there at Seals Plaza behind center field. They have the bar set up. There's no charge to get in. It's just a nice kind of happy hour vibe before you go into the game on Friday night. So the Giants are going to cue it up early today, Marcus. First pitch is 1:05. 1:05, and you got Alex Cobb on the hill. It's actually a pretty important game. They really need this one. And we'll talk to Mike Krukow about that. Later on in the show, Kyle Harrison himself will join us. Hunter Pence going to join us. My buddy Michael Nash, who's helping us with Sound Summit, he'll tell us about the show, which is in 2 weeks. We hope to see you out there. But Krukow is next. We talk Giant baseball and Kyle Harrison's debut. We're going to take a deep dive with Mike next on KNBR 680. It's Marcus and Mac on 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Only God knows.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's sports leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Cincinnati Reds Wednesday, August 30th. First pitch 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high, he hits it deep, it's out of here. Adios, pelota. Good!
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Score a great deal now at NorCal Honda Dealers Labor Day Kickoff Sales Event.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Wow, man, what a big night that was. Unfortunately, game got away from him in the ninth. We'll talk to Mike about that, Camilo Duval's appearance and how things got away from him. But the big story last night was really the debut of Kyle Harrison. We've been talking about this kid really for a couple of years now, anticipating his arrival. So as we bring Mike Krukow in today, Mike, I want to remind you, you've got Marcus Boucher in for Murph today. He'll be with us for the rest of the week. But Mike, I'd love your thoughts. I'd love your impressions after you had your first chance to watch Kyle Harrison work in the big leagues. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, and I'm really excited about this guy. I mean, the wow factor with his release is just off the charts. Number one, the concern that everybody had was he going to throw enough strikes. He pounded the strike zone.
He did.
And I like what Patrick Bailey said about him after the game. He says his fastball reminds me of Josh Hader, the closer for the Padres, and that's a great call, which means he has ride on his fastball, and it's got an explosive jump that is late. And guys see it, and you just can't get your top hand on it. He can really pitch effectively in. He can really pitch effectively up. And that is a gift from the baseball gods. I'm watching this guy. And the other thing, too, he's got big-time presence.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he had a changeup. He threw one changeup. I went, what the hell?
Yeah.
And I think that pitch will be one that he develops. And I also think that, where he got hurt were by the left-handers. The left-handers got the hits off him, and most of those hits came on sliders, which means once you get to the big leagues, really is when your education begins. And they'll tighten up the slider. When we saw it with Doval, when we first saw Doval, he was a two-pitch guy. He was a four-seam fastball and a slider, and his slider was lazy. And they tightened it up. And it's just a grip thing, and it's just a release thing. It's easy. It's easy to do. Plus, he's going to sit down there amongst pitchers on the bench or in the bullpen, wherever he sits.
Yeah.
And he's going to talk to pitchers. And they're going to give him ideas about how to enhance and make your stuff better. But what we saw, you talk about a guy who's completely raw as can possibly be.
Yep.
But just a badass, and he's got presence. He walks out on the mound like Matt Cain did.
Yeah.
Like, that is my mound. I'm going to work. And it just, I'm so excited for this guy. He is as advertised. He is gonna be something.
It is exciting, Mike, and you're right. It looks so promising from what we saw last night. I saw the presence too that you're talking about. The body type does have a Matt Cain. He's reminiscent of Matt Cain's build. And you've talked to us over the years, Mike. This is an interesting kind of intangible around his first start, which is you've talked to us about harnessing the adrenaline before a big moment, like you've mentioned. All-star games, opening days for pitchers, obviously the postseason. But, your first start, Mike, I don't know if you have feelings or memories from your first start, but it looked like he did a great job of controlling that adrenaline. Like, it didn't look like the stage was too big for him. So is that something the other guys can help him with, too? You talked about him talking to other pitchers, and can they kind of help him and advise him on how to harness all that energy?
Well, you could tell a guy all your experiences with adrenaline, it's really not going to help that much until you've lived through it. And, it's one of the more unique things about the game because early in your career you fear it because you don't know how to control it. You don't know how to contain it. You don't know how to get through it and be able to be efficient and let it wear off a little bit. That's what you learn. But the wonderful thing about it is that, it's there your whole career. It's there every game, every start, every at-bat, every time you go on the mound. And in the end, you count on it because you're so dinged up and your body's so chewed on that you need it to go out there and compete. I couldn't even think about my last 3 years of big leagues if I ever went out there without adrenaline. Oh, my God, that would just, I'd kept for 4 days wonder how the hell am I going to go out there? And then on game day, whoop, there it is.
Nice, yeah.
And so it's something you have to learn. But that's such a great question because what we saw yesterday was he was geeked up. He was geeked up for his debut, obviously. He had his parents in the stands, his family in the stands. But that game meant something.
Yeah.
And you're also pitching against a tough lineup in a real offensive field. That ballpark, that's a great place to hit. And you're in the middle of a race to get to the playoffs. So everything that was tagged on to that start was monumental. When I made my debut in 1976 in September, I came out of the bullpen, and it was a nothing game. Where the Cubs were out of it by they'd been out of it for 3 weeks.
Right.
And so the only guy who really was feeling the adrenaline like I was me.
Yeah.
Well, everybody was into that game last night, know, and he knew the stakes. And I really think that he performed beautifully. And that's 65 pitches, he was out of the game. That's kind of what we're going to see. He's going to go 3-4 innings here. They're still in the process of building his arm strength up. And as you can tell, based on what we saw yesterday, they're really going to safeguard this guy. They're really going to take their time. But, you forecast as to what he's going to be down the road, he's going to be an animal.
Yeah, Mike Krukow joining us on the UMA guest line this morning. Marcus Boucher filling in for Brian Murphy. And Mike, you brought up the similarities to someone like Matt Cain. I was wondering if you saw any similarities to Tim Lincecum's Major League debut, where they had almost an identical first inning of work against the Philadelphia Phillies. Tim strikes out the side, allowed a two-run home run. We saw Kyle do the same thing yesterday, striking out the side and letting up that 2-run home run against Bryce Harper. Just wanted to hear your thoughts on that first inning, and if you got any Tim Lincecum vibes on Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, boy, and look, anytime I can talk about Tim Lincecum, man, just bring the questions on.
Yeah.
I love it. And there was so much anticipation with Lincecum because of how big he was, and his motion was so incredibly unique. And we were all really anxious to see what this little guy could do with the unique delivery and the high over-the-top release and all the strikeout numbers that he had. But now that's very similar, the strikeout numbers and the reputation that Lincecum brought into his first start against the Phillies in San Francisco, very similar to that of Kyle Harrison. He was averaging 2 strikeouts a game, damn near. And we were totally captivated by him because he was a Bay Area guy. He went to De La Salle. So we're all in on wanting to see this guy succeed, and then all of a sudden, both guys go through their minor league careers, and they're both relatively short before they got to the big leagues. Now, with Lincecum, he went to college. He was a Pac-12 or 10 or whatever it was when he was pitching Player of the Year when he was at the University of Washington, and he was so small. Sabian and all scouts says, we got to get this guy going. He's raw, but we don't know how long he's going to last because he's so small.
Right.
We don't know if he has a body that's built for all the abuse that a starter takes. So they knew that, he probably is going to break down at some point in time, but he's so electric now, let's throw him out there. So to a degree, they kind of rushed him in, which I think is pretty similar to what they've done with Harrison. But Harrison, he's deserved the right to be there with the numbers he's put up. But he signed out of high school, and I think he kind of got to the big leagues in a hurry too. So I do think there were some similarities. We all had expectation. We all wanted to see strikeouts, and they both delivered.
Yeah, and Kyle Harrison recording his first 5 outs of his big league career via the heater, via the strikeout. And that's something I wanted to ask you about, Mike, because it looked like righties were having a hard time picking up that fastball out of his hand. But to your point earlier, lefties actually had success to him yesterday, and we saw Bryce Harper go deep off of that slider that hung out across the plate a little bit. Did you read anything into maybe a different release point from Kyle Harrison if he does drop down at all on that slider, and if that maybe tips some of these left-handed batters, I should say?
No, I think the release was pretty similar. I just think that the movement on it was lazy. It wasn't quick. The location of the slider he threw to Harper was down. It was out over the plate. With Harper, he had to have been sitting on it. There was no way he wasn't, which, he sees so many breaking balls from lefties, he kind of gets used to it. So he was sitting for it. He was looking for something out of the play. It was pretty remarkable at bat, given that it really was the first slider he ever saw, in the strike zone. And he doesn't know this arm. Gives you an idea how good that guy is. But the same thing kind of held true with all the other lefties. They were getting the ball middle away, and the slider was the one that was getting hit. As for the right-handers to go out there and have his first 5 strikeouts against right-handed hitters, it gives you an idea how good this guy's stuff is. And when you can throw fastballs by big league hitters,
yeah,
that's so cool.
Yeah, man.
Because I mean, how do you get to the big leagues? You have to be able to hit a fastball,
right?
And they all know this guy's got a great fastball, so they're sitting on it.
Yeah,
they're looking for it. And now all of a sudden, you see the first guy go down the strikeouts, and guess what? The next guy, I'm sitting fastball. He ain't looking for anything else.
Yeah,
and he's still throwing it by him. I think he had 9 swing and misses in the first. Man, it could have been 2 innings, but it's certainly by 3 innings, and that's a lot. 9 in 3 innings is a lot. I mean, that's 27 for a whole game you project out, and I don't even know if that's happened at all this year.
Right.
That's how good 9 in 3 innings is.
Yeah, Mike, I saw yesterday it was 11 swings and misses on the fastball yesterday. Great stuff from Kyle Harrison, hitting 98 miles per hour on the gun. And to your point, if you have that kind of fastball, it makes it real easy for Patrick Bailey to throw down the 1, or I guess press the 1 button on the pitch comm to get that pitch into Kyle Harrison. But I wanted to ask you about that battery pairing last night of Patrick Bailey being behind home plate. I thought one of the coolest moments is when they panned up to the crowd and showed Kyle Harrison's family sitting next to Patrick Bailey's family. I'm sure those two families are going to get accustomed to each other pretty quick.
Yeah.
Looking towards the future, it did seem like it was a bit of a glimpse into what Giants fans can be expecting down the road, having Kyle Harrison throw to Patrick Bailey behind home plate.
Oh, no question. I mean, those guys have been together for a long time. And Harrison obviously trusts Patrick Bailey. But, again, keep in mind, they're still rookies, both of them. When you get to the big leagues, one of the things that you learn is to read your opponent. And the reason for that is because you play that opponent a lot. I mean, for the most part, you come through high school and college and, your first couple years of your professional career, you're playing against different guys. When you get to the big league level, there is no other level to go to. That's where you're going to play. So you're going to face guys 40, 50, 60, 150 times. And when that happens, you get to know everything about that guy. And you watch how he takes his at-bats if you're a pitcher. You watch how that guy takes his at-bats if you're a catcher. And you get a sense as to what he's looking for. You learn to read. So, in essence, the education that Bailey and Harrison are having right now, they're kind of at the same level. And so I do think there was a couple mistakes that were made yesterday by the pitches that were called by Bailey. And that being once the left-handed hitter started hitting the slider, and you have to adjust to that. Doesn't mean don't throw the slider, just don't throw it for a strike.
Right.
And the fastball was really the best weapon that Harrison had yesterday. Just ride the inside corner with the lefties coming up, because they're looking for something out over the plate if they're looking for a breaking ball.
Right.
If that's the case, then you can sit there and pound their hands all night long. And those are things that you learn. And so I thought that the way that Bailey calmed him down was really the biggest thing that he did last night. He calmed him down just by the presence he had in the clubhouse before the game, just by warming up before the game, being out there and just setting a target. And look, Bailey is as soft as anybody I've ever seen. I mean, his hands are relaxed, and that in itself will relax a pitcher. So I thought the way he handled them was brilliant. I just thought that some of the pitch calling and some of the locations he called for kind of played into what they were looking for, which is why I think they had success on those breaking balls.
Well, and you could really, I think Giant fans are really looking forward to watching that kind of pairing blossom. Watching Harrison and Bailey go to work throughout the years is going to be really fun to watch that thing mature. So, Mike, one more question about Kyle, and then we'll get into a couple things from last night before we let you go. But Giant fans will get a chance to watch this kid pitch in their own yard. I believe he'll be on the Hill Sunday if the rotation holds. I think that would be his day. That'll be awesome to get this kid in front of his own fans. And you mentioned earlier the 65 pitches, Mike. So he went 3 1/3 last night, 65 pitches. And you said that's kind of what we should expect. Now, do you think that would be the recipe going all the way through September? Or do you think there's a chance they would open it up if he's really effective?
There's definitely a chance they'll open it up and stretch him out. It just depends on on how easy the innings are, how much stress he has, how much time out of the stretch, how many pitches he throws in each inning, and they'll react accordingly because they've got to build him up. I mean, he's a bull. I mean, you look at the guy. You saw his dad and his brother. I mean, they're horses too.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And but you're looking at the chest and the shoulders. I mean, there's a body that's built for innings. I mean, if there ever was, he's really got strong legs. I mean, the guy's strong. I mean, he's 20. I mean, he's going to be a bull. I swear to God, he's going to wind up look like a Mickey Lolich. If you go back way in the day, back in the 60s, you take a look at Mickey Lolich.
Oh, yeah.
And he was just a stud.
Yeah.
And he built very similar to Kyle Harrison. And I think that the abuse of the starting pitcher position isn't going to face him. And you look at a guy like that, and you can forecast and say, this guy's going to pitch a long time.
Yeah, last couple of minutes here with Mike Krukow on the Uma Guest Line this morning, talking about the MLB debut of Kyle Harrison. Now, unfortunately, it wasn't the fairy tale ending as the Giants end up losing last night in Philadelphia after Camilo Doval comes into the game, beans the first batter he faces, finds himself in a bases-loaded jam, and then, of course, Trey Turner hits the walk-off. So, Mike, I wanted to ask you about Gabe Kapler's comments after the game, where he talked about Camilo Doval maybe not trusting himself and not trusting Patrick Bailey behind home plate, maybe relying on his fastball too much, and if you have any concerns about Camilo blowing the save last night.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to be perfect, and when you're a closer, that's how you're judged. You have to be perfect. The one thing that we've known ever since we've been around Camilo Doval is when he comes out of the bullpen and he doesn't lock into the low, knee-high location early in the pitches that we see him throw, it's going to be a little bit different. And last night was one of those nights. He was up. First pitch he threw hits a hitter, and now there's a guy on first base, one-run ball game. And then he was up. I mean, that's just, some mounds do that to you when you're on the road. You're not familiar with your own mound that you have at home, for whatever reason. The Phillies always used to mess with the bullpen, the mound size in the bullpen as compared to how it was out on the main field for the visiting team. And it may be something as small as the mound in Philly is a little bit flatter by an inch than the mound on the main field. If that's the case, it's a little bit of a different release point.
Yeah.
And that can affect your command. And what we saw last night from Doval was he was up. And since he's been in the big leagues, when he comes out and that ball's up, you kind of cringe a little bit, because when he has that great stuff and he's putting that sinker down around the knees, he's almost unhittable. But when you elevate to where the ball is right around the guy's belt or in between his thigh and the belt, that becomes a much more hittable pitch. And that was really what took him down. I mean, he gave up a couple of hits, and that was it.
Well, one more in Philly today, Michael. 105 first pitch. Hopefully they get the win today and then get out of town. Enjoy the day off tomorrow and then kind of regroup for the Braves series, because then it's going to be Braves and then the Reds right after them. They got a lot of tough games coming up. And we talked about this, I think, a couple of weeks ago, Mike. Last time Murph was out, Alex Cobb can step in and kind of be that stopper. I mean, do you see him as kind of the right guy for this moment today regarding them really needing this win?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's always going to be the right guy to stop a losing streak. And I also like the fact that he's a good getaway guy. But having said that, now he struggled these last three starts. I remember the game that he pitched, and he had the flu, and he went out there and he gutted it out and gave the team 6 innings. And then his next start, I don't think he had really fully recovered. He was still feeling the ill effects of his of the flu. But then I really expected his last outing that he was going to be back and good to go, and he wasn't. He just didn't have the same kind of command. So, and one thing that we've known with him is that he's a guy who's a pretty quick fixer. If he has an outing where he gets rocked a little bit, or he's elevated, or he doesn't quite have the command of a pitch, by the time he gets into his next start, the homework that he's done between starts, he's fixed that problem. So I'm really interested to see what he brings into this game. And if he's right, he can shove the bats of this fine Philly offense right up their nose. I mean, he can shut down anybody. So I love the fact that he's out there. Plus, he gives you a chance to have a quick game to get back on the plane to get home.
Yeah, amen, brother. That's what they need in the worst way. They need the win, need to get the hell out of Philly, and then enjoy that day off tomorrow. Mike, great stuff today talking Kyle Harrison. Enjoy the ball game today, and then we'll talk to you again on Friday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow, everybody. You catch him Monday, Wednesday, Friday right here with Murph and Mac. Or today, the recipe includes a healthy dosage of Marcus Boucher. Murph out, Marcus in. Fun talking to Kruk about Kyle, man.
Well,
just fun break. And Mike sounds very encouraged by what he saw, which makes me happy.
Well, Paul and Mac, I'll tell you, the only thing funner than talking to Mike Krukow about Kyle Harrison is talking to Kyle Harrison himself. We've got confirmation. He'll be joining the Murph and Marcus show, the Marcus and Mac show today at 9:35, Paul and Mac.
Looking forward to that very much. He's a really good kid by all accounts. And just what Mike said at the beginning, Marcus, his demeanor out there, like the presence Mike talks about. Like Mike always talks about that, like a pitcher has to have a presence on the mound, make the hitter uncomfortable, make the guy realize you're up there working. And to see that like in his first outing ever in the bigs against bats like Bryce Harper, Schwarber. I mean, these are guys that do damage, and he's up there getting them to swing and miss in some cases. I know Bryce took him out, but that's going to happen. I mean, welcome to the bigs. That's kind of what that was.
Yeah, but yeah, to your point, Paul and Mac, he looks like a kid that belongs out there.
Yeah, nice.
And obviously, you can tell from that fastball, it can play. I still think, to Mike Krukow's point, he can work a little bit more on his secondary pitches, especially on that changeup that he didn't mix in too much yesterday.
Now,
but
why
that's
do you
going to
think
come
that
with
was,
time.
by the way? I know Bailey's calling the pitches and stuff, but why do you think they only did the one changeup?
So to me, honestly, I just don't think he's really developed it that much. I remember back in spring training, he was mostly a fastball slider guy. Even throughout most of his starts in AAA and AA, he's a fastball slider guy. That's still an extra pitch that he needs to develop.
Even like phenoms, though, say a Lincecum, or hopefully Harrison turns into that too. Like even like the most highly regarded guys, don't they usually come up to the bigs with just two pitches, like primary pitches? Isn't that like pretty standard?
A lot of guys have mastered two pitches by the time they get to it. But if you want to be a pitcher for a long time,
you got to open it up.
You need three pitches. I mean, hell, we've seen it with Camilo Duvall. We were just talking about how he came in as only a fastball slider guy. Now he added that two-seam fastball that gives him a different look, but just giving him that third pitch changes up everything. You have a guy that's not up there guessing 50-50 all the time. Now, Paulie Mack, it's a 33% chance. But yesterday, maybe Bryce Harper went up with that approach to home plate saying, all right, this kid's going to either throw a fastball or a slider. I'm going to sit on the slider, adjust to the fastball, and that's why he took it deep.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And it was funny, Mike actually mentioned that, too, that a lot of their hitters, they kind of were waiting to see the fastball. They were just kind of checking it all out. But to see him swinging and waving at it and missing at it is very, very encouraging. Hopefully, Alex Cobb is the right guy today. The Giants can snap this losing streak. And, again, they just need a win in the worst way. Marcus, again, the stat that really just bums me out. They're 2-14 in their last 16 road games. That's got to change, or this is not going to be a playoff team. They're going to have to find a way to scratch out some wins on the road.
That's no good, Paulie Mack. You talk about their road record. Just the last 16 games in general, they're 4-12. That doesn't matter if they're at home or on the road. They got to figure something out, Paul.
Hey, by the way, here's what we're going to do, Marcus. I'm just kind of looking at everything here. Greg Silver, my main man, came in and gave us some big hit intel. So why don't we do this? Let's clear the decks. We'll come on back after I remind you that you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader. It's a Cumulus media station. We'll come on back. We got our big hit today. We have a plethora, an abundance of great Kyle Harrison stuff. We got everybody from Kyle himself. We got Gabe Kapler. We got a lot of sound to share with you. Then we'll talk to Kyle Harrison in the 9 o'clock hour. Stick around for that. Hunter Penn's going to join us today as well. You got Marcus in for Murph. Paulie Mack talking to you right here on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Yes! Mike Krukow with Murph and Mack has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mack Power Hour surges on.
Feel the pride.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Harrison made his big league debut yesterday for the San Francisco Giants. So yesterday morning, his father, Chris Harrison, stopped by the Murph and Mack show to talk about his path to the big leagues. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mack's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me.
Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Bay Area native. He's had a brilliant minor league career. He was hurt a few weeks ago. Might have been here even quicker, but he'll make his major league debut. Kyle Harrison on the mound. The 2-2. Strike 3 called. Perfect pitch. And the first big league strikeout for Kyle Harrison. He got Trey Turner, one of the game's great players. That is strike 3 called. Frozen with the fastball. 2 down. And that's strike 3 called. 98 on the inside. And he strikes out Real Muto. So he's got 4 outs, all by way of the strikeout. Got him with the high fastball.
There's no time to think on that one, though.
No. So all 5 outs for Kyle have been by way of the strikeout.
All right, kids. Hey, great stuff from Dave Fleming there. Some sounds from the yard last night. Kyle Harrison's debut. Big night for Giant fans. Pretty exciting night, too. We just talked to Mike Krukow about what he saw. He sounded like he was very pleased. Loved his presence. Loved the fastball. Loved that it's got some rise to it and that guys are swinging and missing, waving at it out there, Mark. It's got to do a lot for his confidence, too. And we will ask him about that when he joins us. At what time today? Because I know we had to read.
9:35 this morning, which means we're going to bump Hunter Pence till tomorrow.
Not a problem.
9:35 Thursday for Hunter Pence, 9:35 today for Kyle Harris.
Okay, good enough, man. And here's how we're going to do it, Marcus. We're going to do it. We're going to do it like this. We're going to do it like that. We're going to do it with a wiffle ball bat. Shout out to the Beastie Boys right there. But we have some sound here. I want to start with Kyle Harrison himself. Going up to this kid after his first game, and again, I can't say enough about the kid's demeanor and how that stage didn't look too big for him. I gotta be totally honest with you. Like I remember another time when Tyler Beatty made his debut in the bigs. Now he was a first round guy too, highly regarded. Everybody talks. Is he still out there somewhere, too, in somebody's bullpen? I know he was a Pirate last year.
I don't know if he's still on a Major League roster, to be honest with you.
Hit us up on the text line. Give us a little intel on Tyler Beatty. But this guy was supposed to be, a horse in the Giants rotation for years to come. It obviously didn't work out like that. But I remember the night that he came up for the first time, he looked like he was a little uncomfortable. And, like, maybe the stage was in his head a little bit, whereas Kyle Harrison looked very comfortable out there. So the question was, how did you feel about your first start, given the stage, given the circumstances on the road in Philly? How do you feel about your first start in the bigs? Triple E.
It's a bit of a roller coaster ride that first time through the lineup.
For sure, yeah. He got me. Not obviously your ideal debut, but we'll definitely build on it.
See, I actually feel like, well, I mean, of course he's going to be critical of his own performance, but really just the one pitch to Bryce Harper. Outside of that, runs on the board. I mean,
and Paulie Mack, it's the fact to me that the kid was able to bounce back after struggling with some adversity in the first inning.
No question.
Whether it was battling back and forth with Kyle Schwarber, working that full count, we both agreed. We thought maybe one of those strikes on the black could have been called for a strikeout.
They were squeezing. We did not get a great strike zone, especially early.
Yeah, so of course Kyle Schwarber, who hits mammoth of home runs, pulls the ball down the right field line, gets a double, and next thing you know, Kyle Harrison is in the stretch facing off against Trey Turner, the same Trey Turner that was lighting the world on fire during the World Baseball Classic earlier this summer, one of the better shortstops in baseball, and then he shows up, strikes him down. Sits down Nick Castellanos. Then, of course, the Bryce Harper home run happened, but he bounces back after the home run and strikes out Alex Baum, a guy that we saw didn't get out at all on Monday night. So it's about how he responded to me and how he looked comfortable pitching in the stretch, even after being knocked out of the windup after his first at-bat.
Marcus, couple quick things for you. I want to thank all you guys on the text line. Apparently, Tyler Beatty is not playing in Japan. See, I didn't even know that.
Big in Japan.
Which reminds me, too, we should open up the lines. 808 KNBR, if you guys want to chime in today. We'll actually put you on the air right away because the lines are wide open, and we can talk about Kyle Harrison. Take your thoughts on how you felt about what you saw. I thought it was cool, Marcus. Did you happen to be watching the pregame with Laura Britt, and Wotus and stuff before first pitch? Did you catch any of that?
Yeah, I caught a little bit, Paulie.
Maybe 10 minutes before first pitch, they gave you a little kind of memory lane moment where they gave you highlights from Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum, and Logan Webb. I'm sorry. It was Tim Lincecum, Matt Cain, and Bumgarner.
Correct.
They showed you the footage of those three guys. First of all, seeing those guys, that young was crazy. Like Timmy with no short hair. Bumgarner with short hair. He's got still kind of skinny.
Bumgarner looked like a teenager.
Bro, it was crazy. And then, you're right. You mentioned this to Mike, too. The similarities between the first inning Timmy threw in the bigs and the first inning Kyle Harrison threw in the bigs. Almost spooky, where they both gave up a 2-run bomb and they both struck out the side.
Yeah.
It speaks to the stuff, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And it's that kind of prospect. That's why, we don't want to get too big for our bridges and say, oh, Kyle Harrison is the next superstar. He's a Hall of Famer. He's going to win the Cy Young. But this is kind of the prospect that he puts himself in the group with. Whether it was Matt Cain in 2005 against the Colorado Rockies going 5 innings, whether it was Tim Lincecum against the Philadelphia Phillies in 2007, or if it was Madison Bumgarner in 2009 against the San Diego Padres. He flashed some of that potential that has now put him in the conversation with these guys. And if you're in any conversation with Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum, and Madison Bumgarner, it seems like you're on the right path, Paulie Mack.
All right, well, listen, we're going to open up the lines, Marcus. I want to get out there and get some voices. Looks like we have... I don't know. Let's go to Carla. Let's hear from Carla as we discuss the debut performance of Kyle Harrison on KNBR. Carla, good morning. You're on with Marcus and Mac. How you doing today?
Carla, this is Bruno from Chico.
Hey, what's up, Bruno?
Bruno from Chico. What, Marcus? Tell the audience how they labeled this call.
Oh, well, here's the thing. We got Triple E and our guy Greg Silver behind the scenes, so I apologize.
You want to know what?
What's up, my man?
I swear to God, I got a bat with a gun to my head. I swear to you that it says Carla on the board. But in any case, nice to have you on board, man. Speak to me.
Hey, anyways, good morning, guys. I hope you guys are having a good morning, all of you in the studio. But hey, I think yesterday seeing Kyle on there, that was awesome. He was having some good stuff. You could tell, the man's so young, and he's with the progress he's going to have when he makes it now, he's going to look great. The thing that sucks is just you can't deny that, oh, my gosh, that was a heartbreaking loss. That was had me sitting in my chair just looking up at the ceiling for a good couple minutes after it happened. But it was a hard loss. But overall with the game, I don't think we played that bad. I feel like it's just one of those things that could happen to absolutely anyone. And so, it's part of the damn game. But overall, I honestly kind of left with the night with not a bad taste in my mouth. I'm glad to see Kyle up there. Hopefully we get a chance to see him again on Sunday, too.
Oh, yeah.
If they keep at it. And I just, hopefully if the Giants keep at doing what they're doing, I think I'm positive or I'm confident that we could do a little something at least.
Now, Bruno, after this recent stretch of baseball, does it give you more confidence or hope in this Giants team down the stretch now that Kyle Harrison is with the big league club?
It does, because, I watch every single freaking game, every single one, almost every inning and every at-bat. And I feel like recently they haven't been playing, at least within the last week.
Yeah.
Obviously, they've been the ringer with the people that they're going against, and it's just tough because you've got the best offenses and everything. But I do think they have been waking up a little bit. I mean, the biggest shout-out possible to freaking Wilmer Flores.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Bruno, thanks for the call, brother. Good talking to you, man. And he's right. Well, with the exception of Wilmer Flores and Jock Peterson, I mean, those two hot bats are kind of carrying the load right now. Lamont Wade had another quiet night last night. And again, here's the thing that's really problematic to me. They get guys on base and they just can't bring them in. You see this happen. We've seen it in the last two games in the first inning, leaving guys stranded out there. They were 1 for 10 last night with runners in scoring position. That's a big part of the problem that they're having right now as far as losing ball games. They're not getting guys in.
And that's why I think a big focus this morning has been on Camilo Duvall and obviously the ninth inning falling apart. But they could have been in a situation where they could have broke this game open earlier yesterday, Paul. They were kicking the ball around in that first inning.
Yeah.
Only scored 1 run, just like they did on Monday against
You're right.
Aaron
The Phillies
Nola.
were kicking it around in the first.
And that's when you got to take advantage of those opportunities and throw up some crooked numbers on the scoreboard so that you give Camilo Duvall a little bit of extra cushion so that when you get into those ninth inning situations, you're in a better spot.
I hate to say this, but that's the kind of thing good playoff teams, caliber playoff teams do. They do take advantage of other teams' mistakes, and they do get those guys in. But let's keep the phones going here. We got Big Al checking in on Kyle Harrison. Love the name Big Al. Big Al, you're on with Marcus and Mac. How you doing today, bro?
Hey, great. How about you?
Good. I love your connection, too. You sound like you're in the room with us. What's happening, Big Al?
Yeah, hey, I liked what was going on last night, and Kyle Harrison, he reminded me a lot of a left-handed Garrett Cole.
Interesting. Break that down for us.
Like, I mean, just the power, just, I mean, he was just blowing the ball by fools, you know? And,
I do. Yeah.
And that's when I really was impressed with the kid. 22 years old, just pumping gas. I mean, I thought it was a great debut.
Big Al, thanks for the phone call, man. I agree. I feel the same way. I think all Giant fans are feeling pretty good about what we saw from Kyle Harrison. The stage was not too big. The moment was not too big. We just had a good talk with Mike Krukow. Krukow really was complimentary about his presence. He complimented that several times. And, you know, just watching the text line today, just kind of with different people and different takes on Kyle Harrison, the body type, and like Mike said, that's a body that's built to just give you innings, man. And it is reminiscent of Matt Cain. I saw somebody else in the text line. This is an incredible compliment. Somebody compared his body type to Tom Seaver, who was like the ultimate kind of stop and, you know, drop that knee and then push and all that big lower half and all the strength down there. And you can see he is built that way. Like the legs are big, man. He's got big, strong legs. He's got a lot of power down there in his lower half, and that is the body type that can give you a nice long career, man.
Yeah, and it's funny that Big Al points out how he kind of reminded him of a left-handed Garrett Cole. It reminded me of a lefty that was in the rotation last year for the Giants, Carlos Rodon.
Yeah, there you go.
Because he's got that kind of similar build, and it seems like he had that easy velocity also. That's the thing about Kyle Harrison's windup. It's real simple. He keeps it tight, right on the rubber, and he just delivers 95, 96, 97 over and over again. And he's the only other pitcher outside of Carlos Rodon that's hit 97 from the left side in the past decade for the Giants.
It's great to see that kind of velocity coming from a lefty, Marcus. Great call. Let's go to East Bay James. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to line up. But let's talk to East Bay James. More Kyle Harrison talk. How we doing, James? What's up, bro?
Good morning, boys. How you doing?
We're good, man. How'd you like Kyle Harrison last night?
I love Kyle. My question, and first of all, I want to shout out Paulie.
Yeah.
The podcast on Saturday mornings. I'm on the road. I'm listening to you all the time.
Oh, rock and roll. I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
And for the water boy, I'm up at 5. I got you every morning, too.
No, this guy, East Bay James.
No, this kid is the future. Marcus
we got to get this guy a direct line to the hotline. Get him on air anytime he wants to call in.
What's happening, James? Yeah.
Okay, here's my deal.
Okay.
Kyle's been in the minors this whole season. And what gets me is they always talk about, his development. There's only so many bullets in his arm, et cetera, et cetera. Why didn't they start giving him more innings before he came up? At least enough to cover 5 innings. Because as we move along, if we have any hope at all to secure the wild card, we're gonna need a 3-man rotation.
I agree with you. I agree. And, it's funny. I actually asked Mike about that. And thanks for the call, James, and all the kind words. We appreciate it. Mike was saying that for now, it's probably going to be kind of a 65 pitch or something close to that. I think they'll keep a lid on it for a little while. But I asked Mike directly. I just said, listen, if he's really effective and he's just getting fools out, would they open it up and really let him go deeper into ball games? Mike said definitely they would. So we might see that in September, Marcus, but he's going to have to continue to be effective in order to he's going to have to gain some trust.
And that's kind of been the game plan for Kyle Harrison throughout the entire minor leagues, whether it's earlier this year where he didn't eclipse over 5 innings the entire season. So they started out letting him go 3 innings, 4 innings, 5 innings. Then he had the hamstring injury around the Futures game that scratched him for participating up in All-Star Weekend. And the Giants kind of slow played him back again. Even when I saw him out in Las Vegas, he only threw 39 pitches before the quick hook. And that was his second to last start before being called up. We saw in Sacramento his last start got up to 60 pitches. But Paul and Mac, it seems like that's kind of the recipe for Kyle Harrison at 60, 65, maybe pushing 70. It is interesting since we're comparing it to a debut performance of someone like Tim Lincecum. Now, he only went 5 1/3 innings, but he threw 100 pitches. But this is baseball in 2023. Where
did Timmy throw 100 in his debut? I didn't hear that. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't catch that last night.
It was only 4 1/3 for Tim Lincecum. So one more inning, but nearly 40 more pitches for big time.
Well, and to be fair to everybody involved here, like maybe the hamstring does have something to do with that. They don't want any aggravations. I mean, I'm just speculating. But I do think that, as Mike said, listen, if this kid is really effective, they need the help in the rotation, like the caller just said. I totally agree. I think they will open it up for him, but we'll see how his next start goes. And again, it should be on Sunday against the Braves at our own yard in front of his own fans. I mean, that's going to be really cool for him to get a little home cooking and get some of that
Sunday
love.
Night Baseball too, national TV. Let's go, Paulie.
And I got to tip my cap too to the whole kind of California contingent, the De La Salle community. Like I saw people in the stands in Philly wearing De La Salle shirts with the Harrison crew. And then I guess you had Kyle's girlfriend, you had the Baileys and Lamont Wade's folks. Like it was a whole little giant community they had over there in Philly. all sitting together in the same section. It was a lot of fun. First pitch today is 1:05. We'll take you up until 10 o'clock, but in the meantime, let's get some more sound here. Marcus, we got more postgame. Here's Kyle Harrison. Cut V is in victory here, Tripoli, talking about his approach in the game, like to try to stay ahead in the count. How important was that?
You were mostly using fastball and the slider. Was that about trying to keep it simple in your first start, or what kind of thought went into the pitch mix and went into using?
Yeah, I think that was kind of the plan. Just filling up the zone early, trying to do the best I can to get ahead, and just trusting Patty back there and trusting what he's putting down.
Yeah, Patrick Bailey trusting what he's putting down or what he's inputting on his pitch comp, Paulie, man.
I mean, the one thing that is really, there's a lot of things to be excited about with Kyle Harrison, but just the whole, relationship and dynamic and, their whole thing, man, the whole vibe between Bailey and Harrison, watching that thing develop is going to be awesome because it is going to bring back memories of, Matt Cain and Buster, working together, or Bumgarner and Buster became a great marriage. Probably no better pairing for a time in the bigs than Bumgarner throwing to Buster. Mm-hmm. That was as good as it got. Back to the phones. Mario in San Jose also excited about Kyle Harrison, but also says he's concerned about the Giant future. Mario, what is happening today? You're talking to Marcus and Mac. How are you, man?
Good morning, Marcus and Mac. Hope you guys are doing well. So last night's game was great. Just watching Kyle was amazing. He looks like he belongs there. Just like you guys are talking about, his body type definitely shows that he belongs there.
Yep.
But I was just going to ask you guys this question. With the Giants and their young players, is it going to be enough to attract Shohei this offseason to get him to want to play over here? I know we have a lot of growing pains with our young players, but it just kind of seems that it's a great it's awesome that we get to have these kids and they're going to play and develop and be part of the future. But is it going to be enough to attract Shohei to come out this offseason? Just want to say thank you guys for taking my call and hope you guys have a great day.
Yeah, you too, Mario. Thanks, man. That's a great question. Maybe the most important question during the Giants will have during the offseason, which is how do you make this team better? How do you put the best possible situation around guys like Kyle Harrison representing the future, this young talent, your Baileys, your Logan Webbs, and now, of course, your Kyle Harrisons. There's the core right there. There it is. And maybe guys like Casey Schmidt will emerge or some of the other young pieces they have out there as real big-time players. But in the meantime, I'm not even thinking about Shohei. I got to be totally honest with you, Marcus. I just don't. I don't expect it. I don't. If they were able to land him, it would be thrilling, and then we'll go nuts and we'll have a parade and we'll have an open bar and everyone's invited. But I don't I'm not expecting them to land Shohei Ohtani. I don't expect it.
Especially after what we've seen these past couple off seasons, whether it's Giancarlo Stanton or Bryce Harper or Aaron Judge himself, it seems like the Giants are always the bridesmaid and never the bride. So
that's a big part of it.
It's hard to get your expectations up. And I know we talked about this a lot when the Giants played against Shohei Ohtani and the Angels. And that was one of the selling points. Hey, there's Patrick Bailey. You'll be able to pitch him next year. And then we talked about, hey, here's the future. Here's Marco Luciano. Here's Casey Schmidt. Here's Luis Matos up the middle. And then it ended up being guys like Mark Mathias and A.J. Pollock out in the outfield that game against the Anaheim Angels. So to Mario's point, I do think the Giants need something else in this lineup.
I do too.
Let's be honest. I don't think Shohei Ohtani is looking at this lineup saying, hey, I'm going to have great protection batting between A.J. Pollock and Johan Camargo.
See, no, man, I don't mean to laugh. I'm just saying, you could, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate because if you're Farhan, I guess you could say theoretically, hey, listen, yes, we didn't bring in an arm at the deadline, but now we have Kyle Harrison. Yes. He's going to fill that role out. Fine. I hope that happens. That's great. Mm-hmm. Now you got 3 good arms in the rotation. We're feeling better. However, they do need a formidable bat. They need a presence in that lineup. They need, I think they need some star power, too. I really do. You talked about it, Marcus, several times today. When you're going through that Philly lineup, you're getting big bats, dude, that can do big damage. And that's, again, with the Giants having problems stranding guys on the bases, what they really need is a guy who can knock in runs, do some damage out there, kind of, knock pitchers out of games, and they don't have that right now. They don't have a slugger.
And that's the thing we were talking about earlier in the show, Paulie Mac. You look at that Phillies lineup, Bryce Harper was a free agent. Kyle Schwarber was a free agent.
Well, Bryce Harper's another guy.
Was a free agent.
And
Trey Turner, another one,
Harper, to me, represents the Giants' inability to land a player of his stature. They took a run at him. They couldn't get him. They took a run at Judge. They couldn't get him. Mm-hmm. They'll take a run at Shohei, but I'm not trying to be a downer or a negative, but I just don't expect them to land Shohei. If they do, I'm thrilled. I hope it happens, but I'm not counting on that.
And Paulie Mack, I think that's a realistic perspective because the one thing we talk about so much with Shohei Ohtani is the fact that he's never played in the postseason with the Anaheim Angels. So I think when he's looking at these teams this offseason, he's looking to compete for a World Series. And that's the question with this Giants team. After losing last night, now they're in the 4th spot in the wild card race. They've been bumped out. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in. They're half game back. Are they going to be a playoff contender? That's the question right now.
Be positive, bro.
Okay,
I'm trying, Triple E. I'm trying.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. How about one more?
Lost 12 of 16 games.
I got to wrap up the calls here, so let me get this last guy. Let's take Gary, and then we'll break, and then we'll come back, and we'll give you a couple of assorted things before Matt Barrows, Mike Nash, Kyle Harrison himself going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. But last one here is Gary. Gary, you're on with Marcus and Mac. How you doing today, brother?
Yeah, pretty good. I am in San Francisco right now. I took a ride from Cal City up to the bridge because I want to get that warm weather.
There, that a boy.
Nice.
That a boy.
That did a pretty good job. They both tried, both those teams hard, but he's going to have to keep going through his ups and downs. And I don't think they'll get Shohei Ohtani. He's Southern California.
All right, man. Fair enough, Gary. I kind of have to agree with you. Unfortunately, I don't disagree. I would love to be proven wrong. Marcus, clear the decks real quick. We come on back. We're going to finish up this power hour with some good sound. Stick around. KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers made not too big of a move this week, but they picked up Anthony Miller, their former second-round wide receiver, to maybe compete for the wide receiver 5 competition. Triple E, I don't give a damn about the wide receiver competition. Let me know who's going to be QB2 between Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. You can read about all those competitions and more on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
So I got to say, man, it's been an exciting morning as we sit here and kind of walk through what we saw from Kyle Harrison last night. Funny, I was just texting his old man during the break. Chris, who was good enough to join us a couple of days ago, Chris has got some muscle to him now. Chris is a big guy out there. And then you got Kyle's brother, who's going to be playing catcher over St. Mary's. Congrats to him as well. But I thought it was really cool, Marcus, to watch a game last night and see like so much Kyle Harrison, like the cheering section, the De La Salle presence. Like, it was just really cool. It's like a little slice of home all the way back there in Philly. And watching this kid pitch in front of his own fans is going to be awesome this weekend, Marcus.
I mean, that's why I can't wait until Sunday, because we checked in on the text line all day long today. Paulie Mack, that's the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
And it does seem like there's like a sentiment about Kyle Harrison being a hometown kid, not just homegrown through the Giants system, but because he went to De La Salle High School.
You almost
because
feel
he's a
like
Concord kid.
Yeah, you feel part of it almost. Like my kids went to De La Salle too, so they're part of that whole scene. And it is like a lot of the high schools in the Bay. Let's be honest, a very tight-knit communities with alums and then the kids and the generations all come together. So that element, that like little wrinkle of his debut is really cool too, because as much as we love Timmy, like Timmy ain't from here. You know what I mean? Timmy came down from Washington.
And that's why it's a little different. Like even with other guys on the team, like Jock Peterson, obviously playing at Palo Alto High School.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Mitch Haniger played at Meade in Santa Clara. There's kids from all over the Bay Area and even Northern California up in Sacramento as well. Logan Webb, a Rockland guy, J.D. Davis, all these guys who are Northern California kids playing for a Northern California team.
Well, let's do it like this. Listen, we're going to have Michael Nash coming on from Sound Summit. Murph and I are going to MC that show in a couple of weeks, and we'd love for you guys to join us. Please do come on up. Marcus was out there last year. Copes is a regular presence at Sound Summit. It's a great time. Then we'll talk to Matt Barrows. Kyle Harrison himself is going to join us. We actually booted Hunter Pensa tomorrow, so we'll bring Hunter on tomorrow. We just wanted to keep an eye open for Kyle. In the meantime, Marcus, if you'd be good enough, I'd love you to walk me through some cooler sound. Give me some content, man.
Well, Paulie Mac, I've got a treat for you because you know the Waterboy loves his cooler of content, and this is a clip that I've been saving for an opportunity where I get the mic and Brian Murphy is gone.
You got to put, totally.
So that I could pay some homage and some respect to our guy, Derek Lewis, who we all know from the Murph and Mac show, the legendary I Understand soundbite from Joe Rogan.
One of my favorites, by the way.
Now, to set the scene,
I understand.
This came when Joe Rogan interviewed Derek Lewis after getting a knockout in the UFC. Derek, the Black Beast Lewis, out of the H-Town, swinging and banging, has the most knockouts in UFC history, and infamously took off his pants in a post-fight interview, which led to Joe Rogan's quote.
I understand.
Yeah. He took off his pants.
He told the crowd his balls were hot.
He did.
I understand.
I've heard the cut.
That cut has now led to some money, and it's led to some cash for Derek Lewis, who now has an endorsement deal with Manscaped.
Yeah.
And I know we don't like playing free ads or anything like that, but we played the Bochi cheesesteak ads, and I thought this was good enough, and I thought it was cooler material. Here's Derek Lewis talking about his balls in the new Manscaped ad.
Okay.
Derek, why'd you take your pants off?
My balls was hot.
I understand.
Hi, my name is Derek Lewis, and I have the record for the most knockouts in UFC history. But there's one thing I couldn't beat, an embarrassing condition called my balls was hot.
Oh.
That was before I found the Performance Package by Manscaped. Now I use Manscaped at least once a day. With Manscaped, my balls are smooth, my balls smell fresh, and most importantly, my balls are cool. Order the Performance Package today at manscaped.com.
Holy smokes, I was in no way prepared for any of that. Is that a legit, like,
dude, that's legit. Like, I was watching UFC Embedded this weekend, and it just popped up as one of the YouTube ads. My balls just smooth.
I don't even know.
Smooth.
Boy, that's really putting it all out there. So where does that thing air? Like, where does that air? Where's that ad
I've
run?
seen it on YouTube, and I actually had it playing during the UFC pay-per-view card this weekend. Paulie Mac, that's Derek Lewis popping up on your TV screens and on your laptops, talking about Manscaped.
808 KNBR, Manscapers Unite, man. I mean, we're all
balls are cool.
Okay.
They're cool, Paulie Mac.
Fair enough.
Smooth.
My balls are smooth.
What else you got, man?
All right. Great piece of content from our guy, Derek Lewis. But I also wanted to check in on the mad dog, Chris Russo, who we all know is good for a rant every once in a while. And Paulie Mac, me and you might be able to relate to this rant because we know football season is coming up.
Yeah.
And now they're talking about the NFL ticket being on YouTube TV. The Mad Dog is not a fan of that announcement. Here he was yesterday on his Sirius XM show complaining about the new streaming services and how the NFL is heading in that direction.
That's what they're going to do. Here's this gadget, Chris. You got to sign up here. Give me your email address there. Here's your receipt. No, you can't do it on this. You got to do it via your phone. I mean, it's impossible. All I want to do is lose money. That's all I want to do. Lose money with the service and lose money with Fatso's picks. That's all I care about. And they won't let me do it. So the NFL and YouTube, whether it's YouTube TV, regular YouTube, who knows what it is? What? The only reason why I put YouTube on is to see an old David Crosby interview. That's the only reason. Or find a Bob Dylan song.
Okay.
I mean, my God almighty.
Okay.
Or watch Leonard Skinner, which I'm into right now, as you guys know. That's all I care about.
Wow, dude, so much in that one little cut. I mean, where do you begin? Do you begin with the, well, first of all, David Crosby interviews? How about, I mean, I never would have guessed that Chris Russo, the Mad Dog, spends his free time watching David Crosby interviews. But hey, man, whatever floats your boat. Bob Dylan songs, I get that. I do that too.
The Nuggets.
I get it.
He goes, yeah, you know, I've been watching Leonard Skinner. You know I'm into that. You guys know. You guys know
I like Southern Rock.
Ooh, that smell, Paulie Mac.
Sweet Home Alabama. You know I like that one. Free Bird, Fly Away. I got you. Anyway, Chris Russo, great find right there. And his initial rant rant is about what? The NFL like trying to find a game on it.
It's what we complain about the Amazon Prime games on Thursday nights. It's the Peacock games. It's the Apple TV exclusives.
I got to admit, I don't like that either. I wish I don't. No. I wish they would just combine all the streaming platforms to like one service. It's got to happen at some point.
Paulie Mac, that would just be cable.
No,
they tried doing that. They tried putting all the services together. I had it on my TV. Now I got to pay for this extra stuff.
I'm talking your Primes, your Hulus, your Paramounts, your Netflix. Give me all that stuff on one little app. Can I get that, please?
All they want to do is lose money.
By the way, who is Fatso's Picks, too?
Picks.
What does that even mean?
I think it's one of his buddies
Fatso's Picks
on the show who gives out bets for the NFL season. I got to go head-to-head with Fatso with Bobby Boucher's bets.
All right, very nice poll. Give me some more here, Marcus.
Right,
what else you got?
There's actually more, Chris Russo.
More.
We've got part 2 of this rant complaining about the streaming services.
Fatso's Picks.
Here's Fatso's Picks, and here's more Chris Russo talking about these streaming services.
But they don't allow me to do it because in this age, 2023, if you are not tech savvy with your televisions and all your quote unquote devices, you're finished. Finished. I bought the DirecTV. I had them put the stupid things on my roofs, with the facing the southwest. I went through that process. I deal with the satellite loss with the storms. But I know with DirecTV when I get up or I get ready to watch football on Sunday in September, October, November, and December, I know I can lose money which makes me happy because all the games are in front of me. 8 little boxes. I got the 4 separate, I got the 8 little boxes. They have taken that device away from me. And now I got to work to watch the ball game. So we have no idea now whether on September 10th at 101, I can put Catalan on when he's doing freaking him and Matt Ryan when he's bouncing around doing the Bucks-Viking game.
It actually took me a second to decipher what he was saying. I think he meant Kellerman. I don't want to have to see Kellerman on December 10th. And by the way, how about him going, I aim it towards the southwest. I'm on the roof.
I had it in the right direction, Paulie Mac.
Southwest.
It was pointing the right way. I swear.
And a storm takes out the satellite. That guy, man, he hit so many different topics in that one little rant right there.
It's hilarious. And Paulie Mac, I agree with him. As somebody who considers himself tech savvy.
Yeah.
Even I get frustrated.
Let me ask you this. How many remotes do you have? For real. How many remotes does it take to operate your whole rig?
I have at least 2 for one TV and then another one for my second TV. So I have 3 remotes.
I'd like to clean that up as well. And I know they got the universal remote, but it never works like it's supposed to. Nobody really knows how to use that thing. It's too big. Yeah. It's cumbersome. I want it all streamlined, Marcus. I want it all streamlined.
The problem
and these guys are saying Roku. No, I know about Roku.
Yeah, but now I got a Roku remote
now
also.
You got to get such a Roku up. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I love a universal remote, but nothing's universal. I can't be flipping back and forth between the games.
And you're the kind of kid who would actually, if there was a kid out there who was going to be like, no, I got it all figured out. I got one remote. That would be you.
Yeah.
And the fact that you still got multiple devices tells me that we haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, I see. I can do it. I just don't like doing it. And I know we got to wrap. We got to get to Mike Nash. But how about we empty the clip? We had one more Chris Russo.
I want to empty the clip. Give me it, man.
I'll give you all 3 of the Chris Russo.
I got to go in Southwest.
Here it is. Southwest, pointing in the right direction. Chris Russo continue on his rant to wrap up the cooler.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. They make it so gosh darn difficult. My God.
Yeah.
Can't you just make it easy? And then I'm going to have to call Eddie on the 10th of September. Eddie, get your ass up here. This thing, I can't get it working right. And he knows I'll be frustrated and everything else. And all the good things I did at church at 9 o'clock will be gone by 1 because I'll be cursing up a storm and throwing things all over the house.
Yeah, boy, that's a stressful way to watch football, Chris. I hope it works out. I mean, Chris Russo quite upset right there. I try to keep things basic. I got the basic. I get your standard cable set up. And then I got all your platforms sitting over there. But again, getting out of one and getting into the other, it does become a pain in the butt. Let's be honest.
It's a headache.
During Thursday night football games, I hate having to leave my regular programming to get over to the app, and then if I want to surf during breaks, now I got to exit the app and then get back in.
Yeah, exactly. What if the Giants are playing some postseason baseball? I'm trying to flip over to the Warriors midseason cup, the NBA Cup that they'll be playing in December. I want some freedom, Paulie. That's all I'm asking
We're all in the same boat. What are you going to do? We'll get through it together. Hey, nice power hour. Great conversation with Mike today, and also really good stuff in the cooler. Some sound for you. Coming up, we got... it's our friend Michael Nash. He is the promoter and organizer of the Sound Summit show that Murph and I are a part of, at least for the last 10 years. And we'll do it again in 2 weeks. We'll talk to Mike about the do's and don'ts. We'll talk about transportation, tickets, and then, of course, the roster of artists coming on as well. Then we'll talk to Matt Barrows about what's going on down at Niner Camp. Marcus and I did a little dive into the quarterback situation earlier. We'll pick Matty's brain about that. And then Kyle Harrison joins us in the 9 o'clock hour. It is Marcus. It is Mac on KNBR 680 and 104.5, the sports leader.
My balls are cool.
I understand.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mac saying good morning, and thank you for listening to Murph and Mac today with Marcus Boucher. I want to talk to you about QC Kinetics. Listen, this is a great way to address all of the pain that we all have to endure in life. Physical pain. I'm talking about your joints, like in my case, my neck, my ankle. I know a lot of people have elbow problems, knee problems, back problems. That's exactly what we're talking about. And then how do you deal with it? Well, QC Kinetics is offering you a new route to make that pain go away with all natural advanced regenerative medicine. They're helping people right here in San Francisco, the entire Bay Area, with these amazing natural treatments that can actually restore and repair damaged joint tissue, kind of like turning back the clock. QC Kinetics is the world leader in this exciting medical breakthrough that does not require prescription drugs, does not require multiple doctor visits. They're doing it without drugs and without surgery, and patients are getting real and lasting relief. So again, if you have pain due to injuries or even arthritis, just schedule your complimentary consultation. Locations currently in Pleasanton and San Jose. Just call QC Kinetics and have that conversation. 877-70-REGEN. 877-70-REGEN. 877-REGEN.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, this is going to be a great little... Yeah, thank you, Triple E. The sounds of Faye Webster heard right here on KNBR. Now, we had an interesting moment last year where we brought Marcus Boucher up to Sound Summit for the first time. And he kind of fell for Faye Webster a little bit, musically and otherwise. You enjoyed the entire vibe that she brought to the hill last year, or to the mountain, I should say. Up in the Mountain Theater, listen, it's a one-of-a-kind event. Marcus, just real quick before we bring Mike Nash on, like, what were your impressions being a first-timer up on the hill?
You're talking about the vibes of a Faye Webster. Shout out War on Drugs. They were phenomenal last year. But for somebody who was taking his first trip, not only to Sound Summit, but to Mount Tam, the vibes were immaculate. The sunset on the bay at the end of the show. All around a great time, and I highly suggest everybody show up to Sound Summit 2023.
Well said, my man. And let's bring in Michael Nash. He's a good friend of ours. Murph and I have been working with him for the past 10 years as we MC the event. We bring the bands on and we bring the bands off, give you their stage announcements, and we have a great relationship with our buddy Michael Nash. So, Michael, welcome back to KNBR 680. How's it going, my brother?
Going great. Thanks for having me back. Hope you guys are doing well.
Oh, yeah, man. Well, we're excited. It's the Sound Summit time of year. So let's get into the particulars this year. First of all, dates and times. If people are interested, when is this concert happening, Michael?
Yeah, it is happening 2 weeks from Saturday, on Saturday, September 9th. The doors open at 10. The event ends at 7, and you've got about 8 to 9 hours of musical soundtrack to some of the best views in the Bay.
Well, it's a great opportunity for a lot of music lovers here in the Bay Area to get to know some like artists that they're not that familiar with. You're usually going to get some big names and some lesser known names. So let's kind of walk through the lineup this year a little bit, Michael, just to let potential ticket buyers know who they'd be seeing and hearing.
Yeah, sure. We try to mix it up every year, both in terms of genre, and age, demographic. So this year, our headliner is a band called Lord Huron.
Okay.
And this is a band that my son initially turned me on to, which I love. And they're hard to describe in terms of like, oh, they sound like X or they sound like Y, but they're a fascinating band. We kind of refer to them as cosmic folk rock storytellers.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a lot going on. They rock. They have kind of a folk western vibe. They've got some surf overtones.
Nice.
But they have a also very cinematic sound, which is as if you're watching some atmospheric film. And they combine all these genres into their very distinct, unique sound. Very strong following. But it's really a band with a vision, and you don't mistake them for anyone else. So they're at the top of the bill, and I'm really, really excited about having them. The response from the crowd this year to having them on TAM has been great, so we're excited about that. And let's see, before that, we have a gal named Sierra Farrell, who is just wonderful. She's kind of blowing up in the best ways this year. She's from West Virginia. She's a singer-songwriter with both a vintage and contemporary kind of vibe at once. She's spellbinding. She kind of transcends genre in a way. I mean, you feel like you're somewhere time out of mind, but she's very witty and now, and
nice.
Her audience adores her. I saw her some months back at the Fillmore, sold-out show, and people just love her. So we're psyched to have her. She loves Lord Huron. Lord Huron loves her, so it's going to be a love fest up there with those guys.
Good, man. Good. Cool. And then kicking off, I know like the local favorites here in the Bay Area, I see Vinyl on the list. So you don't really need to break them down, Michael, because I think a lot of our listeners are already familiar. But I do want to talk about Broke Down in Bakersfield a little bit. Like this is the act I think I'm looking forward to the most. So why don't you describe Broke Down in Bakersfield to our audience who might not know what that is?
Yeah, Broke Down in Bakersfield is a collective of sort of beloved Bay Area musicians from various groups that hasn't actually played together for almost a decade. They had a band together, I think maybe 9.5 years ago was the last time they played. And it's a combination of Nikki Bloom, who has her own career and has had a band called Nikki Bloom and the Gramblers, Tim Bloom, who is in the Mother Hips for a long time now, some guys from ALO, Lebo, and Steve Adams, and their ex-drummer Dave Rogan, and a great Telecaster guitar player named Scott Law. And they're really fun. They kind of play an homage to Bakersfield music, Buck Owens, Myrtle Haggard, then some, and great musicianship, great vocals. A lot of people are super psyched about that band because, as I said, they haven't played for a decade, and they decided to have the reunion on the mountain with us, which we're very excited about. So that should be cool. You know these guys, I think, from your own musical experience.
Oh, yeah. Very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, and Michael, last year was a great experience for me. My first time, not only at Sound Summit, but up on Mount Sam, checking out that Mountain Theater. And from my understanding with my conversations with Murph about it, is that this is a theater that doesn't get used too often. So how rare of an opportunity is this for people to get up on top of Mount Sam and to watch some live music?
No, you're exactly right, Marcus. It doesn't get used too often. The only other public event there is what's called the Mountain Play. That's an annual sort of Broadway-style musical that's been happening for over a century. And, yeah, we're the only other major event that occurs there. You know, the mountain's very particular about making sure, the folks they have doing things there are safe and well-vetted. And it's a lot of work, I'll make no bones about that, but it's a great labor of love. So you're right. It is a rare opportunity. And to see music of this caliber, 2,000 feet above the bay with those views and that sense of community in that bowl of trees. Well, you went last year. It's rare and it's a great venue.
It's spectacular. It really is. And by the way, the website with all the information, the band lineups, because there is another artist as well. Kevin Morby will be on stage as well, kind of right in the middle of the day. But soundsummit.net is the website. It's got lineup info. It's got ticket information. Sponsorship information if you're interested, and then also know that a lot of the proceeds go right back into maintaining and upkeeping the mountain. I know last year they did some repairs to the steep ravine trail, which is a personal favorite of mine. Guys like Marcus, who had never even been up there, can really enjoy like the flavor and the feel and why it's so special. And for me, you guys, like one of my favorite parts of every year's Sound Summit, honestly, is driving back down the mountain at the end of the night where the sun is going down. It's really, really beautiful. So, Michael, closing words, man, and we appreciate your time. We're all looking forward to Sound Summit September 9th, Saturday afternoon. It starts at 11, it goes till 7 p.m. So, closing words from Michael Nash, the promoter and organizer. Go for it, brother.
Well, yeah, thanks for having me once again. And, yeah, I think you struck a good point a moment ago. We just funded a major restoration of the Steep Ravine Trail, which is one of the most beloved on the mountain, had been closed for quite a while. And that's what's beautiful about this event. You have this great day of music in a stellar location, and then every year we make a grant to the mountain, and that circles back into projects like that so the public can enjoy the resources that Mount Tam as a whole brings. So it's a nice full circle, and I think that's another great reason for people to come up beyond seeing music in an amazing spot high above the bay.
Michael, you are the man. Thanks for doing this every year, and we look forward to it. We'll see you in 2 weeks on the mountain. Thanks, Michael.
Can't wait. Thanks for your time.
You got it, man. Michael Nash, everybody, the organizer and promoter of the Sound Summit concert. It's an annual event. We do it every year. Murph and I'll be up there. Marcus will be up there. I know Hot AC, Adam Copeland's been up there in the past with Sasha, and it's just a great way to spend an afternoon. Very, very Bay Area, very San Francisco, has like old school vibes. Now for Triple E, you might appreciate this because Marcus asked a great question. They don't use that Mountain Theater very often. They do. They have the play up there, and then they have Michael's Sound Summit concert. But way back in the day, if you Google this, you can see a lot of pictures. It's pretty cool. You know who played up there at Triple E? You might get a kick out of this. The freaking Doors.
Wow.
Jim Morrison, the Lizard King himself. Yeah, he actually did. There was a show in the late 60s. I don't have all the information, but if you Google it, you can see. Just enter Jim Morrison Mountain Theater, Mount Tamalpais, and you'll get there's like a whole photo gallery. It's really cool.
That's
so
awesome.
There's great history up there too.
Yeah, and like we were just talking about, it's a phenomenal place to watch a concert, listen to some live music. The views of the Bay are unbeatable. That sunset, they got food trucks, they got beer, they got everything you need, Paulie.
Final thing, and just keep this in mind. If you go to Sound Summit Saturday, September 9th, the next day, we're playing football. We're playing real games.
Go.
So what better weekend to set it up, man? Enjoy the outdoors because you know you ain't leaving the house on Sunday the 10th. We're staying home. We're watching Niner ball all day. Marcus has some Raider concerns, but you know what I'm saying. We're all ready for opening day of the NFL. We'll see you at Sound Summit on September 9th. SoundSummit.net's got all your information. Okay, now, speaking of the Niners, let's take a quick break. We'll come on back. We got Matt Barrows waiting to talk Niner football with Marcus and Mac on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Okay, everybody, Paul and Mac saying good morning, and thank you for listening to Murph and Marcus and Mac today, I should say. Our buddy Steve Moskowitz joins us during the week. We'd love to put him on the air and share some tax tips, tax advice. ERC relief, Steve, we've talked a lot about it, and it's been great to hear you kind of share these stories where you've gotten a lot of money for some of your clients. So let's go a little deeper on ERC today. Steve, how you doing on a Wednesday morning?
Doing great, and be even better if I get your listeners some of this money.
Yeah.
The federal government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had in 2020 and 21. But for those of you that say, oh, your CPA told you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough, that is only one of two tests. There's another test that a lot of CPAs I've talked to just don't want to be bothered doing because it's not numbers. It requires analysis. We're tax attorneys. That's what we do. Analysis. Multiple licensed professionals in our office go over this. And a lot of people that don't qualify, didn't have the drop in gross revenue, do qualify under this facts and circumstances method. It doesn't cost you a penny to call us. Think of us like a medical doctor giving you that second opinion. And we've met so many people, not everybody, but so many people that didn't qualify under the gross revenue that did qualify for this and got so much money.
Well, Steve, thanks so much for the heads up on this because, listen, if you're listening, you're a business owner, and you've heard what Steve said, you've been denied in the past, reach out and talk to Steve. He might be able to find a way to help you out and get you some ERC relief. There could be a lot of money involved here, so don't leave anything on the table. Call Steve at toll-free, by the way, at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just each day. I mean, coming here, not knowing the offense, not playing an offense similar to it. Just his command, getting in and out of the huddle where he is now compared to day one. He's been real consistent in everything that he didn't come in the first day just owning it all because you can't when you don't have the experience. But each day that he's done it, he's gone better and better, and he just looks more and more comfortable in everything he's doing.
All right, Triple E, very nice. Good rejoin. Thank you for the Lizard King, Jim Morrison. You were listening last segment. You heard my Jim Morrison story about Mount Tam. True story, it happened. Google that, you'll see for yourself. Hey, Marcus, let's talk Niner ball. Like to go down to Levi's, talk to Matty Barrows, one of our favorite Niner voices. We love reading them. We love having them on the air. So, Matty, welcome back to the Murph and Mac Show. You'll be talking to Marcus Boucher today. He's in for Murph for the rest of the week. How's it going, Matty?
Hey, what's up, Matt?
It's going well. Yeah, better Marcus Boucher than Marcus Thompson. I think we got the better Marcus today.
Shots fired, Matt. I like
you know what I'm saying? No, this is good. This is good. We're gonna get a little Marcus on Marcus cage match happening.
Yeah, Marcus with the K versus Marcus with the C.
Totally. If we keep this up. Yeah. But Matty, great having you on, man. We always love talking Niner ball with you, and we haven't talked since the last game. And I don't know, Matty. First of all, why don't I start with getting your impressions about what you saw from Trey Lance? I, for one, felt a lot better about him and where he's going than I did after week one. But I don't know. What were your impressions of watching Trey Lance last week, Matty?
Yeah, he needed that game. I mean, and I kind of thought it would come because, the reaction to the Raiders game was so over the top. It was one game, and everybody has just decided, okay, this guy's terrible. Let's get rid of him. And I said it would be very poetic if he had a terrific game against the Broncos, and then the rhetoric would change. It wasn't a terrific game, but he did what he had to do at the end. Those last two drives, I don't want to say they were perfect, but he made all the throws, and he made the sort of decisive throws that I think Kyle Shanahan really wants to see. I mean, that's what swung Brock Purdy to Shanahan last year at this time. He was consistent. He was almost robotic. Shanahan's used the word machine. He was like a machine last August. And that's what he wants to see from his QBs. Not a lot of thinking. He wants it to be decisive. And that throw to Ronnie Bell, the big one that set up the field goal, that's drop, plant, fire. And it was on target, and it allowed Bell, who's good after the catch, real good after the catch, to do his thing. So, that's what you want to see from the guy. But you want to see it from start to finish, and that's the one area that we're still not quite getting. It needs to be that automatic from the get-go, and I think Trey Lance usually sort of has to kind of ease his way into that mode throughout a practice and throughout a game.
Matty, I do want to, I do want to talk to you a little bit about Ronnie Bell, but before I go there, just a little bit more on the backup quarterback situation. Marcus and I were talking earlier in the show just about what to expect in this final game on Friday. Is there any indication as to what Kyle might do in terms of quarterback playing time? Like, I know we didn't see Trey until late in the fourth quarter in the last game. Is there any indication of who might start or how long we'd see Darnold and Lance in this game coming up Friday?
No, he might reveal it when he goes on with KNBR this afternoon. But I think the one thing that we can count on is more Brock Purdy than the one series that we saw on Saturday. This could be a two-series thing, a full quarter thing. This is the dress rehearsal for Pittsburgh, and Jake Brendel was actually talking about that. The Steelers and the Chargers play a similar style of defense, so it's a good warm up for the offense in particular. So we ought to see Purdy for more than a series, and then if it follows the pattern, this has been since the start of training camp. One day Lance gets the lion's share of the second team reps. The next day Darnold does, etc. If it follows that, then Trey Lance, just like in Las Vegas, will be the guy that comes in first and plays right after Purdy. If it's different, though, I wonder whether that's a hint as to what Shanahan's thinking, because this is the dress rehearsal for Pittsburgh. And if Darnold comes in ahead of Lance, it's not following that pattern, and that might be an indication of what he's thinking as far as who's going to be the number 2 on September 10.
Man, I'm talking, Matty, I can't remember a preseason where there's been this much intrigue, and you're right, like we're looking for clues. He might mean this if he does that. It is going to be pretty interesting to see the how it all shakes out on Friday, because you're right, it probably is a path to the Pittsburgh game. Now, the name Ronnie Bell kept coming up, and for good reason. There's no way we can't talk about this kid. If you've watched the games, the 2 preseason games, there's no way you can't notice Ronnie Bell. He leads the team in receptions for all receivers. He's had 10 catches. He leads the team in yards with 172 yards, receiving yards. No other 49er receiver has beyond 5 catches. So this kid is really leading the pack. He's a 7th rounder. Matty, has he done enough, do you think? Or is he doing enough? Is he in the process of maybe carving out a spot for himself on the roster? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. He probably has done enough, even without these other injuries at wide receiver, but they're going to need him there. And so the risk of trying to cut him and to get him on your practice squad and then, say, elevate him for the Steelers game, it seems like it's too great, because if you lost him, then you'd be without his services at wide receiver and without them at punt returner as well. So I just think that there's too much risk there to kind of fool around with that spot, and I think he's earned it. You have to go back and you look at the roster and you say, how much does this guy weigh? And it's 190 on a heavy day, which means he's about 30 pounds lighter than Deebo Samuel. And he's been running like Deebo. He's been breaking tackles consistently, both as a receiver and as a punt returner. He's really kind of taken to this 49ers mentality. He's taken to the offense. He's watching what Deebo does, and he's emulating that. He's Deebo Samuel's understudy now that Ray McLeod is hurt. So, I mean, he's just doing everything right. Obviously, the easy catches have been the hardest for him, and maybe he's thinking about running after the catch, and he's allowed a couple to kind of slip through his hands and turn into interceptions. That's bad, of course, but everything else, all the other traits that you're kind of eager to see if you're the 49ers have been apparent.
And Matt, we know that the deadline is coming up on August 28th. That's in 5 days for the 49ers to cut down to their 53-man roster. And it does seem like Ronnie Bell does have a path to being on this 53-man roster. But I wanted to ask about a potential wide receiver 5 competition. And who do you think has the edge between a guy like Chris Conley, Tay Martin, Willie Snead, or maybe even somebody like Anthony Miller, who the 49ers brought in this week?
Yeah, I think that Conley is leading the charge there. I mean, because I think that they would want a veteran to sort of complement the youth of a Ronnie Bell. And you saw Conley actually get into the game early. He was in on that first drive with the rest of the one. So he's been pretty consistent for them. Kyle Shanahan talked about it yesterday. Runs the right routes. He's always in the right space. He's a big body. These guys obviously feel comfortable targeting him. And if Danny Gray is not going to be ready for the start of the season, and it looks like he won't, I think Conley comes is the next fastest guy at that wide receiver spot. So he gives you the speed element too. So I would say him, and then I would say Snead is maybe next in line because he has that veteran presence as well, that reliability. He also returns punts. So I don't know if there's no Ray in week 1 and Bell is your punt returner. I don't know who else does that, who would be active that game. You might have to put Kyle Juszczyk back there. He's been fooling around as a punt returner in practice, and he's done a very nice job.
Wow.
He's Mr. Reliable.
Okay.
Not sure you're going to get any 85-yard returns from Juszczyk. But you're not going to get any fumbles, and I think that's the most important thing.
Wow, that's wild. I'd love to take a look at that.
Yeah, that'd be something. But Matt, I want to ask about another guy that's been taking punt returns and kick returns. That is Deshaun Jameson, who I thought had an impressive performance week 1 against the Raiders. Was not that impressive last week against the Denver Broncos. Now, with Jimmy Ward leaving to the Houston Texans, there does seem like there's an opening in the defensive backfield at that nickel position. So I'd love to get your thoughts on Deshaun Jameson and overall what's going on in that backfield at the corner position outside of Travarius Ward.
Yeah, I mean, he's been terrific. I mean, there's just no bad practices for him. He broke up a pass to Deebo Samuel yesterday. He seems to have one of those a game. He's been what the coaches describe as sticky in coverage. I mean, he reminds me a lot of K'Wan Williams, talking about nickel cornerback, just a guy who not very big, but you just can't shake him. And he's got that dog mentality that Williams has as well. They fooled around a little bit with him with the second team defense last week as a nickel, but he only played on the outside in the game against the Broncos, and I don't think I've seen him at nickel this week. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. It seems as if Steve Wilks has this idea that this team might have multiple nickels, where Isaiah Oliver, who was, for the vast part of the offseason, was their only nickel, or at least the only one who played with the first team defense. He'd be in when the opponent has a big slot receiver, a tight end, or, for example, the 49ers like to use Juwan Jennings in that role. Anytime there's a bigger receiver there, it might be Isaiah Oliver, and if it's a smaller guy, it might be Diamador Lenore. And this is sort of a new idea. Here we are, less than 3 weeks from the season, and they're sort of tinkering with what's an essential position.
Yeah, right.
The nickel. So, to me, that's a little bit dicey. If you're looking for things to worry about, if you're a worry wart, that would be that would almost be the top one, I would think, going into that Steelers game.
Okay, well, you know what, though, Matty Barrow's our guest, by the way, on the UMA guest line, talking Niner football. To address all the worry warts out there, because there are plenty of them when it comes to Niner ball, everything is scrutinized. Let's just talk a little Jake Moody. Now, he made the kick to, win the game, and everybody, celebrated. But he's had some tough times. I mean, the Raider game was tough. He missed that point, the extra point on Saturday as well. So, I don't know. Tell us how he looks in practice. I mean, he's a highly regarded kicker. He did great at Michigan. He comes in with that great rep. But guys are watching him very carefully, Matty. So, how is he looking in practice?
Yeah, in practice, he's been lights out. And I think that's what's reassuring the 49ers, that this isn't going to be a problem. I think he's missed 2 kicks in practice. And this is from late July onward, and these aren't 35-yarders. I mean, they'll put him at 62 sometimes.
Wow.
And he's made most of those. He's missed one. I forget what the numbers are. I want to say he's missed from 43 and 62 in practices so far, and it's been a wide array of kicks. I did a lot of reporting on him and of the possible kicker iterations during the off season. And the thing that just kept coming up about Moody is that he was a very, very difficult guy to rattle. A guy who grew up in Michigan, is kicking in the worst weather conditions you can think of.
Yeah.
Even the practices at Michigan. This is what Jim Harbaugh was explaining to me. The way that the practice fields are set up, there is a building just behind the uprights, a new workout facility. And the wind is such that it just wreaks havoc with the kicking on that side of the field, and that every kicker that Jim Harbaugh has ever had complains about it and uses it as an excuse. Jake Moody never did. He just, went up there and kicked. And most of the time the ball went in. That's just the mentality he has. He does not get inside his own head, and he doesn't let mistakes fester. So, I mean, that's what that's why the 49ers picked him in the 3rd round. That's why they have faith in him.
Right.
The Raiders game was bad. He didn't kick confidently in Levi's Stadium. He hasn't kicked a lot in Levi's Stadium. I'm not blaming Taylor Swift, guys. I don't want any of the Swifties out there to get on my Twitter account. But Taylor Swift concert came in, and the field in Levi's was ripped up, and there was no field there for the longest time afterwards. So it's not like he's been getting into Levi's and getting a ton of reps. Certainly not this summer. I think he did it a little bit in the spring. But if I'm the 49ers, I get that guy and the long snapper and Mitch Wishnowsky in there, a couple times a week from here on out, just so that he's used to that wind and sort of mastering the idiosyncrasies of Levi Stadium.
Matt Barrows, of course, on the Uma Guest Line this morning, talking some 49er football. And Matt, we've now talked about a nickelback replacement for Jimmy Ward. We've talked about Jake Moody taking over for Robbie Gould. It's time to talk about the 3rd other free agent that left. That's Mike McGlinchey, who did not play last weekend against the 49ers as a member of the Denver Broncos. But there's been a lot of eyes on Colton McKivitz taking over that right tackle position. So I would love to get your download on what you've seen so far from Colton McKivitz, as 4 of the 5 starters played last week for the 49ers on that offensive line, and your overall view of the offensive line's performance so far throughout, not just the preseason games, but that joint practice against the Raiders as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Raiders practice was interesting because, no Nick Bosa in 49ers camp. They go out to Las Vegas, and all of a sudden you're looking at Chandler Jones and Max Crosby and this guy Malcolm Kuntz, who's also a pretty good edge rusher over there, and their old teammate Jordan Willis, who I'm told Jordan Willis hasn't jumped out in Raiders practices this summer, but he did during that joint session. I think he got up for it, wanted to show up against his old teammates. My point is that all of a sudden that offensive line, and Colton McKivitz in particular, had talent at that defensive end spot that he wasn't seeing in practice. And that first day, Chandler Jones in particular just had his way with McKivitz and the rest of the offensive line. And, I mean, it just underscores to me that this unit would really benefit from Nick Bosa being there, and McKivitz in particular. He's got T.J. Watt in week 1.
Yeah.
There's no better way to build confidence going into a TJ Watt game than to go against Nick Bosa for a full summer. And McKivitz isn't getting that. McKivitz is getting Drake Jackson and Cleveland Farrell most of the time. And I actually think Farrell's been really good, and Jackson has been a little bit more inconsistent, which is what you'd expect from a second-year guy. But my overall point is that there was a real kind of talent discrepancy between the Raiders and the 49ers at defensive end, and I just think that's got to affect Colton McKivitz's preparation going into the season.
Well, it's a really good point, Matty, that you make right there, especially about the absence of Nick Bosa in the practices. And, Shanahan said yesterday, I think the word he used, this is exactly what I expected. So he doesn't seem to be concerned. I don't know, Matty, we're just keeping an eye on this thing. I mean, I think we would all feel a lot better if he was here. At the same time, I expect him to show up ready to go, breathing fire, in great shape. But I don't know. Is there any even hint of concern from anyone down there at camp?
No, I don't know if it's kind of truthful, though. I mean, they're in the middle of a negotiation, and negotiating 101 is that you don't blink, you don't let the other guy see you sweat. So that's what I took away from kind of Shanahan's sort of unbothered reaction yesterday. I will say that back in 2019, Bosa suffered a really scary ankle injury. I want to say the first week of training camp. It was one of those where he's kind of working his way down the line of scrimmage, and somebody's coming from the other direction and falls right into his ankle. I mean, very easily could have been a fracture that keeps him out the whole season. Instead, it was something that kept him out all of camp. And he didn't practice until the Wednesday before they played in Tampa to open that season. If you remember, he had a great game against the Buccaneers. He sacked Jameis Winston once. I think he had 3 quarterback hits, blowout win. The defense really sort of stole that game in Tampa, and it set the tone for what would be a Super Bowl season for them. So that's sort of what the 49ers are working with. He was a rookie that year.
Yeah.
He's better. He knows more now, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's part of their confidence that this guy could come in on September 1 and still be really good in Pittsburgh on September 10.
Matty, as always, great conversation. You can read Matt Barrows in The Athletic, and I encourage you to do that because he's got great coverage of your Niners. And always a great guest on the air. Matty, had a good time. We'll do it again soon, bro. You have a good time down there. Take care.
Man. All right. Thanks for having me on, guys. Talk to you soon.
You got it. Matt Barrows, everybody. Great Niner voice. And interesting point, actually, about, Bosa's absence really not helping McKivitz out too much as he tries to prep for, TJ Watt. That is going to be a hell of an assignment week 1.
Yeah, it's something that I was talking about earlier.
You have been on McKivitz. You've been watching that thing this whole preseason.
Because I was out there in Vegas. I was at the practice facilities in Henderson. I saw what Chandler was doing with those spin moves. I saw the bowlers from Max Crosby. It's something that I do worry about when you look at TJ Watt week 1.
It's a legit concern.
When you look at a matchup against Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys, when you got to play Myles Garrett in the Cleveland Browns, there's going to be some tough assignments.
He'll have help. I mean, he'll get help up front, and you could get help from Juszczyk in the backfield too if it gets to that point. But I feel you. It's definitely something to watch. I mean, I don't really know what to expect from McKivitz yet, so I don't want to bury the guy because you got to let him play and see how he does. But you're right; it's something to definitely keep an eye on.
And to your point of him having help, there was good injury news this week that George Kittle is back on the practice field. Something that we didn't get to check in with Matt Barrows. I'd be surprised if he plays this Friday, but he should be ready to go week 1 if needed for a couple of chip blocks on TJ Watt.
Well, listen, good Niner conversation. We have we're going to transition into some Giant talk in just a little bit because Kyle Harrison will join us right around 9:30 today. Be tuned in for that. You're not going to want to miss it. Great debut for performance last night. In fact, we can get into that a little bit on the other side. We've been talking Niner ball for a little bit, so let's revisit the Giant. Kind of a heartbreaking loss, actually, the way it all ended up. And, Gabe Kapler called it a gut punch kind of loss. And it was. It was. But there was a positive, and that was Kyle Harrison's debut. I want to pick Marcus's brain, one pitcher to another on the other side. It's KNBR 680, the sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The one and only Will the Thrill Clark stopped by the Murphy Mac Show yesterday morning to talk about Kyle Harrison's MLB debut. So to hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
But he's coming out of the game, and he's a big leaguer now. Kyle Harrison, a night he will never forget. Walks off the field, his family's standing and giving him a big ovation. His teammates are there to greet him. Giants fans behind the dugout standing up. Kyle Harrison, and you can see why everybody's so excited. You can also see that he's a kid who just turned 22, has not pitched very much as a professional, and he's still got refining to do, but the pure natural ability is undeniable.
It's a bit of a roller coaster ride that first time through the lineup. For sure, yeah. He got me. Not obviously your ideal debut, but we'll definitely build on it.
All right, Kyle Harrison speaks, man. Exciting night in Philly last night. The kid looked really good. Giants did lose the game in the ninth. Camilo Doval it just was a sequence of very unfortunate events in that ninth inning. They wind up scoring 2 runs, the Phillies do, and they walk off. 4-3 is the final score. And I feel like Marcus and I have talked so much about the Giants earlier in the show today. We have Kyle Harrison joining us in just about 10 minutes. Stay tuned. But, I mean, think about what that might have felt like if the Giants gave him a cushion, Doval, like a 2-run cushion, a 3-run cushion. Then you got, room to make a mistake. You've got room to allow for, a mishap, like the ball off the glove. The Giants their inability to put runs on the board is hurting them in so many different ways. And there's another way last night, Mark. It's like you get no room for error out there, no margin for any kind of mistake, or else the whole thing caves in. And that's exactly what happened.
And even when the Phillies were making errors in that first inning, they're not able to capitalize on those opportunities.
Great call.
And again, Paulie Mack, it seems like we open the mics almost every morning and be like, oh, the Giants were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position again. Guess what? Last night, 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. They're just not getting those clutch hits. Now, credit to Jock Peterson, did come through with that slicing line drive into left center field. But we've seen with this Giants offense, an offense that's averaging less than 3 runs per game over the last couple weeks, they're just not getting that offensive output and not giving their pitchers that run support that they need.
Just a few numbers for you here to speak to Marcus's point. First of all, they were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position last night, and this is a problem that's plagued them for the past few weeks. They just can't get guys in. And then their record on the road has just been abysmal. They're 2-14 in their last. You guys got that? 2-14.
Who do they think they are? The Warriors, Paulie?
Oh, dude, no. Don't be the Warriors, whatever you do, because you saw how that ended.
Yeah.
Listen, this is a game today that they need Alex Cobb to come in and give him a stop job, put some runs on the board, and just get the hell out of Philly, hopefully, and salvage 1 win. Enjoy the day off tomorrow, and then get ready, Marcus. No rest for the wicked. Here come the Braves, and then here come the Reds right after them. So the next 6 games after today are no walk in the park. Now, it's going to be nice to have these guys home. It'll be great to see Kyle Harrison pitch in front of his own fans on Sunday, but still, you really need this one today. It'd be in their best interest to get out of there with a win today.
And that's why that loss last night does feel like such a gut punch, as Gabe Kapler alluded to in the post-game sound, because you look at the situation, you look at the wild card standings.
I do.
You look at the fact that the Diamondbacks beat Bruce Bochy and the Rangers last night, so now they're in that 3rd wild card spot, and the Giants are on the outside looking in. And we know the top team in that wild card standing is the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, the Giants got off to a great start this year when they swept them in San Francisco, but if they get swept today, now we're looking at a 3-3 series tie. So, yeah, it's great that the Giants still have a chance overall to win the season series, but you look at this specific series, you look at Kyle Harrison making his big league debut. If they would have won the game yesterday, it kind of would have felt like a little bit of a restart to try to get some of that momentum to get back on the winning track. Because you mentioned the road numbers. Hell, I'll just give you the numbers over the last 16 games in general.
Yeah.
They're 4-12. They're playing bad baseball. And last night in the 9th inning was another example of some bad baseball being played and another Giants loss.
Bad baseball, Marcus. All right, well, 105 first pitch today. Alex Cobb on the hill trying to salvage one before they leave Philly. And walk us through some sound. I know you got the list over there, Marcus.
All right, well, you heard Kyle Harrison on the rejoin. We played a lot of his sound this morning in the big hit, but I wanted to get the perspective of his manager, Gabe Kapler.
Give me some Gabe.
And kind of the strategy behind this 65 pitch limit total that they're going with. Now, Kyle Harrison did throw 43 of his 65 pitches yesterday for strikes, so pounded the strike zone, only had one walk, did beat a guy also. And how about that dude Sosa trying to stare him down?
What the hell? I'm glad you brought that up, by the way. Bro, I think it's his first start in the big.
He's trying
calm
to beat
down.
Yeah, dude, come on.
Bro, I did not appreciate that at all.
He's in the middle of the 30-pitch inning. Yeah.
It's like, dude, come on, bro. This kid just got here. Give him a break. You think he's trying to hit you?
No chance in hell.
But actually, I didn't like that.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all. And I actually like that. He actually responded by striking out Rojas, the next batter up, and working out of that second inning. He ends up going 3 1/3, like we said, through 65 total pitches, 5 strikeouts on the day. And here is Gabe Kapler talking about that performance from Kyle Harrison and how he was able to blow that fastball by these big league hitters.
Yeah, it wasn't just major league hitters, really good right-handed major league hitters that he was throwing the ball by. I've seen JT a lot, and he can certainly catch up to a fastball. He threw the ball by JT a couple of times, threw the ball by Trey a couple of times, threw the ball by Castellanos a couple of times. Those are some, elite right-handed hitters, particularly against left-handed pitching, and you just don't see it very often. So it's pretty unusual, and it's a good signal of things to come.
I like what Gabe says right there, Marcus, because it was cool watching Kyle Harrison, his first ever big league, start getting hitters. He's right. Hitters of that caliber swinging and missing was pretty cool to see because there was a lot of swing and misses last night.
And this isn't Kyle Harrison pitching against the Oakland A's. No, it's Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, and he did a pretty good job against all these guys. Of course, Bryce Harper did take him deep in the first inning.
That's going to happen to anybody, though. Yeah.
How about we give some love for Kyle Harrison picking him off in the third inning also. That was a great pickoff move at first base ball.
Do we know maybe not want to mention Meckler getting picked off, though?
Oh, yeah.
See him dancing around out there. Next thing you know, he's jogging back to the dugout.
Be positive, bro.
Jogging back.
Yeah, we're being positive this morning, but it's hard to be positive after that gut punch of a loss last night. Those were the words from Gabe Kapler, and here he was talking about the fairy tale ending not happening for Kyle Harrison and the Giants yesterday.
Okay.
But obviously it would have been much more satisfying for us to come back in after a quality debut and win the baseball game. I think we fought pretty hard to get to that 9th inning. A lot of good things happened to get to that 9th inning, good pitching performances, some good defensive plays, some big moments, and, you fight to get to the 9th. You feel like you have the best closer in the game out there to win the game, and it's disappointing. It's definitely a gut punch.
Yeah, I was watching the post game last night, and first of all, the camera guy shooting Gabe was shooting like up at him, so he looked like Godzilla. He looked gigantic with his traps and his big warm-up T-shirt on and all that stuff. But he's right. Gabe is right. That was a tough loss, man, because they had a chance to win this series if they could have gotten last night. Now that's off the table, but you got to shake it off and move on. Marcus, I just wanted to get inside your head a little bit, being a former pitcher. I don't know, what were your, just impressions? Mike Krukow, if you missed it, spoke a lot about his presence out there on the hill, which I noticed as well. He looked totally at ease. He did not look overwhelmed. What were your kind of takeaways from this kid's first start?
Well, that's the thing, Paulie, Matt, because I've talked a lot about watching this kid pitch 2 years ago in San Jose, and he absolutely dominated every batter that stepped in the box.
Yeah.
I saw him 2 weeks in Las Vegas pitching for the Rivercats, and he dominated everybody at that level also. So I knew the stuff coming into the game. I knew he would dial it up to 97, 98. But Mike pretty much laid it out perfectly. These are the best hitters on the planet, and they were struggling to hit that fastball.
Yeah.
Like, to me, it felt like it even played up higher than the 97, 98 that we were seeing on the gun. Kind of jumps on you a little bit. And then I thought he did a pretty decent job mixing up his secondary pitches, especially the second time through the lineup. But that's obviously going to be something that he's going to continue to work on at the big league level.
Mike also was mentioning how much of a weapon it is that he's got. Like he's got a high fastball, that it elevates, and guys are waving at it pretty wildly.
Well, especially in this day and age of the launch angle and everybody trying to hit home runs.
Yeah.
Like, I remember back in the day, like, you would talk about a belt-high fastball, and you'd be like, oh, that's lunch for a hitter. Like, ask Will Clark if he could do anything with a belt-high fastball.
That's what you want.
He'll tell you he'll put it over the wall every single time. But because guys are trying to get that launch angle, put the ball in the air, we see so many more pitchers now pitching at the top of the strike zone, and it's something that maybe contributed to Kyle Harrison's walk rate in the minor leagues since they were using the ABS system, the automatic ball strike system, and it had a tight zone at the top of the strike zone. Well, yesterday, no ABS, no problem competing in the strike zone, and again, competing in the strike zone with that fastball.
Well, what do you think? Should we duck out and get ready for Kyle? You got time for one more? Your call.
Let's do one more.
All right,
because
go ahead,
I know
Marcus.
Triple E wanted us to play this cut from Gabe Kapler.
Triple E with his Yankee hat on, by the way.
Yeah.
That he just
I don't
acquired.
need to say that this morning.
He did bring us John's Pizza from New York, though, so we can't complain too much. But go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we will play this Gabe Kapler cut by request of Triple E. And here was Gabe Kapler last night talking about the Giants going 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, talking about losing 4 of the last 12 games, talking about being knocked out of the wild card picture, and if it's a concern that's going to linger on for the rest of the season.
Complete non-issue. We do a really good job of turning the page. We'll obviously examine the things that happen in tonight's game, but we're not going to lose any sleep over it. Tomorrow's a day game. We'll come back and get ready to play the Phillies. That's it. We do that every night, win or lose, and baseball is not a game that you can kind of sit in the last game for very long. So as soon as you guys walk out of here, we'll obviously have some conversations and turn the page, get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's kind of all you can do. I mean, what else can you do? You can't, wring your hands all night over that. I kind of feel Gabe on that. Let's wrap this up, get on with it, and get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, Paulie Mac, it's what we say every morning with Murph in the studio. It's next pitch.
That's you, buddy.
That's the baseball mentality. Next pitch. Now, I will say it's a little bit of a concern when the Giants are playing this bad of baseball, and 2 weeks ago they were 2.5 games back from the NL West.
I know.
Now they're a half game out of the wild card picture.
It's definitely trending in the wrong direction. There was the bright light of Kyle Harrison last night. So how about this? You say next pitch. How about next guest?
Yes.
Because next guest joining us right on the other side will be the aforementioned Kyle Harrison. Looking forward to talking to him next with Marcus Boucher right here on KNBR 680 and 104.5, the sports leader.
Complete non-issue.
Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
All right, everybody, listen, this is going to be really cool. We've got Kyle Harrison ready to join us from Philly morning after his big league debut. Marcus Boucher sitting in for Brian Murphy today. This is the Murph and Mac Show. So for the first time ever, I'm really happy to say, let's welcome Kyle Harrison to KNBR and the Murph and Mac Show with Marcus. Kyle, good morning, man. How you feeling today, brother?
Morning, Kyle.
Good morning. Thanks for having me, guys. Feeling good. Just normal post-game soreness, so ready for the next one.
Yeah, man, it was really exciting. So, I had a couple of kids that went to De La Salle as well, and watching the game here on TV from the Bay Area, just so you know, sitting up there with your pop and your mom and your girlfriend, there was just such a great representation of your family and then the De La Salle family. Like, it was just really cool that you had that kind of support system that made the trip. How much of a difference or how much of a help was that to you just getting comfortable in that situation?
Yeah, definitely. I can't thank them enough, and I had some buddies come out as well. So them making the trip, and it was a really cool experience. And I heard there was a bunch of watch parties at De La Salle and all throughout the town of Danville. So it was definitely a surreal feeling and an honor to represent those guys there.
Well, I can tell you this, Kyle. You look great out there last night. I talked to Mike Krukow earlier in the show today, and he was very complimentary regarding your presence on the mound. And we've all kind of commented about how that stage did not look too big for you. You did not look overwhelmed at any time. Just tell us how you felt walking out there onto not only a big league field for the first time, but staring down those batters. That's a tough lineup, man, you had to work your way through. And you did some real nice work. So just talk about your mindset and how it actually felt. How were the butterflies and the adrenaline?
For sure. I had some butterflies the night before. Honestly, I think it was a little worse. But as soon as I got out there and started doing my stretching and just really, really throwing that first pitch in the pen, I think from that point on, it was kind of the same game. That's what everyone kept telling me, and that's the way I kept it in my mind. So just went out there and tried to attack hitters as much as I could, and didn't execute a couple pitches, and these guys are good hitters, so that's the result that'll happen if you're not on your game and not executing pitches to the best of your capability.
Kyle Harrison is our guest, new Giant pitcher. We watched him work last night for the first time in the bigs, and I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about your relationship with Patrick Bailey. That's got to bring you some comfort too, to just kind of get you relaxed. You've worked with him before. He's been playing really solid baseball since he's come up, as you know, Kyle. So just talk about that factor as well, like throwing to a guy that you already know and that you've already worked with. Yeah, exactly. Me and Patty were drafted the same year. So, I came up in the minors together, and really since the first day, I think we kind of hit it off, just connecting on a sort of level like that. So, for me to not be able to shake him or, we're always on the same page. So that's something that was good to have behind home plate here for sure in a hostile environment.
Yeah, Kyle, and I'm sure a lot of Giants fans are looking forward to seeing that battery perform together in the future with you and Patrick Bailey. And I wanted to ask about Patrick throwing down that one in the first inning and the fastball that you were able to actually strike out the side with in the first inning, hitting 95, 96, and 98. I'm sure you've had a little bit of adrenaline rushing through you in that first inning. So I wanted to ask, is that the highest you've topped out at? And are we sticking with more of a four-seam approach, or do you like to mix in some two-seamers also?
I'm mostly a four-seam guy, and I think my velo's kind of always been in that range. Maybe not the PR tops that you get. You don't get as much adrenaline in Sacramento, I don't think, as you would in a stadium full of 40,000. So maybe that helps with the PRs, But definitely I've hit that before in spring training and stuff. But good to see that it's still in there.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk to you about your entire arsenal of pitches outside of your fastball, of course. And we saw you mix in what some people are calling a slider, some people are calling a slurve, some people are calling a sweeper. So I'd love to know your breakdown on your off-speed pitches and the changeup that I know you've been working on a lot since spring training, and how comfortable you are in your full arsenal of pitches.
Yeah.
So now I got the fastball, forcing fastball, and then I got the changeup that I'll sprinkle in. And honestly, I want to start using a little more. Think it's a good pitch to just kind of get guys off of everything else that I'm throwing. And then I also throw my slider it could be called a slurve or whatever they want to classify it as, but I've just always called it a slider. And then got a new cutter thing going right now. So I've been throwing it, and it's been feeling great.
I'm wondering, too, how it'll feel or how much different you think things will feel now that you can look forward to your next start being here back in the Bay in front of your own fans. I mean, do you think you'll feel somewhat relieved, or, I don't know, maybe was it a plus to start your career on the road, away from all that attention? It's an interesting kind of contrast. I think different athletes have different feelings about it. I mean, what were your thoughts about that? Your first ever start on the road and now looking forward to come home.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't even really thought about it, honestly, just trying to soak up every moment here right now. And, I'm sure when I go back, it'll be great to, see some familiar faces there. Didn't grow up too far away. So, it'll be a cool experience for sure.
And Kyle Harrison is our guest on the UMA guest line. Is it our understanding, Kyle, that you're kind of going to be working with around a 65 pitch count, for the immediate future until you get more comfortable and then maybe they open things up? But is that kind of the expectation, right around 65 per outing?
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. I know they haven't really communicated with me, so it's tough for me to say anything. But I'm not sure what their plan is, but whatever it is, I trust it, and I'll be ready to go whenever they need me. So
I got to ask this too, Kyle. So watching the first inning last night, you get through it, you're back in the dugout, and then immediately they're looking at your hand, and you're looking at your hand, and I don't know, tell us what was going on there. Was there a cut? And I heard you mention you had to put some glue on there, but what was going on with your hand after the first inning?
Yeah, just with this new cutter thing I'm throwing, I think using the slider a little more, the seam's kind of been just ripping on the top part of my index finger a little. So, it just cut open a little. Didn't hurt or anything. Just there was blood there, so just had to stop the blood. So, but nothing too bad. But you can pitch through it. So it was all good. Put a little super glue on there, and we're all good.
Attaboy.
Yeah, we saw you pitch through it last night. Kyle Harrison, of course, our guest on the UMA guest line this morning after making his Major League debut. And, Kyle, I kind of want to circle back to something that Paulie brought up about your pitch count. I was kind of curious if it had anything to do with your hamstring injury that you were dealing with a couple weeks ago, or if this was a game plan going into the season. And at this current point, do you feel like you can expand past that 65 pitch total mark that the Giants are giving you right now?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something that I'll ultimately want to do, start games and, start to go longer in games and, give the team the best chance to win. And, I think it's that they're taking it lightly, too, just because of the injury. So, not worried at all, and just going to trust what they have for me.
Great stuff, Kyle. It was cool seeing your first big league appearance yesterday, obviously for the San Francisco Giants. But I was out in Las Vegas a couple weeks ago watching your second-to-last start against the Las Vegas Aviators. And the thing that stood out to me from watching from behind home plate was the ABS system, the automatic ball strike system. I know you've had to deal with that a lot in AAA. It's currently not at the Major League level, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on the ABS system and if you're a pro or against it being at the Major League level.
Good question. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I'm a guy that likes to use the fastball, so I wasn't the biggest fan of the ABS. The top of the zone for me was a little low, but I think it was good to kind of get me in the zone a little more. Early in the season I struggled with a lot of walks, and even recently in the past month, just been making strides to be around the zone a little more. So I think in a way it kind of helps pitchers to get ready for the next level in a weird way.
Hey, I got to ask you this, too, just on a personal note. I mean, we're talking a lot of X's and O's and mechanics of pitching, but just you, the young man that you are, Kyle. I mean, I was talking about this yesterday on the air. I'm like, I have no idea how Kyle got any sleep last night. Because, dude, I have a hard time sleeping. I'm a full-grown man. Sometimes I can't get to bed, and there's no big event in my life. It's just sometimes I can't fall asleep. How did you do the night before the game, man? You got to tell me, how in God's name were you able to calm yourself down, and did you get any sleep?
Yeah, I definitely got some sleep, but stayed up a little later than I would like. Yeah. But definitely the night before was definitely probably the worst the nerves got. But as soon as I went to sleep, woke up and was ready to go. I was fired up all day, so we couldn't. Seemed like the clock was just ticking so slow, all day. So that's what it felt like.
Hey, also I wanted to ask you just about your impressions of competing in Philadelphia, because I mean, as you know, man, that fan base, there's really nothing like the Philadelphia Philly fan base. Maybe in Boston, I'm sure you'll get there at some point in Yankee Stadium. Like the whole Eastern Seaboard, man, it's a different animal back there.
Yeah.
But I heard from your crew, because I spoke with your old man a little bit. We had your dad on the air a couple of days ago, and the reports I got back last night were that the fans were actually very receptive, and they were kind of encouraging you. Like, did you find that? Were you surprised a little bit that they were as supportive as they were?
Yeah, sorry, they just turned on the music.
Oh, you're all good, man.
Great timing. But yeah, I think it was a cool environment, and it was loud. If you do something bad, give up a hit or home run, and then it gets loud. But you just got to limit the damage, and you won't hear the noise as much. So but I think it was pretty cool. I mean, it didn't seem too hostile of an environment. Seemed like everyone was kind of supportive, and it was pretty cool.
Good. Yeah, it seems like it's not the most ideal place to make your first MLB start. But what was interesting is comparing it to a guy like Tim Lincecum, who made his first major league debut against the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, the difference was he was pitching in San Francisco and not Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But it was interesting to compare the performance of Tim Lincecum and your first inning against the Phillies. You both struck out the side, did allow that 2-run home run to Bryce Harper, of course. But I would just like to get your thought of being in the conversation with your name being compared to guys like Tim Lincecum, Matt Cain, and Madison Bumgarner.
Yeah, I mean, those are the guys I grew up watching. So, I mean, that's unreal to even be in the same. Geez, they're blasphemous.
Yeah, man.
But, yeah, to be even in the same sentence as them is pretty cool. But, yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to watching your career develop and unfold, man. And last question, believe it or not, Kyle, I'm not kidding you, man. We've gotten this question multiple times from texters today on our text line. People want to know, if you're ready to reveal for the first time ever, what will Kyle Harrison's warm-up music be when you're on the hill in your own yard? Like, what kind of tunes are we going to be hearing?
See, that's a tough question because that's still to be determined.
Okay,
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do a poll or something, but no, I'm not sure yet, but I'll figure it out.
Okay, man. Well, listen, you can ponder that on the ride home. Like on the flight home, you can think about your walk-up music, or I should say warm-up music, I guess, in your case. But we can't wait to see you, man. Congrats on your debut. You really did great, and we're looking forward to watching you as you progress, Kyle. Thanks for coming on today. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much for having me on.
All right, Kyle Harrison, everybody. There he is. You watched his big league debut last night. We had him on the air this morning just now. He sounds like a really good kid, really grounded. And again, like that demeanor is going to serve him really, really well because he was not rattled last night. I mean, Bryce Harper taking you out that early in the game, even Schwarber starting with a double, would rattle a lot of guys. And then you could see that thing go south. Not in his case at all, man. He planted his feet and went to work.
I mean, Paulie Mack, we're talking about a young pitcher making his MLB debut that was forced out of the windup into a stretch in his second batter ever. Go. And then there he is throwing fastballs by Trey Turner, Nick Castellanos, Alec Boehm, and the entire, his first 5 outs he recorded yesterday were all strikeouts.
Yeah, it was really impressive. And I'm glad you brought up the Lincecum thing. I mean, that's got to be a hell of a comparison when you're in his shoes. But you're right. It was a very similar first inning where Timmy struck out the side. He did give up the one bomb, and that's exactly what Kyle did last night.
Yeah,
but
crazy.
Really good young man. Great to have him on the air today. Want to remind everybody, speaking of Giant pitchers, Sean Estes going to join Papa in Lund at 10:50. Or is that yesterday's list? Am I reading the wrong thing, Marcus? My bad.
I think that was yesterday.
My bad.
We got Vogie.
It'll be
coming on
Vogie.
today.
Different Giant pitcher, Vogie. Sean Estes with us tomorrow at 7:30. Hey, speaking of other KNBR family tree members, let's do this. We'll clear the decks. We'll come on back and we'll get you ready for Papa in Lund, starting off at 10 a.m. right here on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Yes!
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, definitely. I can't thank them enough, and I had some buddies come out as well. So them making the trip, and it was a really cool experience. And I heard there was a bunch of watch parties at De La Salle and all throughout the town of Danville. So it was definitely a surreal feeling and an honor to represent those guys there.
All right, there you go. That is the voice of Kyle Harrison. I really liked what I saw from that kid last night. I think we all did. I mean, I haven't talked to anybody today, listeners, guys in the building, where they're anything but pretty pleased with what we saw from him. And that goes for his stuff. That goes for the way he handles himself and carries himself in the postgame. I thought he took all the questions like a pro, and he'll get better at that. This is probably among the first interviews he's ever done at this level. So it's new to him. It's like a new experience. There's not just the game. Then there's that other game of playing with the media where you got to learn how to handle those guys. And I'm sure the veterans are kind of steering him, telling him how to handle all that. But I enjoyed talking to him. I thought he did great last night, Marcus. And you and I talking during the break about, I don't know, just what kind of a leash he'll have going forward. Like, he's so young that I kind of want to see this kid go to work. But it feels to me, and Mike was saying this, Krukow, earlier, that he expects it to be about a 65-pitch limit, at least for the foreseeable future. I guess that's just what we have to kind of accept at this point.
And it's interesting because we know that that's what he's been dealing with down at the minor league level. When I saw him in Las Vegas, when I was sitting behind home plate with Greg Papa, they only let him throw 39 pitches, then they pulled the plug.
Yeah.
His last start
now,
in
was
Sacramento.
that hamstring related? I'm just asking.
This was post-hamstring, so this was his second or I think third rehab start since then, and then his last outing in Sacramento before being called up got up to 60 pitches. But that might have been the most interesting thing about that interview that we just did with Kyle Harrison was him talking about his communication with Kapler, with the Giants front office, and how they really haven't discussed too much about this 65 pitch count, and how to me, it sounded like he's ready to go deeper in games if needed. I don't think this is a Kyle Harrison issue.
No, I don't either. And by the way, we already got controversy swirling all around the studio. So, Marcus, let me jump in and officiate this thing.
Okay.
We got 510 checking in saying, okay, Waterboy, here's what's going on. He's playing the Beyonce New York song because Waterboy wants to steer Kyle Harrison towards the Yankees. First of all, one, that's never going to happen. Number two, Marcus is in the room with me today.
Yeah, don't get mad at the music choice today. That's Triple E.
My guy Marcus has nothing to do with what's being played today. That's all Triple E, I'll have you know. And there's a dual thing going on. I'm going to pile in off the top rope at the end with an additional take. But Triple E just getting back from New York, wearing his Yankee hat. He's feeling a New York vibe. Brought us some John's Pizza. I got to applaud the effort. That was really nice of you.
He smuggled us some pizza, Paulie Mac.
But as I say, I'm jumping off the top rope. This was just brought to my attention from a texter a few minutes ago. I wanted to get this out on the air because we had Matt Barrows on. We were talking about the Niners, and he was commenting on the field last week and the kind of condition the field was in because of the Taylor Swift show. Dude, you guys know Beyonce's coming here next week.
Uh-oh.
And she's, according to the text line, Beyonce's doing a show at Levi's next week.
Here comes the Hive.
Well, so brings this question up. If the Hive and the Swifties had like a cage match, like empty parking lot, no one's looking, till the death kind of thing, like street fight galore, who's coming out on top, the Hive or the Swifties?
See, that's interesting,
because neither's going to play second fiddle.
Because I know Taylor Swift and the Swifties army has the numbers right now.
They got numbers, Marcus.
But the Beehive are OGs, triple OGs. They've been in these mean streets.
They know these streets.
They've been taking over Twitter long before the Swifties were around.
These streets.
So I might have to roll with the Beehive in this situation.
Well, I'm only bringing that up for you. Although Marcus, I saw Triple E raise his eyebrows. Again, this is the intel we're getting here that there will be a Beyonce show. So you got to.
August 31st.
It is August 31st, Labor Day, setting up Labor Day weekend. So
great, right before the 49ers season.
I know. They'll have, let's see, so that would give them 10 days to get the field ready
they're
to
out
go.
In Pittsburgh week 1, so they're all right.
It was interesting that Barrows was saying after the Taylor Swift show, they didn't even have the grass down for a while.
Yeah, but Barrows wanted to clarify that it was not the Swifties' fault. He doesn't want to be on the bad side of the Swifties.
That's why I'm bringing this up, like in an empty parking lot. Let them work it out. Yeah. Let the Beyonce people. Now, can you be a Beyonce fan and a Swiftie at the same time, or is that I don't even know.
Is there any crossover?
I don't know.
Yeah, Paul Mac, that's a great question.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not on the streets like that.
Or is that forbidden? Or is it forbidden?
I don't know. Streets of the Swifties.
I know they got a lot of rigid parameters out there. But Marcus, hey, great having you in the studio today, man.
Show today, man.
We'll do it again for the rest of the week because Murph is out all week. Hopefully he's golfing his A off back on the East Coast. But we have, listen, 105 first pitch today. Alex Cobb on the hill. We need the stopper job. Get me that win today, Marcus. Can I just get the one?
Can we get the one on this road trip before they come back home and take Atlanta again this weekend, Paulie Mack?
I really would like to get that one. And by the way, 209, you're 100% correct. My bad. That was Alicia Keys. That was not Beyonce. My bad. Thank you. Ooh. Coming back in. And then Niner football, listen, we'll try to get, we're going to have Hunter Pence joining us talking Giant baseball tomorrow. We'll give you more Niner voices. We got Sean Estes tomorrow as well.
And John Lynch joining us tomorrow morning as well.
Oh, it's a Thursday.
It's a Thursday because of the Friday game. We'll get John Lynch tomorrow, 8 a.m.
I'm glad you reminded me.
Maybe he'll have some answers on Nick Bosa for us.
I am glad you reminded me, and let me remind you of this. The show, Murph and Mac Show, brought to you and sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, because when it's time to change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. And then finally, Marcus, you know as well as I do that you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Greg Silver. Thank you, Triple E. You got Jumpin' Johnny London, Greg Papa coming up next right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
All I want to do is lose money because I'll be cursing up a storm and throwing things all over the house.
Complete non-issue.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves.
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
For Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Sports leader. Checks the runner, delivers, swing, and there's a drive into right center field into the gap. Way back there, still going. It's gone! Just over the wall. A 2-run homer for Bryce Harper, and the Phillies have a 2-1 lead. Now he throws a high fastball, a swinging strike 3. Well, of his first 6 hitters faced in his first big league game, he has struck out 4 of them, including Trey Turner, Nick Castellanos, and Alec Boehm. And now here in the second, JT Realmuto. And Harrison throws over to first. He got him picked off. Harper took off with his first move, and now he's run down by Wade, who tags him out halfway between first and second, and the inning is over. The first pickoff there for Kyle Harrison. 3-2 Giants. Bases loaded, 1 out. 2-2 pitch. Swing, line drive off of Duvall's glove, and it ricochets away from Estrada. The tying run scores. The winning run scores. The Phillies beat the Giants with 2 in the 9th, 4-3.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Day baseball today, so we got to be quick. 105 for the start in Philadelphia to try to salvage one of the 3 before they come home and get no break to take on the Braves. And as we speak right now, for the first time in a while, the Giants are not a playoff team. So we'll assess Kyle Harrison. We'll look ahead. What has gone wrong? We got a lot of 49ers. This Pop is down there, and we are just a couple of days away from the preseason finale against the Chargers. A lot to get to. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Today is the last day of training camp, John.
Yes, sir.
I'm really going to miss the reporters and the daily quarterback stats from practice.
I know. What are we going to do without the stats?
At least we're going to miss some of them. But the schedule is great today. We're on the field right when we start Giants pregame. So at 12:05, I'll be able to watch the entire practice today. Got there in time to watch the end of it, and it got a little chippy yesterday. And then Brock Purdy was on fire. Hit a great wheel rot to Kyle Juszczyk with some deceptive pre-snap motion. But Kyle Harrison, I don't know why I'm so invested in this. Maybe because he's a De La kid. And, my kids went to St. Is, so a lot of them went to public school. Or, the boys went to De La Salle. The girls went to Carondelet. My son went to public school and transferred to De La, and just being around the program there. Anyway, watching the football team and all, and then watching 2 of his starts at the minors, John, I felt like it was my son out there pitching, and he was great. I mean, as far as the calmness, and, how about the shot of David Sheens, right, with his mom and dad and girlfriend, great. And, the whole Kyle Harrison row and the Patrick Bailey row in the front. And right away, he's pumping strikes. I thought he got ahead 0-2 on Schwarber. A few of those pitches were borderline. He could have punched him out. And then he winds up, giving up the double. And then Harper, we'll get into it a little bit with Garvin Alston, who's the AAA pitching coach I said and it's a difference when you sit behind home plate and you have the hitter's eyes. You are behind him a little bit, as opposed to looking at it from the center field camera on TV. And even Hunter Pence said yesterday he thought he slowed his motion down when he was throwing whatever that breaking ball is. Everybody's confused whether it's a slider, a curve, a slurve, a sweeper. Garvin will tell us what it actually is. It may be a combination of things. But I think his arm slot is different. It's low 3/4 to start. I could see it behind home plate. Not so much the first time I saw him Memorial Day weekend, John, but when Boucher and I just saw him in Vegas coming up on 2 weeks ago tomorrow, I could see it right away that he was dropping down. So what I thought that would do is tip them when they swing at the fastball. But what they were doing, and it was mainly their great left-handed hitters, and they got some of the greatest left-hand hitters in baseball, they swung at the slider, which was interesting. I thought, but the fastball is so deceptive and gets on people. Just the way he was able to get all the swings and misses with his four-seam fastball was really impressive. So, overall, it's a great start to build on. We'll talk to Garvin about is he tipping that slider. He's going to have to clean that up. And then when's his next start going to be? Would it be Sunday? And that would be on Sunday Night Baseball, by the way. That's an ESPN Sunday Nighter against the Atlanta Braves. Do you want to do that? And then, Tim Lincecum's Major League debut was on Sunday Night Baseball against the Galaxy of Stars of the Phillies, back more than a decade ago. And the line in the first inning was just almost exactly similar between Kyle Harrison and big-time Timmy Jim, the Freakazoid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, I liked it. I liked what I saw. I think he's a slow breather. I think he can do Sunday Night Baseball. 65 pitches, 3 1/3, 5 hits, 2 earned, as you said, the home run. He did strike out 5. But then if you dig a little bit deeper, he had 14 swings and misses. 66 of his pitches were thrown for strikes. I mean, I think that's a big deal when we were talking so much. His four-seamer was 94.5. He was humping it up even higher than that at times. 11 of 14 swinging strikes on that one. So, I mean, whether it's the analytics or you just watch the damn game, I mean, Bryce Harper's going to hit home runs off guys. He's really good, and that was just kind of a line shot. So, and he didn't seem to be flustered by it. I am still getting used to, I would have liked to have seen him work out of what he worked out of. He gave up a single. They pulled him right out. And like to see a guy be able to work out of that. I get it that Ryan Walker worked out, and so it ended up being fine, but he threw 65 pitches, and Gabe Kapler said afterwards that's exactly what they wanted him to do. But if I'm a Giants fan, that's an encouraging start, because the one thing you certainly found out real quickly, because he had a couple of, I think it was Turner and Castellanos back-to-back, and he struck out the 3 in the first inning after giving up the homer, kept his composure. But, I mean, those were not swinging strikes. They were fooled on those pitches. So, and then he started to settle in a little bit. He got the pick off first base, and he was kind of starting to settle in, and then that he hit his limit or right around his limit, and they pulled him out. So, it was a disappointing loss at the end, and that's going to happen sometimes. But as far as Kyle Harrison, I think that's a smashing success. I would call it that.
It's interesting. You're watching him at AAA, and you're thinking, he's getting all these swings. I mean, it was the only issue with the fastball was getting into the strike zone. And the first time I saw him Memorial Day weekend, he was spraying that thing everywhere. He mainly was arm side command into lefties, away from righties. Garvin Alston, who will join us coming up, John, made an adjustment. To pitch more into righties and not, try to keep it arm side. It seemed to solve that. He's thrown his fastball overpoweringly well, and now he's repeating it, and he's in the strike zone. But we can't just dismiss what is going on against the left-handers. We'll have Garvin break it down, but Kyle Schwarber and Bryson Stott, and Bryce Harper, obviously the three hitters lefties went 5 for 5, and I think there's an issue about him tipping it. And I said it before when I was sitting there with Boucher a couple of weeks ago. I said he's dropping down more. He's low 3/4 on his fastball, but when he throws his whatever that breaking ball is, and it looks like a slider, he's tipping it. So he's got to clean that up. And I know Gabe said it's not an issue. Well, of course it's an issue. If I could see it, Major League scouts could see it. They're all sitting behind the plate with me. And the Phillies hitters saw it. I mean, is it ironic that all they're left now? Why were lefties seeing that more than righties? I don't know. Maybe because you're on that side. He works over on that side of the rubber, and he's left-handed. Maybe it's easier for left-handed hitters to see. I don't know. But he's going to have to clean that up. And then, do you want him to face the Atlanta Braves? It's not so much Sunday Night Baseball. It's just what they do to left-handed pitching. And I think it would probably be better to hold him for the Reds. who are coming in right after the Braves leave town over the weekend. You got the big Murph celebration on, Sunday. That's going to be just a wild day to prepare. I'm sure Sunday Night Baseball has the timing down when the first pitch has got to be thrown, but it may be a little bit later. And the game against the Reds, they're all important. You're all going to add them up, John. But the game against the Reds now is big. And then we didn't even get to the whole story, which is losing into the walk-off in the bottom of the ninth. And Camilo Duvall, I thought Kyle Harrison and Mike was saying it this morning, Krug could have thrown more fastballs and not called as many sliders with Patrick Bailey. Cap was pretty outspoken and clear that Camilo Duvall, it's funny, earlier in his career when he was first establishing himself in the bullpen, he got slider happy. Last night he was fastball happy, and he kept shaking off Patrick Bailey. Maybe he just didn't feel it, didn't grip it, I don't know. But he threw nothing but fastballs. He hits the first batter, 0-2 fastball right down the middle at 100 miles an hour, a base hit. Then you get a stolen base. They did the right thing by walking Schwarber once you foul behind 2-0, but he's got the comebacker right at him. It's a hard play, I understand. But if he just catches that ball, instead he redirects it past Tyro. John's call on radio was so brilliant. I mean, to be walked off that way, and now, as you say, Arizona keeps winning. What's going on with them? They have passed the Giants. The Cubs have passed the Giants. Now you've got, major separation between you and the Phillies. But today's game is one of those twofers, John, because the Giants did sweep Philadelphia, right when Casey Schmidt came up originally, back in May. If the Phillies sweep the Giants now and win this game today, then you're going to be, how many is it going to be? 4 back or 5 back? No, they've got 57 losses. The Giants have 61. It wasn't too long ago you were ahead of them. This funk is it's unbelievable. If you fall to 62 losses and they have 57, then you're 5 back, and then we'd have to look at what the second tiebreaker is, but if the Phillies win today, you're not going to win the series 4-2. It's going to be tied 3-3. So Harrison was great. It's obviously encouraging for next week on the homestand. Maybe he'll pitch when we're out at the yard, for Wednesday on the patio. Maybe Tuesday, hold him go week to week, kind of do that thing, or Monday, whatever it is. But the way they lost the game in a walk-off now, and now you're starting to lose touch with Philadelphia. They need Alex Cobb to pitch well today. They need to win this game today.
And Alex Cobb hasn't pitched well in the second half, and specifically in August, he's 0-2 and 4 starts with a 7.59. So things aren't going the Giants' way. We'll get into that conversation more. I've got some numbers that are pretty ugly. How did they get here in this situation? Because as of right now, you feel good about Kyle Harrison. Had a nice start, but they lose, like you said, at the end with Camilo Duvall, a guy you think can nail this thing down, but you can only keep the Phillies offense in check for so long. Had a lot of issues. We'll get into those conversations. Still more from 49ers camp as it is the last day, and Pop is down there, so we'll get some thoughts on the 49ers as well. Kyle's pitching coach at AAA is going to join us, Kyle Harrison, at 10:50. That's when we got that, and we got Giants baseball. Day baseball, they try to salvage one. They've really struggled on the road. They try to get one in Philadelphia at 12:05 for the pregame and 1:05 first pitch. It's Pop and Lund on your Wednesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Harrison, fresh off his first Major League start, joined Marcus and Mac, Murph out, Marcus and Mac to join and discuss about that first start in Philadelphia. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
For sure, had some butterflies the night before. Honestly, I think it was a little worse. But as soon as I got out there and started doing my stretching and just really throwing that first pitch in the pen, I think from that point on, it was kind of the same game. That's what everyone kept telling me, and that's the way I kept it in my mind. So just went out there and tried to attack hitters as much as I could, and didn't execute a couple pitches. And these guys are good hitters, so that's the result that'll happen if you're not on your game and not executing pitches to the best of your capability.
Well, that was this morning, Murph and Mac, with Marcus in for Murph about his 65-pitch performance yesterday. He was good. The bullpen gave it up at the end, and the numbers are ugly. This is how we got here, if the Giants not being in the playoffs as we speak. The records are the offense since July 1st is the worst in baseball. On July 18th, they were 13 over 500, their high water mark at 54-41 since they're 11-20. Since August 5th, they're 4-12. They're 2-14 on the road since July 19th. Last night, 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. That's 12 for the last 79. That's a tidy 152. Pitching in August, starters are 1-4 with a 440. Bullpen is 6-8 with a 450. To give you a comparison on that, they were 13-1 with a 265 when they went 18-8 in June. They're now down to +1 in run differential overall, and in the meantime, the Diamondbacks have won 4 straight and 9 of 11, and they continue to lose to the Phillies, who are ahead of them. The Cubs lost last night, but stay in the wild card. So right now, the Phillies are the number 1 wild card team with 57, all the way down to the Marlins at 62. And you got 3 teams in the Diamondbacks, Giants, and Reds who have 61 losses, and the Cubs have 60. So all is not lost, and I know people are upset and everything else, but they're right in the middle of this thing. But it's going to be tough, and Alex Cobb goes today, and he's in 4 starts in August, 0-2 with a 759, and he's been terrible in the second half after a very good and all-star worthy first half. So all those things, not good.
I love when you have diamond notes.
Thank you.
You are statting me to death.
It's ugly. The point is, I got a lot more.
You know what?
It's ugly.
We know what it's been, and we know the situation they're in right now. Right now, for the first time since that 10-game winning streak before the Warriors traded for Chris Paul, not going to blame you, CP3. By the way, Steph Curry had a lot of things to say about him yesterday.
I like it.
You're not at the playoff spot. I thought the Diamondbacks would slide away. They're not. They beat Texas the last couple of nights in exciting fashion. So they're on top. The Cubbies, they're in a rain delay in Detroit. Mm-hmm. They're going to play a day game, so we'll keep you updated on that. And then the Phillies are the number 1 wild card team. So, I mean, the bottom line is if you're not the number 1 wild card team, you're going to play, even if you make the playoffs, that best of 3, the first round, the wild card, you're going to be on the road for every game. So you're losing touch a little bit with making it. I think they have a second wind in them that's coming. They just got to get off this road trip. They were able to salvage the final game in Atlanta. They had a very tough loss in Game 2 on the Rosario home run. They came back and they cobbled and scratched and didn't get a hit and found a way to win. They just can't get. I said don't get swept in Atlanta. They didn't. I didn't expect them to get swept in Philadelphia, but then last night happened, similar to Saturday in Atlanta. You got to find a way to win today, and you got one of your starters on the mound, Alex Cobb. The lineup is out, by the way, John, and the Giants did make their daily roster move today.
I'm sure you're happy.
The embargo on Camargo has occurred, and he's an all right player. He's a Philly last year. They gave him his championship ring for winning the pennant last year. Johan Camargo has been DFA'd. We'll see if he winds up back in AAA. I got no problem with him, but it's just it's just why is he here? I'll tell you why he's here. Cross hurt. Luciano's on the IL. Anyway, your guy Paul DeYoung is in the lineup today, and he is batting 9th and playing at shortstop.
Or 18. Matt Cain's over.
Dwayne Kuiper's number.
Yeah, there you go.
Lamont Wade Jr. will DH and lead off. Tyro Estrada's at second, batting 2. Wilmer Flores will play at first base at 3. Jock Peterson, he's playing a lot of outfield here, but you got to give Wade a day off at first so you move people around. Jock's in left field cleaning up. His bat's starting to come alive. Conforto will bat 5th and play in right. J.D. Davis at 3rd, 6th. They got Patrick Bailey, hot in Philadelphia, day game after a night game. Let's roll. Bailey is catching again. Wade Meckler's in center, and Paul DeYoung is at shortstop. And the Philadelphia Phillies day game after a night game, John, they roll their guys. They are going to flip back with the Giants going with a righty. Harper moves up to 3, and Castellanos drops back to cleanup. But it's basically the same lineup, and we don't want to harp on it. But this game today is big. I know it looks like you've lost touch with the Philadelphia Phillies, and you kind of have. By the way, really since the trip to Oakland and Anaheim and, going back to early August, what's happened here. But this is one of those dodgeball games. This is a twofer. You swept them at home. If they sweep you, what's the next tiebreaker, John? Because it would not be head-to-head, obviously. It seems to be 3-3 season series. But there's a lot of baseball to go. I think this team is going to catch fire again and get back into all this stuff and maybe run down Philadelphia. But if you lose today, then the season series is going to wind up tied if they sweep you after you swept them back in May. Big game.
Yeah, look, I think the Phillies are a better team, but then I look at the rest of the teams that they're battling for the wild card, and they're all greatly flawed. So I understand Giants fans being frustrated. I think everybody's frustrated just the way that they've played. I think they're too young, they're too old, they're too hurt. There's all these different things that they are, but we are where we are. They're 65-61. And I think that the Phillies are going to be a team that's going to be in the wild card. The Dodgers have already won the division. So now you're looking at teams like the Cubs, the Diamondbacks, the Reds, and the Marlins. And in all different ways, those teams are flawed. I mean, the Cubs can hit. They're not great with a pitch. The Diamondbacks are young. They're not complete. The Reds are a young team that's up and down. The Marlins, I mean, they're all right there. But as flawed as the Giants can be and have been over like the last 6 or 7 weeks, I think the Diamondbacks, Reds, Marlins, and Cubs are too. So it's just a matter of from whatever has happened. From this point forward, and I'll use Alex Cobb as the perfect example. He had a great first half. He should have been in the All-Star game, and he was. He just hasn't found it in the second half. But due to the fact that you're just not getting length at anybody, you're either using an opener or in the case last night of a guy like Kyle Harrison who pitched well, but he only gave you 65 pitches. They used all their good relievers. They really tried to win that game yesterday. They used all their good relievers last night. I don't know who's going to be available today. So Alex Cobb has to give you length today. He has to pitch more like he did in the first half, or they're in trouble today because they don't have a lot coming out of the pen. They used everybody last night.
Well, it was DeSclafani when he had the piano bench situation early in the year. And I don't know if it had an impact or not, but he had an issue with a toe. And the bottom line is DeSclafani did not pitch well after that situation. And now he's on the 60-day IL, and he's got Kyle Harrison's 26, but he's not using it. And for Alex Cobb, John, he's just he has not been good. He had an illness that kind of set him back a little bit. They had to push back his start. We didn't know when he was going to pitch. But he did not, and he wound up gutting out, one outing against Arizona when he was sick. But his bottom line is his August has not been good. He's 0-2 with a 7.59 ERA. And some of it was attributable, to being sick. And I know he went out there with not a lot of effectiveness, but he gave up 3 solo home runs in that game. And that was the game we're talking about, August the 1st against Arizona. And Arizona, I thought they were going to slide away. I think that was the game, actually. The Giants won the first 3 games of that series, and Arizona got the 4th, or maybe they got the first one. But I thought Arizona would kind of disappear at some point with their youth, but they're ahead of the Giants now. They may cost you a wild card spot. So he gave up the 3 homers. Giants did win that game 4-3, but he did not pitch well in Oakland. He did not pitch well against, Bruce Bochy in Texas. And then, in Atlanta, he had bad defense behind him on Friday, some shaky plays by Craw and J.D. Davis. But and Logan Webb, they don't win the days Logan Webb pitches. So they got to figure this out right now. But Alex Cobb, he needs, after what, they saw last night from Kyle Harrison, it's a little different look because the Giants have been going so left-handed pitching heavy against the Philadelphia Phillies. You got to go with a righty tonight, and that we know about their left-handed power. So we'll see how he does. But, the 2 things about Alex Cobb, he does not pitch well in the daytime. He does not pitch well on the road. And you're pitching at Citizens Bank Park in the daytime, and it's warm and muggy in Philadelphia, and they need him to lock back in. He did wind his way on the All-Star team. He didn't make it initially, but he did make it. Actually pitched pretty well in the game, although his first pitch hit the bull, wild one. But he settled down. But he needs to pitch well today. I mean, that's the bottom line, John. He has not been good. I think it goes back to when he got sick, right, leading into that Arizona start.
Well, you hit it right on the head too. He gave in the first half, and he made the All-Star team. And again, he was worthy to make the All-Star team. He gave up 8 home runs in 89 2/3. He's given up 6 this month. And so, like you said, the 3 in Arizona, but you're giving away 6 in 4 starts already in August, and that's been the big problem for him. And as I said before, they got to get some length out of him because they have a 2-man rotation right now, and it's either openers or Harrison throwing 65 pitches. And they used everybody last night, so he's. I'm not going to say he has to wear it today if he struggles, but they got to get some length out of him. And more importantly, as you said, they just got to get a win. He's got to get back to who he was in the first half of the season because they just don't have any pitching depth in this rotation to have him have off days. They almost have to have he and Webb, give them length every time they go out, and he just hasn't been able to provide that.
You love your length. They need him to pitch well and win the game.
Both.
I don't want him to stay out there and get bombed today. And this is a hard lineup. I mean, the Giants
really
specifically were going at this team with left-handed pitching. They're lined. I mean, they're coming at you, and they're going to move Harper up in the order. So this is a veteran. I keep talking about the way they built their team and the top 4 hitters in their lineup. I mean, you're talking about guys they all bought. They bought them all. They bought Kyle Schwarber. He was a national and briefly a Cobb and then a national. And they bought Trey Turner. We talked about him in the offseason. He's had a poor year, but ever since the Philly fans, applauded him when he was slumping on August the 4th, he's turned it around. He had another walk-off last night. He's a guy you can get out. I agree with walking Schwarber there, especially when it was 2-0. The one thing about Turner, he's not great defensively, and he chases a lot. He goes out of the strike zone a lot. He didn't there. And then, you got Harper who they bought, and then Castellanos who they bought, and these are veteran guys. I mean, this team did beat the Padres last year and go to the World Series, right? So going into the year, we kind of thought they would be even better, and then they go get Lorenzen. By the way, he's going to pitch today for them. So this is. I mean, is there any doubt this is a playoff team, the Philadelphia Phillies, right now?
No, they are. I think you can see the division winners other than the Central, obviously the Braves, the Dodgers, and the Phillies. I mean, the Phillies are good. And, I mean, the first
Brewers,
7 guys.
The Brewers are playing well.
Yeah, they're pretty good. But, I mean,
how about
watching
the report that they were all in on Polar Bear?
Yeah, how about that?
The Milwaukee Brewers are trying to get Pete Alonso at the deadline.
They were saying the Brewers, the Cubs, and I think there was one other team. Because that's the Cubs. Offensively, the Cubs are good, except first base has been a real struggle for them. And that's why they picked up Candelaria, he's playing a lot over at first base. But, yeah, how about that?
Were the Giants in on Polar Bear?
Right, I would
couldn't do it. I'd go back and bring back in the offseason. He only signed a 1-year deal. The captain. And Mustache
last night.
He's on fire. Mark DeRosa did a breakdown on him this morning. See the home run he hit in Cincinnati the other night with that high fastball up and in that plagued him? I mean, Mustache Harbor is going to perform before the game on Friday when they get home. Go get the captain and get out the Brandon Belt Mustache Harbor hats. Can you bring let Brandon Crawford retire? Bring the other Brandon back. Did they burn a bridge there? Could they bring Belt back and play first base?
We had him on. I mean, he didn't sound pissed off, right?
We had him on. He shafted us. He went bass fishing.
He did go that day, but I think we had him on right after the trade or something. But
we had him on in the offseason.
I mean, he's a DH right now, but like you said, he's hitting, man, and I think his OPS is over like 850. He's got 13 home runs. I mean, he's
a Farhan guy.
He's been hitting.
He's going to cost you more now to bring him back.
Pop and Lund, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, starting to cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started right now at redwoodcu.org/free-checking, federally insured by NCUA. All right, we need a Giants break. Let's talk about where you are as we're getting closer and closer to the preseason finale. And as you said, a spirited second-to-last training camp practice. We got some news coming out of that as well, the way Brock played. I got some camp stats. They make me so excited. We'll get into that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Cincinnati Reds Wednesday, August 30th. First pitch 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
That's right. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the leaders in modern vision correction. Now, I've told you, it has been a life-changing procedure for me, and it's called CLR. It's custom lens replacement. Now, they do all sorts of great things down at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and maybe that doesn't work for you, CLR. They do LASIK and Smile and EVO and ICL and all these different things. So go down. Right now, by the way, when you call, it's a free consultation, so you have nothing to lose. So you can talk to them about all the procedures. I had this thing called CLR, custom lens replacement, and I had actually had a LASIK before. Didn't really work for me. I was kind of an oddball in that way, just like I am in normal life, but CLR was a total game changer for me. Real easy, real simple, a couple of adjustments. I was out of there, in and out in minutes. They are awesome. Dr. Bindi and Ling down at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, they changed my life. I don't need readers. I don't need to walk into a dark restaurant and put on my light on my phone, which is very embarrassing, all those kind of things. It changed everything for me. That's custom lens replacement. It might be something different for you. So what you do is you get a free consultation. You call them, you get a free consultation, and you find out from them what exactly is going to work best for you. So what are you waiting for? It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, the leaders in modern vision correction.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
So usually if they make them, I got no thoughts after that. When they miss them, then you think about it and you evaluate it. You think of why. It's not always that. Sometimes it's the snaps. Sometimes it's the rush. But you look into all of it. I'm pretty confident with what I see in practice every day. I know we've had 2 outings, and I wish those 2 were a little bit better. But if practice was the same, I think I'd feel a little bit different.
No! It's growing louder, and it's not my fault. Silver wrote a piece on it. Did you see that? You can blame him, too?
I talked to him before he wrote it.
Oh, you did?
He came up and whispered in my ear, I think I'm going to write something on the kicker. Okay, Mike. Which kicker? Michael Dicker? The Chargers have a Dicker the kicker.
Dicker the kicker. He's
in a little bit of a battle with Dustin Hopkins to make the Chargers.
It's just always so weird with kickers, and I'm not saying this because I got upset when they made the thing. We were talking to Joe Neddy the other day. If you missed it, it's a great conversation. Go to knbr.com for it. And they're just different. They're just different dudes. And look,
they're kind of necessary when the sport is called
football. Yeah, you got to have them.
What are you going to do?
And look, I honestly, I do think that Jake Moody is going to be just fine. But I go back to Robbie Gould. I can't remember who wrote the piece, and maybe it was Robbie in spite or whatever the case may be. But look, rookies struggle in every sport,
so did
in
Robbie.
every position.
So did Robbie.
Exactly. So Jake Moody is going to miss some kicks. I mean, it's just going to happen. He's young. He's a rookie. There's different wins in every stadium. There's just going to be – you just hope.
Who's the best rookie kicker of all time? Evan McPherson in Cincinnati?
Who went out at the halftime to watch the halftime show and got in trouble for it? Yeah,
at the
probably.
Super Bowl. Yeah, what game was he watching? He got him to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's fine.
Who was the best rookie kicker?
I'd have to go back and look, but he was probably pretty good. I remember him
Gary
making a couple
Anderson
of big
got
kicks.
cut.
Yeah. But, I mean, I guess that's the point.
Was Vinatieri great right away? Gostkowski, he was a fourth-round pick.
The only reason I even reacted the way that I did was because there is history in that, you know, you take a Mike Nugent in the, second or third round. Robert Aguayo from Tampa never made it. Matt Gay was taken in the fourth round out of Utah by Tampa, but he came around with the Rams. I mean, it's just it seems to me, not being a kicker, that there's so much psychology that it just sometimes takes a minute. And this is a championship-level team, and they can't really afford a young kicker to miss kicks. Now, if he does, which he's probably going to do, then you hope it's early in the season. You hope it's during games where they don't need the kicks. He gets his confidence. He gets kicks, and by the important part of the season, he makes the key kicks.
You're making two different arguments, because originally on the second day of the draft, and honestly, I did not know they were going to take a kicker, but I just looked at the board and thought, if they don't take one, and what did they have? They made some trades there, but they had 99, 101, 102, the compensatory picks. If they didn't take one on day two, you realize New England took a kicker 13 spots after Jake Moody was taken at 99, right? So everybody in the league knew New England, and they've got a new place kicker and a new punter. And Belichick is a special teams guy. Nobody's drafted both in this league since Al took Seabass in the first round and Leckler in the fifth round. And now they're both arguably Hall of Famers. Shane will be, and Sebastian, a first-round pick. Probably won't make it, but he's one of the most powerful kickers in the history of pro football, and he struggled as a rookie. So go back in the offseason, they made the call early on that they're moving on from Robbie Gould. So did you want them to re-sign Robbie Gould, or is your point of contention you took a kicker too high? Because if they didn't take Jake at 99, John, New England was going to take him at 112. He would have been gone.
Right. No, I'm in favor of a veteran kicker. I'm not in favor. If they wanted to move away from Robbie Gould.
They cost a lot more, you know that.
I understand. But if they wanted to move away from Robbie Gould, I get it. Because his number, for those who don't know, was going to start with a 5, and the 49ers didn't want to do that. I completely understand that. My concern, in all honesty, outside of the jokes that we all make, is that you're a Super Bowl contending team going with a young kicker, and we know that it's almost like when you draft a quarterback. If he misses a few kicks and you stink, you don't love that, but you can live with it. I hope that Jake Moody doesn't miss the key kicks at the key times, because this team can't afford that. And as you all know, Robbie made those kicks.
He missed a kick in Baltimore. I remember a game in Baltimore in the rain. He didn't have enough powerful enough leg.
But for the
Justin
most part,
Tucker comes back the other end.
Yeah.
And it's not the place kicker's job is not all about place kicking. It is kicking off. They don't want Mitch Wishnowsky to do that anymore. They gave it to Robbie last year, and the 49ers were not good, and they invested a lot of personnel, bringing in Oren Burks, bringing in George Odom, bringing in Brian Schneider as the special teams coordinator. They were not good covering kicks. Now, this year, you got a fair catch rule. We'll see how the league plays it. But Robbie just would not touch the ball back. And I don't know if he couldn't or wouldn't. He would kick it outside the numbers to me and, kick it inside the 5. If he just kicked it straight down the middle, could he not hit the back wall? There's a lack of leg strength that's an issue with Robbie Gould. The line we all knew, he had to get to the 35-yard line to try a 53-yard field goal. He wouldn't even warm up beyond 53. In Mexico City, he's not warming up or, a mile and a half above sea level. He's not going to kick it. He's just not going to try it. Now, inside that number, he did miss kicks. Robbie Gould throughout his 49er career made 87.5% of his field goals and 96.1% of his extra points. He did have some injuries. He missed some big games. There was a game against Seattle on Monday Night Football when they were 8-0. He missed it. So there's a lot of factors here. They wanted to get younger. They wanted to get stronger. They wanted to get cheaper. And he's not the only one. Mason Crosby does not have a job now. Green Bay made the same call. Zane Gonzalez has been a good kicker in this league. He's out there right now. We're going to see some kicking movement between the end of the preseason, John, and Tuesday when you start cutting down. There's a lot of things in play here, and also Robbie's personality and all that. I mean, it's easy to say, just put on the TV at 1 o'clock and watch number 9, kick. You also have to deal with him, throughout the week, and he wears you out. So there's a lot of factors here. The one thing I would say, though, don't discount the money. Younger, stronger, cheaper. And one thing at practice yesterday, everybody's fixating on Bosa. Just talking to David Lombardi, and David's so on top of the salary cap and the numbers. Tuesday, when you cut down, you have to be cap compliant in this league. And a lot of the top 51 numbers and all that, now it's actual who's on your roster, what do they cost? And what they're hoping for with Nick is to obviously give him the contract extension, but also lower his cap number for this year. So if you're looking at a deadline for Nick Bosa, David Lombardi, I don't know if he's tweeted it out yet or if he's going to write about it. I think it's Tuesday, or it could be, unless they restructure other players. They're going to have a little relief to, even be cap compliant with their current roster. But don't discount that Robbie Gould is a $5 million a year kicker, and he's not going to get that right now versus Jake being a compensatory pick number 99. So all those factors, they made the organizational decision to move on from Robbie Gould, and now, he's the best kicker in college football. They looked at everything, and they think he's going to be fine. He's got a little bit of the shanks. It's better to get it away in August than September. But there were many, many factors why they decided to move on from Robbie Gould and go to Jake Moody.
And again, look, whatever they decide, they know their organization and their financial situation a lot better than I do. And I understand. I completely understand not giving Robbie a number that starts with 5. I'm just simply saying that through the history of time, I don't know if it's a pressure that they put on themselves, but I mean, if you look at some of the best kickers and where they were drafted, they don't always make it with their original team. I mean, I'm looking at the top scorers last year. I mean, Daniel Carlson was drafted by the Vikings. He's now a great kicker with Las Vegas, or Matt Gay with the Rams to the Bucks, and all these kind of things. Look, I hope the kid's great. I'm not wishing anything bad on the kid. I just don't love the fact that you're taking a guy that high. I never have. It's just philosophically the way that I look at it. I hope the kid's great, and I don't care how many kicks he misses and all these other things, as long as he makes the ones that count. And we won't have one conversation about the kid if he makes all the kicks or most of the kicks that he's supposed to make.
As long as he's perfect,
no, he doesn't have to be perfect. He doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah,
he has to hit the game for a team
so when
that
they send
has
him
Super
out
Bowl.
there, they're going to say, Jake, you don't have to make this kick. It's not that big a deal.
But it's like it's the Kobe Bryant thing. No, it's the Kobe Bryant thing. Like, happy 45, Kobe Bryant. It's the big shots. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's the Steph Curry big shots. You don't have to make them all. You can go 5 for 21, but if you hit the big one, no one cares. I mean, it's a basketball thing where Jordan could go 5 for 21, but if the game was on the line,
he made the big one at the end. Well, he hit the walk-off field goal.
Yeah.
Why are you harping on the missed extra point?
I'm fine with it. I mean, everybody now is jumping on the bandwagon and writing pieces about it. I've had a problem since he was drafted. I'm simply saying that he's going to miss. I'm okay with it. But when it comes to, Green Bay in the playoffs where Robbie Gould nailed the one with ice water in his veins because it was so cold, that's the one he's got to hit.
And he had to get, how long was that field goal? He had to get, I think it was 40 yards. The play was the Debo run on the third down to get him inside. He was not going to take a long one. But in any event, Cody Parkey is the answer. So I don't necessarily go by total points scored because you could be on a great offensive team. The thing with kickers, they play 5% of the snaps, and they score 50% of the points.
Yeah, that's wild.
They're going to lead the league in scoring. They move the scoreboard. Cody Parkey in 2014, 150 points. Butler in 85, 144. One of the best ones ever was Harrison Butker, the butt kicker. Mm-hmm. Was he Mr. Irrelevant?
He was.
He was the last pick in the draft. So he came as a rookie in 142. Bass had 141. The Blair Walsh Project in Minnesota. Remember the kick he missed, and our friend Paul Allen went crazy?
Oh, it was nuts.
141, and was it Crosby, 141. So we'll have to do more research on who the best kicking season for a first time. I think Evan McPherson, as we saw him up close his rookie year when they went to the Super Bowl, that guy was money.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good kicker. I mean, look, I'm not saying it can't happen. It can. I'm just simply saying that, hopefully he makes the big kicks on a really good team because it's a lot like the quarterback. If he makes mistakes on a bad team, people will live with it. He's going to be fine.
I love your evaluation. As long as he's good, I'm on board.
Make the big kicks.
If he misses the kick, what
make
does
the
that
big
mean?
kicks.
Make the big
kicks.
Okay, all right.
That's
kind of
the playoffs.
Kind of your lesson for the kid.
Because we won't.
You sound like Bill
or no
Parcells
one.
and Jimmy Johnson.
But
you missed
you
this
know what
kick,
I mean.
I'm going to cut you.
No, I'm not.
Just make the kick. Make the big kick.
Look, if week 1 in Pittsburgh comes down to a kick to win it, there's 9 seconds left.
What if he misses the kick in the first quarter?
I can live with it. If it's 28,
change the whole game.
But if it's 28-26 with 9 seconds left on the clock and he's got to hit a 43-yarder,
what if it's 28-26 Pittsburgh and they're going to run the clock out because he missed one in the first quarter? You need those 3 points.
Well, then, it's going to be a big deal.
They're all big kicks.
Well, not all of them are. Okay. I mean, I think there are bigger.
Jake,
can we agree?
This one so Lund doesn't get on you, but make the one in the fourth quarter.
All
they're
I'm saying
all big
is
kicks. You don't want to. You want to be great every time you do anything.
You do, but I'm being realistic. I'm trying to give the young man a chance, which is. I know you're a rookie. I know you're not going to know all the stadiums, and I know you're going to miss kicks. We just, as with the aspirations that this team has, you just have to be like Robbie in those big situations. Because when he went out there to try a kick, and you were broadcasting the game, what was your confidence level?
They better get it inside the 35-yard line or he's not going to make
you
it.
Knew
and then after he made the kick, I didn't like him kicking off. It's more, what's your theory on kickoffs?
Whatever.
This guy's going to be not important.
Here's
not
why.
Important
I'll tell you why it's not as important this year. It's not.
You're missing the point, John.
No, they're going to. Yeah. Everyone's going to fair catch in the regular season.
Everyone is.
Most people, yep, because that's why the NFL's got that rule in. They don't even want
because
kickoff
there's a concussion
anymore.
Rule. We're going to fair catch everyone.
I'm just telling you, that's what's going to happen.
Fair catches are already way up. They were up to 33% last year. They think they're going to be up to 40%.
They probably are. So now that's not even important.
You're the whole reason that Jake has a tight butthole. Jake?
Silver just wrote a piece on it.
It's Silver one.
It's his fault.
On. It's going back to Doug Bryan and Birkenstocks. Give it a rest, Mike. That was 30 years ago. What are you supposed to do? You don't want. Let me tell you right now, Jake Moody's a better kicker than Robbie Gold. He's a better kicker than Robbie Gold.
Well, he will be. I don't know that we can say that yet.
Just watch the way he kicks. I can't wait till he makes a 60-plus yarder.
I hope he does. I would love to come on the show and say. And sing, what's the Patsy Cline song?
Whatever.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. I don't know what you're arguing. That you never should have drafted a kicker and you should have paid Robbie Gold.
That's
then what are you going to do
yeah.
when you cut down on Tuesday and Robbie Gold's making $5 million a year or whatever it was, and he's not going to get that. That little bit of savings is going to be a big difference when you wind up having to cut a guy or move people around. They're up against that cap.
McManus? What if Jacksonville paid Brandon McManus? Did he get $5 million? If he did,
that's why they paid him after. And what about Sean Payton? He cut Brandon McManus immediately after the draft. He cut him.
That's what I'm saying. What did he? I don't know what he got. He got $4.3 million.
That's a lot of money.
It's a lot. Which but if there's a missed kick, then that won't be enough.
Just because you make a lot of money, Reggie Jackson had the great line. You're making a lot of money doesn't make it a better player. You're just driving a better car. I don't like. So we'll see where. McManus is a great kicker, but he also kicked in Denver. There's a big advantage to kicking a mile above sea level. Let's see what he does in Jacksonville.
All right, let's flip it to Kyle Harrison. Nice first start. Yesterday in Philadelphia, they do lose 4-3. Garvin Austin is going to join us. He is the pitching coach for Sacramento. We'll get what he thought of Kyle's performance, what he can do better, all of Kyle's first start. We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, your good friend John Lund here for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? They're trying to fool you. Some aren't even based in the entire state of California. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are different. They're based right here in the Bay Area, more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. Now, if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. So go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the last year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us all the time. So please be careful, and let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. Did I stutter there? You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now he throws a high fastball, a swinging strike 3. Well, of his first 6 hitters faced in his first big league game, he has struck out 4 of them, including Trey Turner, Nick Castellanos, and Alec Boehm. And now here in the second, JT Realmuto.
John Miller, of course, with a call last night. That was Kyle Harrison, 3 1/3, 65 pitches, gave it 5 hits, 2 earned, that home run in the first to Bryce Harper, but did strike out the side there, had 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. He did have 14 swing and misses and threw a lot of his pitches for strikes as well. So let's get someone who knows Kyle Harrison well. That is Garvin Alston. He is the pitching coach for the Sacramento River Cats. And by the way, he made his major league debut with the Rockies at the age of 24. His son's a pitcher in the Nationals organization as well. By the way, Pop, that fine academic institution, Arizona State University, is where he went. And
the Walter Cronkite School?
That's right. And Garvin joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Garvin. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for making the time. So I don't know if you talked to Cobb before he went up, but like we were saying, I mean, you pitched in the major leagues. You made your debut at 24. You got to know the nerves that Kyle's going through. I mean, did you get a chance before he went up to kind of try to give him a little advice?
I did. I talked to him a little bit. The main thing that I said to him, honestly, was enjoy the moment, the work that you put in from the time that you started this path and this journey. Just enjoy it. Like, take a time and step back and take a look around and just take it all in, because it'll never happen again.
I know you guys had a game yesterday in El Paso, but we talked to Dave Brundage. He said they have the iPad going on as you guys were getting ready. Did you get a chance, Garvin, to watch his outing last night?
I was able to see here and there. Saw the first inning, and then it was time for me to go out and get Yahoo ready for the game. So it was hit or miss as far as being able to see him from time to time.
He threw the ball well. His 65 pitches, 43 were strikes. He leaned heavily on his four-seam fastball. 47 were fastballs. Let's just start, because there was some arm side command issue with his fastball early in the year, and then he was able to clean it up with your guidance. And I know you wanted him to slow down a little bit and pitch inside to right-handers a little bit more. So he did all the work, but it was your counsel that certainly helped. How did you get him to throw strikes with the four-seamer?
Honestly, I just took a look back at myself collectively with the group here. We have a great player development pitching group here, and everyone had a hand in helping Kyle get to where he's at. I was just the last person to touch him. The one thing that we did talk about often is just controlling the energy. The main thing is, once you control the energy, I think we're allowed to do things that we should be able to do, which is throw strikes and put the ball where we want. Oftentimes too much, at least what I've seen so far, guys try to do everything and throw everything at 100 miles an hour, and then command suffers, but yet and still their velocity is probably 1 or 2 miles per hour more. But that 1 or 2 miles per hour more doesn't constitute being a good pitcher. It just constitutes you being a good thrower.
That's a great way to put it. Garvin Alston is joining us. We're talking about Kyle Harrison's first performance. Did a nice job in Philly yesterday. When you saw that first inning, it seemed to me that he was a little amped, and then by the time he kind of was near the end of the 65 pitches, it seemed like he had relaxed and he was kind of in the flow of the game. When you saw the beginning, did you think he was a little overamped?
I do. I do think that the energy, I mean, come on. This is what you dreamed about your whole entire life, and he's up there and he's trying to control that energy as much as possible. So you just have to think a 22-year-old young man out there achieving his dream, facing the Phillies in the major league arena. It's going to be probably a little bit above what it was, but I was happy to see that he kind of settled in and he was able to lock in and do the things that he did yesterday.
Yeah, he went 0-2 to Schwarber, and then I thought he got squeezed at a couple of pitches, and Schwarber wound up taking a breaking ball. But the one thing you look at him right away, Garvin, is he's so big and strong. He's thick. His lower body, I mean, he's built like a pitcher. And one thing that you were talking about was his rudder, which is his back knee. So when we watch him pitch his next outing at home, whether against Atlanta and Cincinnati, what should we be looking for from the back knee? What do you want it to do?
Basically, it's all connected, right? Kinetically, everything is connected. So basically, back foot to back knee, goes into the hip, making sure he has a strong counter rotation. So basically what we're talking about controlling the rudder is just basically having good direction. It's just a different way of saying it and trying to connect with different players and have different verbiage so they can understand exactly what it is that we're trying to do. Just stay linear. He is a excellent rotational thrower, so that's where he gets the majority of his power at. But if he gets too rotational, that's when you start to see those arm side misses and the ball basically not on the plate. We do want his ball running to his arm side because that's where he gets a lot of his swings and misses. But when he's doing it too much and he's not linear first, what ends up happening is he's off the plate a little bit bigger.
Were you surprised a little bit? Maybe that's just because the Phillies just have a tremendous lineup. I mean, they don't give you a break. But the left-handers had success against him. Schwarber, Harper, I mean, those are good hitters. Stott, that's not really the usual case with him. Lefties would struggle with him. Did you see anything out of that in that first inning that he was giving away to lefties?
Yeah, honestly, he was down in the zone. Usually when he gets his soft contact and get people out, he's up in the zone with his fastball. And what I saw was Stott's fastball was down in the zone, and he did a good job of hitting the ball, I believe, to the left center field. Harper, the breaking ball, I thought was up just a little bit. He usually finishes that pitch just a little bit more to get a little bit more down break or vertical break. So that's what I kind of saw with those pitches. Schwarber, he's a strong hitter. Anything with an inner half, he's going to do damage to, as we know if you take a look at the notes. So that was just, first batter, ball got away from him a little bit, and he was able to go ahead and do damage with that.
And the lefties were hitting his breaking ball, his slider. I actually watched him pitch behind home plate 2 starts this year at Garvin, 1 in Sacramento Memorial Day weekend, and then the game in Vegas a little bit less than 2 weeks ago. And the first one I didn't see. I saw the lack of command. The start in Vegas, what I noticed was he was pumping strikes, just strike, strike, strike. But, he's got that low 3/4 delivery on the heater.
Yeah.
But then when he went slider, I thought he dropped down his arm a little bit. And I'm thinking, is he tipping that slider a little bit? That's something you analyze and overanalyze, obviously. Is there any concern that the arm slot is different when he throws the breaking ball?
Well, it might be a little bit different if you take a look at the tilt from every pitch on any pitcher, whether it's fastball, breaking ball, changeup. It's going to be a little bit different. Now, there might be a little bit more of a downward release point when he throws that pitch. But when he was here, the one thing that he did well was being in a good range to where he allowed himself to be able to get ahead and tunnel those pitches. I'm not sure. I haven't taken a look at the actual numbers, but I'm not too sure if he threw cutters yesterday. And the cutter for me is the pitch that actually keeps him in the slot between his fastball and his curveball. That's the median for him. So that kind of helps him combine those 2 pitches together. So I'm not sure. I didn't take a look at it. I didn't know exactly what happened. But I'm hoping that they did use it, and it was just one of those things where
I think
he threw, didn't get to his location.
I think he threw 1 cutter, 2 changeups, 47 fastballs, and 15 sliders. The one prominent breaking sliders, still it's not like a changeup or anything. Do you call that a slider or a slurve or a sweep, or what is that? And what are those his 4 pitches, the 4-seamer, whatever the break, the slide piece, the changeup, and the cutter? Those are the 4.
Yes, it is. And what I call it is a breaking ball.
You do?
There's so many different tags to it.
Yeah.
My thing is this: if the ball is breaking properly, he's going to get really good negative vertical break on it. If it gets a little bit flat or gets a little bit above the 0 line, what ends up happening is that it gets flat, and then lefties can put the bat on the ball, and righties will start pulling that pitch foul, but they'll start pulling that pitch instead of getting underneath the bat and getting underneath the swing.
Carvin Alston joining us. We're talking about Kyle Harrison's first outing yesterday against the Phillies. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. The one thing that is so impressive about him, before we've had him on the show before, and then before the game, after the game, is he seems like the slow-breathing type. Nothing bothered him. He understood that Bryce Harper's a pretty darn good hitter. He didn't seem overly hyped. I mean, obviously, we talked about the first inning. You're going to get those butterflies. But I would imagine that he's going to settle in because he just seems like that kind of a guy.
He is. I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. He's different. He understands who he is, which is like the major thing that we try to get to teach these young men that come through our player development system, especially here in AAA. Like, know who you are. If you know who you are, you know where your grounding, you know where your base is at, And Kyle came in knowing exactly who he is. He's just different, and it's a good thing that we got him.
Yeah, I'd say so. And the key thing is, after he gave up the bomb to Harper, he just blew away Alec Boehm. It was like fastball, like boom. He was not bothered at all. He obviously didn't want to give up the home run, but how he came back after giving up the 2-run homer. One thing we saw on the dugout bench after the first inning, Garvin, was him kind of picketing in his pitching hand. He had a finger and a cut. I think it was on the ring finger of his left hand. Does he have an issue with that? Is that a blister that develops? What do you think that was?
No, I don't think it's an issue. I think occasionally from time to I've seen it quite often, to be honest with you, where pitchers are throwing a pitch, and as they're throwing it, their thumb actually gets their middle finger, and it just cuts it just a little bit, just because of the force of the pitch and what you're trying to do with the ball. So I actually have seen that quite often, not from him per se, but from other pitchers throughout baseball, just being around for a long period of time in baseball.
Garvin, just as a whole this season, how many guys have been called up? And we've been amazed, just position and pitchers for the Giants. They've called up about 20 rookies this year. What has that been like for you? And part of it is you're losing these guys, but the other part of it is you're seeing guys like Ryan Walker and Keaton Wynn and Tristan Beck and all these guys come up and just have the success and really help out what is hopefully a playoff season for the Giants.
Well, that's part of my job. I mean, having been a major league pitching coach for the Minnesota Twins, the one thing that I've always wanted was being able to have guys that we can rely on coming from AAA. So me being on the other side of that, that's my thought process. My thought process is, what can I do to make sure guys are available and ready for our major league club to impact and help those teams? And so we go about our business every single day with that mindset and trying to make sure myself and Danny Bosanigger, we sit down, we go through things, we analyze, we try our best to get these guys prepared and ready, not just the nuances of them pitching, but also understanding what it takes to be a major league pitcher and be successful in the major league side.
All right, so you had a very nice debut last night, and now it's on to the next, which will be at home. So all the Dela kids will be coming over to watch him pitch, and more family, whether it's on Sunday Night Baseball against Atlanta or sometime next week against the Reds. So his final 2 starts for you, he threw 39 in Vegas. You bumped him up to 59 at home when he pumped, 19 of the first 23 pitches were strikes. Last night he went 65. Where do you think he's at for the next go-round? Is he better? He worked for you on a Tuesday, came back and made his major league debut on a Tuesday. Is he better on the longer rest? So what should we expect, Garvin, from his home start?
I think you're going to expect a little bit more from what he did yesterday. Kyle is resilient. I know he started off with a slow pace when it comes to pitch count and trying to get him going, but he's resilient. He's strong, as we talked about earlier. For me, whatever the major league team decides to do as far as pitch count and lengthen them out, I think that's going to be up to them, of course. But I think he's able to handle whatever they throw at him.
Garvin, thank you. Obviously, what you're doing is working because these kids are coming up and they're ready to contribute. So congratulations on all that success, and we'll talk to you again real soon. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Keep it going, man. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing something right because most of these guys that have come up this year, not only are they ready physically, they're ready mentally. They've contributed. I mean, we talk about the rookie position players all the time, but these pitchers have come up and done a really nice job from the minors this year.
And he's got another one that I saw, Eric Miller.
Yeah.
Who's their new closer. He's a lefty, and he just came in and pumped strikes. So I don't know where we're going to go. And, it's almost next week is September the 1st, John. And the old days, you'd bring them all up, right, when you go from 25 to 40. Now, I don't know. Are they going to bring up Joey Bart? What other moves do they have? He only got a couple left, but I wonder where Eric Miller would fit in because he could, as a closer, that guy was just pumping, and he throws hard. He throws upper 90s when I saw him, and he's a lefty.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, one thing that we did not mention, the finger issue that he had, and Harrison did talk to Murph and Mack. He said, with the new cutter I'm throwing, the seams have been kind of ripping on my index finger. It was just cut open a little, didn't hurt, just had to stop the blood, nothing too bad. Literally,
the cutter is what cut open his skin?
Yeah,
because he only threw a couple of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, he stuck to that gas, riding the gas up high. So, by the way, more on Kyle Harrison and just in general, because we used to have Ryan Vogelsong on weekly in another edition of this show, and then he tried to bunt, and then that was over.
Against Washington.
But anyway, he's going to join us at 11:30.
Vogie.
We love talking to Vogie. Love it.
And he spent some time. He's living in Atlanta. He's neighbors with Mark DeRosa and Javi Lopez and all that. But he's been around these guys. I don't think he's been around as much this year, but he saw the Giants in Atlanta, and he's seen a lot of these young guys and the young pitchers in particular.
Yeah, so we'll talk to Vogie in about 15 minutes. Lots of reaction on Kicker Talk, by the way. A lot more than I thought I'd get. A lot of reaction on Kicker Talk. But anyway, Ryan Vogelsong at 11:30. It's Pop and Lund. Remember, day baseball pregame at just after noon, only here on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Harrison, we've been talking about him. He's the bright spot in another Giants tough loss. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, just with this new cutter thing I'm throwing, I think using the slider a little more. The seam's kind of been just ripping on the top part of my index finger a little. So, it just cut open a little. Didn't hurt or anything. Just there was blood there, so just had to stop the blood. So, but nothing too bad. But
all right, that was Kyle Harrison this morning. Thoughts, text line is wide open. We're also on YouTube and Twitch as well. Lots of Giants fans going back and forth on Kyle Harrison. 65 pitches, 3 1/3. Struck out 5. Did strike out the side in the first. Of course, had that Bryce Harper home run in there, but he pitched well. I think that people should be encouraged, and whether, like you said, it's Sunday Night Baseball against Atlanta, or maybe you save him for the Reds, whatever the case may be. It looks like Kyle Harrison hopefully is here to stay. So that's the big story yesterday. But the bottom line to the whole thing is, they lost, and now you look at the standings today. Phillies continue to extend their lead. The Cubs lost, but stay in their spot. The Diamondbacks,
they're winning now, John. 1-0 Cubbies in Detroit.
Wonderful. Diamondbacks have, after losing 9 in a row, they've won 9 of 11 now, and they are ahead of the Giants. They are the same, 61 losses in the loss column, but they have 66 wins, so it's a half game over the Giants. Then the Reds at 61 losses, and the Marlins at 62. So obviously, it is close in the wild card chase. I gave you all the numbers before. It's a big problem. The one thing, too, is they got to solve. They're 30-33 on the road. They've lost 14 of 16. They have 36 games remaining, and 19 are on the road.
They need to win right now. So the Cubbies, and the buggy whipper, Cody Bellinger, just singled in a run. Make it 2 runs. Swanson scored. They had second and third. The Cubs lead 3-0 in the top of the third in Detroit. Remember we were talking about trading for Stroman and Kyle Hendricks maybe and Cody Bellinger? I mean, the first half of the year, the Cubs were 5 under, 42 and 47. They looked like sellers. They didn't do that. And now in the second half of the year, how did they get this record? They're 65 and 60. The Cubs. Right now, they're the second team in the wild card, and the Giants are going to Wrigley Field Labor Day Monday. They're going to be at Wrigley Field Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of Labor Day after going to San Diego for 4. So, and then as far as this game goes with the Phillies, so now, you got the Giants have 61 losses, the Phillies have 57, so you're 4 back. So today is huge. You're not going to see Philadelphia anymore after this year. And as we've been telling you, the Giants swept the Phillies earlier in the year. So if they win today, they pick up a game on them, which is big, and you'll win the season series head-to-head tiebreaker if, in fact, you get tied with them. And there's a lot of baseball yet to go. But if you lose today, you're 5 games behind them, and the tiebreaker, John, goes to the second tiebreaker, and that is intra-division record. Not interdivision, but intra-division. So if the head-to-head record is also a tie, which it would be if the Phillies win today, then the involved clubs' records within their division will break the tie. This applies even if the tie is for a wild card spot between 2 teams that do not reside in the same division. The team with the superior intra-division. So what's the Giants' National League West record versus Philadelphia's National League East record? That would cause that tiebreaker. And then the same for the Cubs. Remember, the Cubs came in here that weekend in June. They beat the Giants 2 out of 3. And then you've got to go to Wrigley and play them again. So that would be head-to-head. And then the Reds, we just saw them in July, and the Giants won the first 2 games of that series. In fact, won 2 games in one day after the suspended game on the Monday night. Then they lost the last 2. So a lot of
the Giants'
these,
record is not good interdivision.
What is it?
18 and 25.
Intra-division, within your own division.
Intra-division.
In the National League West, what is it?
18 and 25.
What is Philadelphia's in the East?
It's 26 and 17.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, if you lose today to Philadelphia, you fall essentially 6 games behind them.
Yeah.
You'll fall 5 games back in the loss column.
With 35 left.
And more than likely, if there's a tie, they're going to get it. So now today flips that, then there's intra-division records don't matter, and you'd win the head-to-head against them 4 games to 2. So today's a huge game for the Giants.
Plus, the other thing that in just looking at the numbers, everybody always says defense wins championships, but in baseball, scoring runs wins. And if you look at the top teams in the American League in scoring runs, Rangers, Rays, Astros, Orioles, all playoff teams. You look at the National League, the top 2 run-scoring teams, Braves, Dodgers. Cubs have 630 runs. The Giants have 542. After that, it's the Reds, the Diamondbacks, and the Phillies. So these are all teams either in contention or winning divisions and being playoff teams. I know that the pitching, we talk about the pitching, and last night Duvall gave it up and all those kind of things. And Harrison, it's not that pitching's not important. It's extremely important. But the 3 bottom teams in scoring runs, and this is what's interesting to me, the Marlins have scored 518 runs, and yet they're a contender. It shows you how good their pitching has been. They can't hit. The Giants have got to start scoring runs. I mean, since July, they've been the worst offense in baseball, and we can talk about how they're in playoff contention, and it's fairly much a miracle that they are, because they're not scoring runs, and that they've got to figure it out. And that's why we've talked about this for a long time, you and I, which is they're just churning through players, and they're just trying to find somebody. And Paul DeJong is in the lineup today with Crawford being out, and he's sitting near the bottom. They're looking for a spark. He was 3 for 44 with the Blue Jays, but he had 13 home runs with the Cardinals. So they're trying to find somebody to spark the offense, because as you look at contenders in the National League for that spot, Cubs, Reds, Diamondbacks, Phillies are the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th leading scoring team in the National League. The Giants have got to find a way to score.
All right, so why do they add Paul DeJong? Because he's got pop. Yep. And a lot of it, could be St. Louis and their ballpark versus Oracle Park. We'll see. But yes, runners in scoring position, they've been dreadful for a long stretch, and likewise with the bases loaded. But I remember Farhan when the season started, and they added Conforto, and they added Haniger. He said he thinks this team is going to hit a lot of home runs. He cited, maybe not a 30-homer guy, although Haniger, what did he get, 39 one year in Seattle? Conforto's had big home run years. He thought everybody up and down the lineup would hit 20 or more home runs. Your leader in home runs is Wilmer with 17. Conforto has 15. J.D. Davis has 15. Lamont Wade Jr. has 13. Who am I missing? Anybody else? I mean, Yaz has been hurt. Crawford's been hurt. You're not leaving the ballpark. Austin Powers is not the same guy. I mean, look at the Philadelphia Phillies lineup. Schwarber's their leadoff hitter. He's got 33 bombs. Harper came back after missing the year. He's got 11. Castellanos has 21. I mean, look at the home run difference. And their ballpark, obviously, is very different in South Philly than the Giants' ballpark. But where do the Giants rank, John, in just home runs? If you're talking about runs scored, they thought this team would be in the top 5 or 6 in the league in home runs. I mean, when they won 107 games in 2021, they had the most home runs in the history of the franchise, more than any Mays, McCovey, Cepeda team or Bonds or Ritchie team. Then they started out hitting home runs. Mm-hmm. They are not hitting the ball out of the ballpark right now. That's why they're taking a flyer on Paul DeJong. They need to hit home runs.
Yeah, they have 138, and like you said, 2 years ago when they won all those games, how many players hit 15 or more? I mean, they set a record. They had all those things. They're 10th in the National League and 20th overall, and since July 1st, they're dead last. And they're dead last in August. They're dead last since July 1st. They're, like you said, they're not hitting the ball out of the ballpark, and the guys who normally do just aren't doing it. I mean, you had Jock do it. Was that last night that Jock had one or the night before? But, I mean, these are guys that, you paid $20 million for Jock.
How many home runs does Haniger have? 4?
Yeah.
He had 2 in Mexico City.
Right.
Honestly, how many does he have? And I'm not, he got hurt, but he wasn't good before. How many does Yaz have? Remember opening day, the home opener, we asked who's going to lead the Giants in home runs? Wilmer. He's got 17. And Conforto's been incredibly streaky, and J.D. Davis has been streaky. Wilmer's going to hit 20, right? But is anybody else going to hit 20 home runs this year? We thought the whole lineup would.
Right. Well, I mean, again, to just give you context, even in away games, so take the park out of it, they've hit 76 away home runs, which is, again, right in the middle of the pack, 15th in baseball, tied for 7th in the National League. So they haven't been good. They have not been good, and whether through injury, and again, remember a couple of years ago, I mean, Crawford hit 21, and you had Belt on this team, and Posey. And
Belt hit 29.
Yeah. I mean, this just isn't the same. These aren't the same guys. They're not getting up there and putting a charge into the ball, which is one of the main reasons they're not scoring runs. So
I mean, Vogel will join us in a couple of minutes, and the main reason this team, won the 3 championships is pitching and defense.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a year there, the first year they won in 2010, before Vogel got here. When they added Pat Burrell and Cody Ross, they had 162 home runs that year, so they had won a game. They did win one of the later ones, either 12 or 14, and I think they were dead last or second to last in the whole league in home runs. They may not have hit even 100. So there's ways to do it. And ultimately, you have to pitch and catch the ball. But the one thing Farhan said, and even last year they had a little pop in the lineup. 21 was historic. How many home runs they hit that year? Was that all the pinch hit home runs? I mean, the one thing when you look at the lineup construction where they have fallen far below expectation, because Farhan said it and Cap said it, they thought they would have maybe 6 guys hit 20. They're going to have one this year maybe, and it's only going to be Wilmer Flores.
Yeah. And like you said, you mentioned the runners in scoring position. It's 12 for 79. That's 152 over their last 11. They're 29th in the league, hitting 207 with runners in scoring position. So if you don't hit it out of the ballpark, then you got to hit with runners in scoring position. They don't. And then we mentioned this yesterday with the embargo Camargo, because he's been struggling, but everybody's struggling. Bases loaded, they're hitting 198. You mentioned that. So they're just, in every way you are not getting it done offensively, that's been them since really July 1st or end of June, actually. So
Cubbies got out of the third inning, 3-0 Chicago and Detroit. Who would have thought the Cubs would have a better record than the Giants coming down the stretch? Did anybody think that?
No, and they were going to be a seller up until what? They got hot about 2 weeks before the deadline. And so they decided to stand pat. I'm not sure. They did add. They added Candelario from Washington. They had a couple of guys at the deadline.
They didn't trade Stroh, and he's been hurt. And, they didn't trade Hendricks. They didn't trade, Bellinger. And, look at the schedule coming up. This game today is big. The games with the Reds next week are big. That's why I think pitch Kyle Harrison next week and not against Atlanta. And then after you go to Petco, August 31, September 1, 2, and 3, Labor Day Monday, John, they roll to Wrigley Field.
Yep.
I mean, these are the games. Today's game, if you lose today to Philadelphia,
you're not catching
what it pretty much guarantees is even if you do make the playoffs, those 3 games are all going to be on the road. You're not going to play any at home.
You're either going to play in Philly or possibly Milwaukee or Chicago or whoever wins the Central. So
you're not playing at Oracle Park though. If you lose today.
Pop and Lund today, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Starting in cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started, redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. Our good friend Ryan Vogelsong talks pitching and Kyle Harrison with us. And we got day baseball today, 12:05 for your pregame show. 1:05 first pitch in Philly, only here on the Sports Leader.
What is the formula for a happy home life? Well, the perfect temperature, low heating and cooling costs, and attractive features is a start. Architects and designers can easily achieve that formula for their clients at Golden State Window and Door. Greg Papa here, and you know your clients can defend against the elements with a variety of options like triple pane glass that provides a comfortable temperature year-round while delivering energy efficiency, and that adds up to lower energy bills. Get started by taking a virtual tour of Golden State showrooms. You'll see a great variety of attractive windows and doors in all price categories from the best: Marvin, Anderson, AG, Millworks, True Style, and many others. When inspiration has grabbed you, click request an appointment on goldenstatelumber.com and bring your client in to see and feel what appeals most to them. Golden State strives to keep it simple and save you valuable time. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. On a Wednesday, we've got day baseball, 12:05 for pregame, 1:05 first pitch. Try to get one in Philly today. One of our favorite guys, Ryan Vogelsong, go down to the Atlanta area. And by the way, he's going to be in town this weekend because Mike Murphy inducted into the Giants Wall of Fame. So you see Vogie this weekend. He joins us courtesy of the guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm good, guys. What's going on?
We miss you, brother. How are you? What are you doing these days?
I'm trying to get my handicap down.
That's good.
Trying not to get fat. And trying to get Ryder to hit homers. That's about
Your
it.
son. So what's the
awesome,
what's the foursome? DeRosa, is he involved in that? Javi Lopez. Who else do we have in your area?
Well, DeRosa works during the week at the network at MLB Network, so he's a tough draw during the summer. Most days it's me, Javi. Buster was in there for a minute. He rolled on us. Brian McCann. Some days Jeff Francoeur when he's not doing his gig at nighttime, and it's usually us three. We're Javi's got his TV thing going a little bit, obviously with the Giants, but me and B-Mac don't do anything anymore. So it's usually B-Mac and whoever else, usually Javi too, and then whoever else we can scrap up.
And you're losing Buster. When's he moving back to the Bay Area?
Oh, he's already there.
He's gone. He left. He's done.
He rolled on us a while ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Jeez. Would you beat up on him pretty good?
No, we were about the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I probably threw a few more clubs than he did, but we were about the same.
So you were working, last time we chatted with you, you were working in the organization, just kind of going around the minor leagues. So how long have you been a civilian and not working at all?
So this is the first year that I'm not.
Yeah.
I just it wasn't anything other than I just wanted to be around Ryder a little bit more. He's actually turning 14 this weekend, so
wow.
I just felt like it was time to be here a little bit more with him, and he likes baseball and is playing some travel ball, and it was hard for me to be out on the road working with other people trying to make them better when and not helping him. So I just kind of decided that this year and maybe next year I was going to take off and, kind of put all my focus on him. And that's it. That's the only other reason. Now I still have had a lot of contact with most of these guys I've been working with the last, 4 or 5 years. So they still text me and I text them, and I still watch box scores. And I've had, multiple conversations with Kyle Haynes through the summer, as well as Justin Leary and Clay Rapata, the pitching coordinators. So, I still got my foot in the door a little bit. I'm just not out, with my eyes on everything like I have been in the past.
All right, so Kyle Harrison, he's been around a long time, so I'm sure you work with him a little bit or a lot. He pitched last night. I don't know if you saw the game, but what are your thoughts on Kyle Harrison?
I did see the game. I actually texted Kyle when he got called up. I texted him last night after the game. He's a special kid. He's a special talent, and I think he's got his head on right and his priorities in the right place. And Kyle can be as good as Kyle wants to be honest. He's got all the tools. He's got the makeup. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. He's got a lot of chances to be very, very special.
His major league debut last night was remarkably similar to what the freak Tim Lincecum did in his major league debut against the Phillies. Obviously, different guys. They each struck out the side, and they each gave up a 2-run homer. But I see more, Matt Cain in him as far as the body and the build and the thick legs, and then obviously being a lefty and that low 3/4 arm slot, you see a little bum. Now, we don't want to go crazy. I mean, those guys are World Series champions and great teammates and friends of yours. Does he remind you of anyone, Vogie?
Yeah, my initial thing when I saw him was bummed because he was a little bit lower and his arm release was a little bit lower, and that slurve they were calling it last night, kind of was like bump sweeping across the zone there. But, the Matt Cain comparison is very good as well. Obviously, just difference between left and right-handed. They're kind of a mix between the two. The reason I said bum was not only just because he was left-handed in his arm slot, just a lot of qualities in the person when I was talking to the person and working with the person, just very detail-oriented. And that's what made Bum so good. Bum paid attention to the smallest details all the time, and Kyle's the same way. And I just, the first couple times I saw Kyle pitch, it was just different. And I'm not talking, obviously you look at the fastball and you look at the stuff, and it's obviously different, right? But I saw a 20-year-old kid in Double-A with, a man on second base and 2 outs, and I watched him buckle down and refuse to let the guy score. And that's just stuff that usually takes a couple years to develop. Not a kid that's 2 years removed from high school. So that's the kind of stuff I saw and I went, oh, we got something really good here. And like I said, obviously you see the fastball and you see the pitches and you can go, yeah, this kid's going to be good. But there's outliers that Kyle brings to the table that makes him different than other people.
Ryan Vogelsong is joining us. We're talking about Kyle Harrison's debut last night against Philadelphia. 65 pitches, struck out 5 over 3 1/3. And, you made your debut. You were a reliever with the Giants. You came in 2000. Starting like that, we've heard guys say that they couldn't feel their legs and all these kind of things, and he certainly seemed to settle in by the end. I got to believe that when you're in your major league debut that there's just a lot of nerves, a lot of maybe you're amped up a little bit. What did you see from that angle?
Yeah, and I think, that's probably the hardest thing is dealing with the adrenaline and dealing with the emotions of it. Because once you throw that first one, it's kind of like being in the backyard again with just a lot more people watching. But that first pitch is something special. You can't feel your legs, and your rotator cuff is connected to the rest of your body. And when you're a little tense down there, the booty gets a little tense, the arm gets a little tense as well.
See, John, I've been telling you about the tight butthole.
Yeah,
exactly.
So after that first one, things seemed to loosen up, and then, it's business as usual. But I thought he handled himself extremely well. I mean, obviously facing a very, very, very good lineup in the Phillies. And, I mean, I kind of assumed that he was going to hold his own, but you never know. I mean, it's baseball. He could have gone out there and totally, blown up, and he did a very good job. I thought he controlled his emotions well. I thought he controlled his adrenaline well, and I'm excited for, myself and the rest of the Giants fans should be very excited that Kyle Harrison is a part of the Giants.
Maybe his next start is on Murph Day on Sunday, but maybe they'll hold him off against the Reds. But he came out and punched fastball strikes to Schwarber. I thought he got squeezed on the 2-0 and the 2-1 and could have been punched him out. And then he gave up a hit on a slider. And their lefties were all over that slider. And Hunter was talking about his body slowing down a little bit. I actually watched 2 of his minor league starts, Vogie, from right behind home plate. And he does have that bomb low 3/4. But I also noticed when he threw the slider, not the fastball, he drops down even a little bit more. And I wondered, is he tipping that pitch? Since you've worked with him and you know the mechanics and the biomechanics of pitching so well, did you notice that last night from the center field camera when you work with him? And is that something he's going to have to clean up, that maybe he's tipping that slider a little bit?
I've seen that a little bit in the past, but honestly, from my point of view on this whole thing last night, and obviously I watched the game and listened to Hunter. I watched post game and listened to Woe. I think there's been so much talk about him throwing strikes and that he was throwing too many balls and walking too many people in AAA that he had to clean that up to get called up to the big leagues. I think he was so self-conscious last night to throw strikes that I think that he honestly was just backing off of it a little bit to make sure he kept it in the strike zone. And, who can blame him? Because we, as players, read the paper or read the internet now. We hear what people are saying about us because that's how you kind of make yourself better. What don't I do well? I need to throw more strikes. If you throw more strikes, it's been put out there. If he throws more strikes, he'll get called up. Right? So the last thing he wants to do is come into his debut last night and be throwing balls all over the place and start walking people. So I think it was just a little backed off of on the slider last night, making sure he commanded it and kept it in his zone. And I think the more comfortable he gets with being a major leaguer, you're going to see him start to let that go. And that little bit of slowdown in the delivery, sometimes with the slider, is going to go away. And the world will be just fine and everyone can stop panicking.
Obviously the stuff is huge and all these kind of things, but there's obviously, as we've talked about, a mental side of this, and you were legendary on game day and the way that you prepared and the steely stare. Do you relay those things to him, or is everybody's just kind of different and they do their own thing?
Everybody is absolutely different. But you share, your experiences with them. And I think that's what is like myself, Burrow, and the other guys that we have in our system.
We lost him.
Oh, you got me?
Yeah,
we got you now. Yeah, we got you back. We got you back.
We got
you. You can't replace experience, and just being able to share experience moments with those guys can help them in a spot where if they're in it, if they get to that spot, and they can think back real quick and go, oh, Vogie said this, or, with the hitters, Pat Burrell said this. You share your experience and what worked for you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to work for everybody. Let's just take, our staff, when I was in the big leagues with the Giants, our staff, every one of our guys was different. Timmy was, singing and running around the clubhouse 10 minutes before he was walking out.
Right.
Kane was pretty laid back and talking till about 30 minutes before he was going to go out. Bum was kind of like that too. So everybody has their own way to get ready, and sometimes the hardest thing is to figure out which way works for you. That's the hardest thing, and that's why I feel like it took me a long time to get good, because I didn't know how I was supposed to be or what it took for me to be ready and to compete at that level. So that's the one thing I kind of try and convey to them. Try and figure out what makes you tick. Is it be laid back and have fun and joke around and know when it is to get serious? Is that what in between the innings when you're sitting in the dugout, is that what 2 outs? Is that when I start to lock it back in because I know I got to go back out?
He was good. He was good yesterday with the, in Philadelphia with those fans, the ballpark, and whatever it was. So his next start's going to be at home, and it could be Sunday, which would be against Atlanta and all their power hitters. They're all got 20 homer hitters, and it'll be on Sunday Night Baseball, and it'll be the great juxtaposition if it's 22-year-old Kyle Harrison's first start, Vogie, on Murph Day. So tell me about walking into Mike Murphy's clubhouse, and he's going to go in the Wall of Fame on Sunday. And, I mean, he just personifies Giants baseball in San Francisco. But what kind of guy is he?
I mean, they don't get much better. They really don't. I mean, I can't really think of anybody that's probably seen more as far as San Francisco Giants baseball than Mike Murphy. I mean, he's been there for everything. And I know that there's a bunch of guys coming, and I know there was a bunch of guys that wanted to come that couldn't make it. And that just tells you how much of an influence this man had on everybody that walked through there. To have that many people that want to come back and be there for him on that day. I mean, listen, he probably had one of the toughest jobs in the world. And you can talk about being a clubhouse guy and what that entails, but I know one thing. When someone got called up, he was there for like your happiest day, but he was also the guy that had to come to your locker when you got sent down and be there for your worst day. So the man knew how to deal with both sides of the fence, and he did it for a long time. And once again, experience probably helped him, but he was always the first guy you saw when you walked in there, always with a smile on his face, always had something very kind to say. His sayings are legendary, some of them, and I'm speaking at a ceremony on Sunday, so I don't want to ruin my whole speech because, there's a bunch of guys talking, so you got to have like 2 or 3 speeches lined up in case someone takes your material, right?
And it's a Sinatra Sunday.
Yeah, so I don't want to give out all my stuff, but there's probably not a better person on the planet than Mike Murphy. I know that.
Boy, well said. We're looking forward to your speech, man. It is so cool to catch up with you. I can't believe Ryder's 14. That's amazing. Enjoy that, by the way. We both had sons in that same position, and that's just really cool, man.
Freeze them at 14. They turn on you when they start driving.
That's cool.
Yeah, so Ryder's turning 14 on Saturday, so I'm actually staying here for, they're having my little party for Murph on Saturday night. And then ceremony Sunday, so I'm actually flying out super late Saturday night to get there for Sunday because Ryder's birthday is on Saturday. So
good job, Dave.
It's going to be a busy weekend for me, but it's I wouldn't miss it for the world.
That's awesome. We look forward to seeing you Sunday and hearing your speech, man. Thank you for taking the time. We appreciate it.
All right, you got it. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you,
too, man. That is Ryan Vogelsong. That's awesome. That's cool, man. That's one guy.
Chicken enchiladas.
Yeah.
Is Nicole going to make that for Ryder's birthday party?
Man. I tell you, I first got here and I went into the clubhouse one time, and like he said, there were certain guys you could talk to, certain guys you could approach. It didn't matter if it was the day they were pitching, and I was in the clubhouse, and I didn't realize that you don't talk to Ryan Vogelsong on pitch day. And I just wanted to introduce myself, and I said, hey, and he turned and gave me this steely stare like, don't even approach
you don't talk to any starting pitcher.
No.
That's just a basic rule.
Just like,
my first major league team was Dave Stewart's clubhouse. You didn't talk to the starter. The weird thing was walking in when Lincecum was pitching, and he'd start chatting you up, and I'd run away from him.
Well,
I'm like, you can't talk to me. You're pitching today.
That's why I guess I was so confused by it, because I remember I'd been in there and Lincecum was like, whatever, talking to everybody. And even though Kane seemed on the surface that he was all like Vogelsong, on his pitch day, he wasn't. He was kind of chatty, and maybe it was nerves. I don't know. But Vogelsong, man, was just like, don't even.
Chicken enchiladas, stay out of his way.
Yeah, it was amazing. I was like, okay.
We got news on the 49er quarterback room, Jay.
Yes. Should we save it?
Save it, John. Save it.
All right, we'll do that next. And we got day baseball top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader. It's the big, and I do mean big, national sales event. It's going on right now at Modesto Toyota, and it's time to go places with great savings on that new Toyota you want. This is the best part. No dealer markup. That's right. New cars, SUVs, and trucks are arriving every day. You can check them out online at ModestoToyota.com, and you do what I did last Wednesday. So a week ago today, I did this. Got the car, checked it out. Went to ModestoToyota.com and said, yep, these are the things I want on my new RAV4 2023 hybrid. And then I reserved it, picked it up last Wednesday with no dealer markup. It's that simple. Plus, this makes you feel good. They're owned and operated, family-owned and operated since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer, which I just experienced again. Now, that means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, go-rate customer service. So it's a great time because it's the big national sales event. So you go to Modesto Toyota for great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want, and the vehicle's arriving daily. I've seen those big trucks. They're loaded with the new Toyota, so come get yours with no dealer markup. Now's the time. Like I said, now is the time to get that new Toyota at Modesto Toyota, where I get my Toyotas, where I got one last week, where I got my son's Toyota. He's off at college. I hope it's still intact. All of it right now. Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just each day. I mean, coming here, not knowing the offense, not playing an offense similar to it. Just his command, getting in and out of the huddle where he is now compared to day one. He's been real consistent in everything that he didn't come in the first day just owning it all, because you can't when you don't have the experience. But each day that he's done it, he's gone better and better, and he just looks more and more comfortable in everything he's doing.
Thank you so much for joining us. That was Kyle Shanahan. And look, he's been effusive in his praise of Sam Darnold since the moment Sam Darnold got here. And it is official, according to Tom Pelissero, who is a good source. Sam Darnold named as QB2. So QB1 is obviously Brock Purdy. Then the question was QB2. I don't think there was much guessing here. And despite the fact that Trey Lance led him to a touchdown and a field goal, QB2 is settled as well. It's going to be Sam Darnold.
Yeah, that's not from the team. That's from Pelissero. And I saw him when they had the joint practices with the Raiders. I'm wondering who his source is that he would get that from, if it's an agent or not. I mean, we'll see. I think one thing, and Kyle was just asked this yesterday, how, if he's going to name a number two, and he said I probably would next week, which they really don't have to. It wouldn't. I don't even know if it'd be next week when they cut. You do it maybe the week of the Pittsburgh game after Labor Day, but I'm not sure. And then it'll also just heighten how they rotate the quarterbacks on Friday against the Chargers, assuming Brock plays, and he'd probably play more than just a series, then who would be that number two quarterback, which would be somewhat of a tip. So I don't think Kyle's talking between now and the game on Friday, but we'll see where this story goes. This is not from the team. This is from Tom Pelissero. He's the one breaking the news. And the bottom line, John, was one of these former number threes, whether it was Sam in 2018 or Trey Lance in 2021, one former number 3 overall pick was going to be the number 3 quarterback on this team behind, Brock and the other guy. So we'll see where it all goes from here. But I wonder what the reaction will be and if other members of the media will pick up on that. Because, you always, when certain guys break a story, you know who their source is going to be. Who's Pelissero's source in the building here? Where did he get that from?
Well, like you said, maybe Sam was told, and then usually it's
his agent.
It's an agent.
Yeah,
it's usually who.
Well, the
breaks
thing
it.
is, you wouldn't do that now because I don't want to say anything, but somebody could get hurt right now. So this is not anything you're under any obligation to announce between now and really the week of the Pittsburgh game, and then you could easily list them on the depth chart going into the game as and not say anything.
Right.
You really don't have to say anything until 90 minutes before kickoff. Right. So I don't know if Sam was even been told that via his agent, and then his agent, tells.
Well, let me update it as well. This is Eric Branch from the Chronicle. Says, can confirm Sam Darnold has been named 49ers number 2 behind Brock Purdy. Here's where it gets interesting.
He's been named that from Kyle or from?
That's just what Eric Branch is saying. But then he says, this is what's intriguing. He says, team is exploring its options with Trey Lance per source. What does that mean? A trade?
Yeah.
Exploring options.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do there.
Yeah. Look, it's not a surprise, and we've said this the whole time. Kyle Shanahan, if you just listen and watch, he doesn't want to say anything, but he's pretty obvious in the things that he does. And he's, like I said, the praise has been high for Sam by the organization. You've talked about it. Kyle likes him. They like Sam in the building. And it's not that they don't like Trey. It's just that for anybody who's watching, and I get a kick out of everybody saying that nobody knows. The organization knows because they watch him in practice as you do every single day, and it's pretty obvious that he's inconsistent, and a team that's trying to go to the Super Bowl cannot have inconsistency at the position. And as good as Trey was at the end of the game, he wasn't good at the beginning when he came in. And it's nothing against Trey. It's just they trust Sam more, and they trust Brock the most, and that's where they're going to go. And it's important because only one time in Kyle's 6 seasons so far have they had QB1 go the entire season, and that was Jimmy in 19. So they're probably going to use QB2 at some point and maybe QB3.
Yeah, but they don't. You don't have to do that now. It's August the 23rd. You got today's the last day of training camp, and they're going to have a full practice today. I think today will be a low day. Yesterday they went 13 periods. I watched a good 45 minutes. They went to about 2:45. They're not going to do that today. Today's going to be a lower day, and then they're going to have a walkthrough tomorrow. They're going to play the Chargers on Friday night. I don't know why they're compelled. I don't know where Eric Branch is following this up.
Let me give you a thought of where this could come from.
Is this coming from that somebody was told this? You don't need to say anything now.
Okay, but you know who would want to say something? It could come from the agent of Trey Lance who wants out of here.
Well,
and
great. Then we'll get back to
But that's what I mean is then maybe he was told he's 3, which means he wants to get out.
Who's Trey's agent? I don't even know.
I don't either, but that's probably where it came from, to be honest with you.
Or it could be just where they're looking at it now. I mean, honestly, this is something you would address. And they're going to play Friday night. Kyle's having a party at his house for the team. Then they got to cut. Tuesday's a cut day. And then you got to make a call with Brandon Allen, whether to cut him and expose him. I mean, the tipping point would be next week, not this week. So I don't know. I mean, based on everything, when you watch what you're saying, it is developing that way. And you know what I think of Sam Darnold. I love the guy. He's got to get a better handle of the overall offense and where to go with the ball. But I think he's getting it down. You can still see him when Kyle calls a play on game day. He pauses a second before he goes into the huddle, and they don't want him wearing wristbands here. Brock's the guy, and then after that. But the point is, John, you don't need to do that today. So we'll go out and watch practice. I think right now he's 2 and Trey's 3, and then we'll see what they do. But I'm just wondering where this is coming from and why this is news today and not why it wouldn't be more news next week on Tuesday, because you got a camp practice today.
Came from Trey's side, I can guarantee it.
You don't know. I have no idea.
Well, I'm just saying that's what makes sense.
You don't have to tell anybody that, though.
But if you want to push your guy out, then I think that's probably what they're trying to do. I mean, I could see that. That makes the most sense to me.
Be careful of JT, the real Muto today, John. 4 for 12, 2 home runs against Alex Cobb.
Very nice.
Put that in your diamond notes.
Very nice. All right, we will get you to Giants baseball as we get you ready for baseball right now. 1:05 first pitch. So they try to salvage one game, I tell you. One game. And
this is
nice
a twofer, though.
Yeah.
If you lose today,
you
tie the season series.
It would be
if they lose today,
huge.
More than likely, they're not playing any home playoff games this year.
Pop and Lunch, sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the BBB. Call Pacific Coast. 800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Giants baseball next on the Sports Leader.